You can measure the size of an elephant. You can clock the speed of a cheetah, but you can't quantify the heart of a... Kings, queens, and in-betweens. Welcome to Dr. Boxing Talk. Stream starts now.
The champ is here! 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 The champ is here!
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. But if I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Yo, 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 what it do, what it do, what it do? Come on, man. We here, baby. We are here, baby, for this wonderful Wednesday morning. You know what I'm talking about? Good, great, grand morning to you wonderful, beautiful people. You know? Brethren and sistren, boys and girls, hermanos, mi hermanas, ladies and lads, dudes and dudettes, kings and queens, and everything in between. Y'all know what time it is. A doctor's in the house. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. So we got some things to talk about, man. Oh, man. I don't even want to talk about it, but we got to talk about it because that's what we do. We are the doctors of boxing talk. You know what I'm talking about? That's what we do. And we give you all the real, whether you like it or not. If it's factual, we prioritize that over the feelings. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man. So, but before we get into that, you know, all the good stuff and bonbons, we got to start off with our prayer as always. So please, 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 please join me in thanking our Father, you know, the Most High, and give him all the praises that he deserves, while I look for something as well. You know what I'm saying? Before trying to find, man, don't you hate when like something happens and you try to find it? I found it. I found it, man. All right, so join me by your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for your blessings. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your mercies, Lord. We thank you for all the small blessings and blessings that go unnoticed, the things that you have done for us that we don't even see. You know, we don't even acknowledge. We don't even witness, you know, with any one of our senses, Lord. So we just thank you for your magnificence and your graces and your mercy and your forgiveness, because a lot of times we mess up and, you know, you forgive us again and again and again and repeatedly. You know, every time we wake up, we have a duty to fulfill our purpose. And, you know, our purpose is wonderful and it is one of a purpose to prosper, a purpose to flourish, as long as we stay on that path and have faith, faith in your wonderfulness, Lord. So we thank you for all that you've done. We ask you for your we also want to send prayers and your protection and your mercy on those that lost their loved ones in that tragic flood in Texas, and any other tragedy that has transpired recently or whenever. We ask that you cover them in your love, and you let them find solace in the fact that their loved ones that are departed from us are in a much better place, and we will all rendezvous again, with no pain, no suffering. Through Jesus' name, amen. Amen. You got my brother Oscar in the building. What's good, brethren? All right, so we got some stuff to talk about, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy, bro. Okay, so first off, I want to get to Keith Thurman, man. So Keith Thurman, one-time Thurman, sometime Thurman, no-time Thurman, I'll give him some time now because he came back and fought Brock Jarvis, right? And he did pretty good, but it was against a relatively unknown opponent, right? In Australia, and Brock Jarvis doesn't even have a weight class that he calls home. He jumps around. His last 8 fights, he were literally in 8 different weight classes. I talked about this and I showed this before. He's been all the way down to 122, and he fought Keith Thurman at 154. And I'm not talking about over a large time span of like 10 years. No, like this is like within like 2 or 3 years. He's been in the same place. You feel me? I mean, I've been in different weight divisions, so that is hard to kind of overcome that when you're at that deficit. At that disadvantage, man. So I think that is crazy. So I can't really give Thurman too much credit for that, but it was a comeback victory. He was gone for a little minute, and he came back and won his fight, so salute to Keith Thurman for that. However, now Keith Thurman is back to his usual capping, man. I like Keith Thurman, fellow Floridian, but me, chat, it's facts over feelings. I don't really have any allegiances or any biases. Like, I have preferences of who I like. I have my favorite fighters, Cinnamon, Gervonta, Junto, but if they do something that looks a little shaky, I'm gonna call them out on it too. Keith one-time Thurman from Florida, but that ain't strong enough. I'm talking about? You ain't no kin to me, and you're looking crazy right now, bro. He called out Virgil Ortiz, Sebastian Fundora, and Jaron Boots Ennis. And of course, like most people do, they put the most pressure on Jaron Boots Ennis. And I'm not saying the most pressure on Jaron Boots Ennis, but they tried to make it seem like they want the guy who has the biggest name the most, and usually the American fighter, he's the most accomplished, so he puts the most pressure on Boots to fight him, and during this call out. So I want y'all to listen to it better than I can say it, but essentially Keith Thurman is telling Boots to send the contract. You heard me. He said send the contract. Let's check it out, man. This is an interview on Mill City. Check out what this man has to say.
Against Virgil didn't happen. Heard the fight against Timo didn't happen. Like that was
Virgil didn't happen. First fight against Teofimo didn't happen. He's talking about Jaron Boots Ennis, trying to make it seem like Jaron Boots Ennis is ducking fights, so he's gonna duck Keith Thurman. It's basically what he's trying to kick to y'all. But I'm gonna back it up a little bit so you can understand the context of what he's saying. This dude's ridiculous.
I don't know what's going on with Boots not taking good fights. See, I heard the fight against Virgil didn't happen. Heard the fight against Timo didn't happen. Like that would never happen to Keith Thurman. Send me both of those contracts. I still don't got a contract. Where's my contract? Send me both of them.
Where's my contract? I still don't have a contract. Send me both of them. He said that Teofimo, Boots didn't get the fight with Teofimo. Boots didn't get the fight with Virgil Ortiz. He said that would never happen with Keith Thurman. That would never happen with Keith Thurman? Did I just hear that right?
What?
Wait, are you saying that big fights won't get missed if you're Keith Thurman? Oh, so I think that Errol Spence would disagree with that. He was somebody who wanted to fight you for multiple years, and Keith Thurman is the reason why that fight didn't happen. You know who else I think would disagree with that? I think Tim Tszyu would disagree with that, because you and Tim Tszyu were supposed to fight, and then that's when the whole Sebastian Fundora debacle went down with his injury, because Keith Thurman was supposed to fight him, but you hurt your bicep. I'm not knocking it, but let's tell the truth now. That fight didn't happen because of you, whether it was by hook or by crook. I'm not saying that it was illegitimate. I think it was a legitimate injury, but the point still remains that you were the cause of the big fight not happening. Oh, and there's another guy named Terrence Bud Crawford who everybody associates with Jaron Boots Ennis. That's another guy who called you out since 2018. And that's another fight that hasn't happened. And let's check out what Terrence Bud Crawford had to say about that. You know, because I got the footage, chat. You know what I do, man. You know I do my due diligence. This is why y'all rock with me, man. I'm a research scientist, you know what I'm saying, by profession. You know, that's what my PhD, you know, is in engineering, and that's what I did. I was a research
There's
scientist.
a guy named Keith Thurman.
Check out what Terrence Crawford has to say about Keith Thurman.
There's a guy named Keith Thurman who's been on The Last Stand and said he is fiending to get his paws on Terrence Bud Crawford.
He's fiending to get his paws on Terrence Bud Crawford, just like he's fiending to get his paws on Virgil Ortiz, Sebastian Fedora, and most notably Jerron Boutinis, right? He's fiending, right? He's been fiending for Terrence Crawford. We've seen this before. He also fiended to get his hands on Tim Tszyu, also fiending to get his hands on Errol Spence, and he also fiending to get his hands on Terrence Crawford. So let's hear them talk about it.
Crawford want to fight Keith Thurman.
Listen, man. Everybody know Keith Thurman is just talking. You know, you got to understand. Keith Thurman was the same guy that said that I'm not a real welterweight. Keith Thurman is the same guy that said I haven't really proven myself at welterweight. Keith Thurman is the same guy that expressed himself of, you know, not being interested in fighting Terrence Crawford. So now, all of a sudden, out of the blue, he's fiending to fight Terrence Crawford. Okay. See, the thing is, when you're not relevant, you gotta, you know what I mean, take shots at the guys that's relevant. Now all of a sudden you out there naked in the streets. Now you want to fight everybody. Come on, man. We don't believe you, Keith.
We don't believe you, Keith. Tell him again. Come on, man. That's all the man said. He said, come on, man. You out here naked in the streets. Now all of a sudden you want to fight everybody? Yeah, because you're not relevant. Because before when they wanted to fight you, you didn't want to fight them because you was on top, right? So you think you was on top, right? Now all of a sudden you're fiending to fight them. You out here naked in the streets. You lost relevancy. Nobody cares that you beat Brock Jarvis. Nobody cares whether you're injured or you're not injured. Nobody cares whether you're fighting or you're not fighting. Let's keep it real, man. You know what I'm saying? You out here naked in the streets. And we don't believe you, Keith. That was the best part. That Terrence Crawford said, we don't believe you, Keith. We don't believe you, Keith. All of a sudden, you're calling out Virgil Ortiz. You're calling out Sebastian Fedora. You're calling out Jerron Boutinis. You're saying that, oh, Boots missed his fight with Teofimo. Boots missed his fight with Virgil Ortiz. I don't think Boots wants to fight anybody. That would never happen to Keith Thurman. Like I said again, Errol Spence would disagree with that because Keith Thurman's the reason why that fight never happened. Tim Tszyu would disagree with that because you're the reason why that fight didn't happen. And also, most notably, the pound for pound king Terrence Bud Crawford would disagree with that emphatically. In fact, he just did because you're the reason why that fight didn't happen as well. But now all of a sudden you want to fight Boots and Virgil Ortiz and Sebastian Fedora, and you fight all the big fights. Get the freak out of here, man. Get the freak out of here, man. Stop out. You over here capping, and I ain't gonna lie. Frankly, when you out here capping and you lying, saying that you're gonna fight somebody that you don't fight, I like you, Keith Thurman, but you sounded like...
Nigga, you's a bitch!
Yeah, it sounded like you's a bitch. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy Clone in the building. Yes, sir. Big member in the building, man. Dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter.
These biscuits.
Shout out to my guy Clone, man. He said amen, but we all know we all demon time. That ain't me without front teeth type of time. It's crazy. Yo, this man wildin', man. Shout out to my guy Clone, man. I appreciate you, bro. How you doing, man? I'll say everyone want to fight Boots until the fight happens, and all of a sudden the contract offers are too low, right? Exactly. I'm not even like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not throwing shots at Brian Norman. I do think that there was some contractual disagreements there, and I understand that negotiations happen, and sometimes it results in a fight. Sometimes it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But Keith Thurman coming out talking about you want all these people and you just got off of fighting Brock Jarvis and you're supposed to fight Tim Tszyu, and all of a sudden you don't miss big fights, bro. Stop it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to D1 in the building, man. Good morning, my brother. D1 in the building. We got my brother Oscar Perez in the building. I think I already saluted him, but we're gonna salute him again with the roll call. He said, we don't believe you. You need more people. You Facts. What was that? 50 said that? We don't believe you. You need more people. That's a fact. You need more people. We don't believe you, bro. We do not believe you. So yeah, I think Keith Thurman is full of crap. Like I said, he's just talking nonsense, man. But let's move on, man. I want to move on to something a little bit more something that's weighing heavy on my heart, chat. Something that's weighing heavy on my heart, man. I was gonna go to the Shakur stuff, but I think we gonna hold that off to the end. We're gonna go right to Francisco Rodriguez. Nah, we gonna hold off on the Francisco Rodriguez. What do I want to do, chat? What do I want to do, chat? What do I want to do? Let's go to Shakur. We're gonna hold off for the Francisco Rodriguez, man. Let's see if I can pull it up. I don't know if I'll get copyright or not, but it's worth it. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I don't, but it is worth it, man. I want to show you Mike Coppinger, man. Mike Coppinger, you know, shout out to Mike Coppinger. No shout out to Mike Coppinger. I don't like that dude. I think he's a cornball. I think he's a lame, and I think he's a poor example of what journalism and the respectable coverage of the sport is. You know, somebody who has blatant bias, someone who is definitely partial and doesn't and clearly shows favoritism and allegiances and loyalty. You know what I'm saying? And when you're loyal to a certain part of the sport, that means, or a certain entity in the sport, that means you're not loyal to the sport itself. Meaning, what I'm saying, if your job is to report the sport and you're not telling the truth, then you're not doing a good job. You know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion, he's a sucker. I caught him being a sucker too many times. You know what I'm saying? So in my opinion, my personal opinion, he's a sucker. But anyway, you know, what I'm speaking on him being a sucker is reference to Shakur Stevenson, man. You know, this is just another example of him talking crazy about Shakur Stevenson. So let me see if I can find the part I'm talking about right here. So let's check out what he said about Shakur Stevenson. He's going on a tirade. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, so hopefully we could avoid the copyright. But this is Mike Coppinger, a quote unquote reputable, respectable boxing aficionado. You know, a pugilist enthusiast like myself, but he can't even keep it funky on an undefeated champion. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what he has to say about Shakur Stevenson.
We're not saying that Shakur Stevenson should be standing there and fighting like Gotti Ward.
Yeah,
We're saying, you know, that guys like Jeremiah Nakathila and Artem should not be going the distance with Shakur Stevenson if he asserted himself and sat down on his punches just a bit.
Yeah, there was actually some.
If he sat down on his punches just a bit, guys like Artem Hartayunian and Jeremiah Nakathila shouldn't be going the distance with you. Let me explain to you real quick what Artem Hartayunian is. Let me explain to you real quick. You know, let me do this real quick. Artem Hartayunian is a guy that only suffered one defeat, and that was to the hands of Frank the Ghost Martin, who also only suffered one defeat, and that's to the hands of Gervonta Tank Davis. Where's the shame? He didn't say that the guy beat him. He didn't say the fight was close. He said that Shakur should have knocked him out. But then previously he said that he's not saying that Shakur should fight like Arturo Gatti or Mickey Ward. Is there a problem when Lomachenko didn't knock people out? Was there a problem when Dmitry Bivol doesn't knock people out? But there's a problem when Shakur doesn't knock people out, even though he dominates them. Let me be very clear. I like Gervonta Tank Davis. The fighters that I like, that I take a liking to, are, like I said, Cinnamon, Tank, Junta Nakatani, Baturbiev. I like Bivol a lot too. Terrence Crawford. But take Bivol out. But Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence. These guys usually knock people out. You know what I'm saying? However, just because I like their style doesn't mean I can't appreciate other styles. If you are a reporter and you're saying that there's a problem that a guy who's not a power puncher doesn't knock you out, but then you say that you're not looking for them to be a brawler, then you're somebody's lying. There's an inconsistency there, because Shakur dominated Artem Hartayunian. Oh, by the way, who, like I said, only has one loss to a guy who was previously undefeated in Frank Martin, who only has one loss to Gervonta Tank Davis. Where's the shame in that? Not to mention Artem Hartayunian, in that one loss to Frank Martin, he was not stopped. Who do you think's a harder puncher, Frank Martin or Shakur Stevenson? I think a lot of people would think Frank Martin. So he didn't get stopped by Frank Martin, but it's a problem that Shakur didn't stop him? No, you're making a problem. Artem Hartayunian is also a former Olympian. Like I said, he's never been stopped. It's not like he fought a guy who's just been stopped all over the place. Oh, and by the way, that was not his last fight. You know why he didn't mention his last fight? Because in his last fight against Joshua Padley, Shakur actually stopped him. But that would have hurt his narrative, right? So he tried to pull one over you, make it seem like, oh, okay, Shakur didn't stop anybody recently. He didn't stop anybody, Artem Hartayunian, when he was the headline. You see what I'm saying? He didn't stop who was before that when he was the headline. What's the dude's name? Edwin De Los Santos. However, he just stopped somebody his last fight. I know it was on late notice, Josh Padley, not really a big name, but don't make it seem like he doesn't stop anybody at all. So if you are worried about him stopping people, then you should be pretty satisfied with his last fight. But no, you overlook his last fight, and then you mention fights where he didn't stop somebody that he should have stopped, that's never been stopped before. What? But then Naoya Inoue, conveniently, we're going to talk about because Shakur talked about him. He got dropped by Ramon Cardenas, but that's not a problem. He also got dropped by Luis Nery. That's not a problem. It's something to applaud because he pushed through adversity. And I applaud it, but I don't knock Shakur for not being something that he's never been. And that's a power puncher. That's not a characteristic of his game. If he stops you, he stops you. But that's not the only way to win a boxing match. You see what I'm saying? So in my personal opinion, Mike Coppinger, him dissing Shakur is just indicative of him being an idiot, an imbecile, an ignorant piece of crap that clearly has allegiances. And he goes on to say in this fight, I mean, in this interview, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but he goes on to say that people were walking out of Shakur Stevenson's fights in his last main event. And they did show that on ESPN. But then you realize that Shakur in his last main event that was on ESPN is when he was leaving Top Rank. Top Rank is a promotional platform headed by Bob Arum, to where his contract was up and he was becoming a free agent, and Top Rank fights are placed on the platform at ESPN. So it behooved them to try to sabotage Shakur when he's leaving free agency, because what did they do? If he was leaving, why did they try to re-sign him? They wanted him to sign back at ESPN or at Top Rank, which is broadcasted by ESPN, their fights, which is a platform that Mike Coppinger is a former employee of. So basically what I'm saying is that it was in his favor. He was probably instructed, maybe he even made the instructions to try to sabotage and make Shakur Stevenson look bad. Because what he won't tell you, he'll reference the ESPN fights, but he won't tell you that Shakur Stevenson, being as boring as he is, he had the highest viewership when he headlined on ESPN. Out of all the fights on ESPN last year, Shakur Stevenson was responsible for the most viewership. Not Lomachenko, who also fights on Top Rank against George Kambosos. That didn't have higher viewership than Shakur Stevenson. Not Teofimo Lopez, who fought Steve Claggett and Jermaine Ortiz on ESPN last year. Or the last 2 years. That didn't have a higher viewership than Shakur Stevenson. Oh, but he's not going to tell you that part, though. He's going to tell you that they showed people walking out of the stadium, which a lot of people that I know personally that were at the fight, like Ty Moore said, he said that wasn't true. He said that was a manipulated shot, edited shot, because you can't edit things. Edit thing like this. You can edit this. Did somebody just push the nuclear attack button? Did Donald Trump just push the nuclear attack button and drop a bomb on my screen, or did I edit that in real time? So you can edit things. These things aren't, we're in 2025. What are we talking about? So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that people weren't walking out, but I'm saying maybe they weren't. I'm not saying that they weren't walking out, but I'm not saying that they necessarily were. Maybe they did manipulate the shot. I don't know. But I do know that people were walking out of the stadium. People weren't walking out for the TV stations because they were still watching and the viewership was the highest. So I just think it's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's crazy and it's sad when you have a guy that's supposed to be a respected person in the sport knocking a champion that's undefeated in the sport. You're supposed to be celebrating. Why are you? He's already on the card, bro. You're talking about a card that includes Shakur Stevenson on it. Why are you being employed by the ring and basically telling people that Shakur Stevenson is not a good champion worthy to watch? Doesn't that sound counterintuitive? Doesn't that sound backwards? Doesn't that sound like self-sabotage? If anything, you should be trying to educate the common goofy behind casual fan and tell them why they should appreciate the different styles of the sport. Why boxing is more than just knockout kings. Why it's also called the sweet science. Why it's also called hit and don't get hit. Why it's also called a gentleman's sport. And that wasn't very gentlemanly of you. That was very unbecoming and insufferable of you. To try to go out your way to knock down a guy repeatedly. For what? Whether you like Shakur or not, I'm not a big Shakur fan like that. But I recognize that he's an undefeated multi-division champion. And I think that Mike Coppinger would agree with me, any boxing aficionado would agree with me, that Shakur probably beats everybody in his division besides Gervonta Tank Davis. At least I think Gervonta Tank Davis beats him, you know? But if you ask anybody who beats Gervonta Tank Davis, they would say probably nobody besides maybe Shakur. So how can you be a bad, boring fighter, but clearly the top two in your division? There's very few people besides Gervonta Tank Davis that Shakur could fight that you would pick over Shakur. Matter of fact, I put money on it that there's nobody in this chat right now that would pick anybody over Shakur besides maybe Gervonta Tank Davis. And I'm one of them. I only pick Gervonta Tank Davis to beat Shakur. In fact, I don't pick anybody else to beat Gervonta I give Shakur the highest probability and highest chance to beat Gervonta. You see what I'm saying? So there's everybody else. I think Gervonta knocks him smooth out. Quick. I think he knocks Shakur out too, but I think that's the guy that poses the biggest threat to Gervonta. And I think a lot of people would agree. But then you're trying to tell me that same guy is not worth watching. he needs to change his style because he's unsuccessful. Why don't you tell Williams Zepeda to change his style because he struggled with Tevin Farmer, a guy that Floyd Kid Austin Schofield just knocked out in 1 round? Why don't you tell him to change his style? Why don't you tell him to add more dimensions to his game? Why don't you tell him to fight differently? But no, we want to tell the guy who's undefeated, a proven champion in multi-divisions, we want to tell him to change his style because it sounds cool, because you're on a smear campaign, because you don't like him and he got you in your feelings, got your little panties wet. So you're mad as a man. Your puss ass. That joke is crazy to me, bro. You soft, bro. I think that dude is garbage. You see a little dickhead. I don't say that because he's dumb. Well, I say that because he is dumb, but his head literally looks like a dick. He got a penis-shaped head. You know, I'm just telling you what it is, you know? So yeah, I think that dude is an imbecile, idiot, and I think people like that are terrible for the sport. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he's terrible for the sport. I think anybody that talks about an undefeated champion, multi-division champion, and you have nothing positive to say, you can't find something positive to say about a champion that's on your card, the card that you're supposed to be covering. It's not like he's it's not like he's auditioning for the card. It's not like someone's asking you, oh, why should Shakur not be on this card? He's already on the card. So why wouldn't you try to convince people to tune into the card? Oh, by the way, isn't the card on pay-per-view? So you're basically telling people not to buy the card because Shakur Stevenson's on it. If I was Turkey Al-Sheikh, I'd have fined him right there. I'd have fired him right there. I'd have fired him right there. Oh, you're telling people that they shouldn't watch the fight? Okay, cool. Get up out of here. Because that's bad for business. Like I said, it's not even like he's hating with a purpose. Like... Like, at least if you were hating and it made sense, okay, bet, you know what I'm saying? It makes sense for you to hate it. But he's not even hating with a purpose. Like, you're hating and it's bad for business. It's like you're telling people how bad he is or how unexciting he is, but you're asking people to pay $60 for a card that he's on. How does that make sense? That's how you know. That's why hate is a strong emotion, because it makes you do things that don't even make sense. It's not even logical. Why would I listen to Mike Coppinger and be interested in buying this fight if you're telling me if you go on a 10-minute tirade on how bad Shakur is? Fucking stupid, bro. He's just dumb. He's just dumb, bro. Shout out to Turkey, man. I'd have been fired him. I'd have packed him up right there. As soon as before the interview was over, they would have had somebody like what's that thing from Apollo, the freaking clown coming out and pulling him out, pulling him off the stage, and would have fired him right there. That dude is dumb. Shout out to my guy, Boxing 2-4 in the building. Honestly, shout out to DN7. He said, honestly, though, who do you think Tank fights if he beats Roach? Oh, I don't know. Who do I think? I think he fights Jake Paul, unfortunately, which I think is trash, you know.
Know your fucking place, trash.
But who I want him to fight Shakur. If Shakur beats Zepeda and if Tank beats Roach, I want them to fight, but I don't think that's going to happen. He said it's just bigotry. Come on now. Come on, talk to him, Brock. Talk to him, man. Hey, shout out to my guy, Oscar, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. He said this happens a lot with recent fans to the sport, where they look up their resume and see that guys have with more than one loss. Since they don't know the context, they make dumb statements like this. Talk to him, Oscar. That's a fact, bro. Let me read that again. My boy Preacher. He said this happens a lot with the recent fans of the sport.
Yeah.
Where they look up their resume and see they have guys with more than one loss.
Yeah.
Since they don't know the context.
Yeah.
They make stupid statements like this.
Yeah.
That's a fact, bro. But this guy's supposed to know. He's not supposed to be a casual. He's supposed to know. You feel me? He's not supposed to be he's supposed to be seeing these fights like I'm seeing these fights. He said they be wanting Shakur to fight a style that's not conducive to him. Exactly. He's not a knockout artist or a pressure fighter. He's a defensive space tactician. Bro, I love how you just said that, bro. He's a defensive space tactician.
Yeah.
That will punish you with distance and quick movement. Right. And quick twitch counterpunching. That's a fact, bro. Hey, man, that was a great breakdown, Clone. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You might copy your job. Hell, you might need to take my job. You feel me? Shout out, I support you too, man. Because my brother's shining, that means I'm shining. You feel me? Shout out to my guy, Clone. That was a great breakdown, man. You be calling yourself a casual. You ain't no casual, bro. That was a great breakdown. He is. I always say that he's a master manipulator of range. You know, I always call Shakur's style. I always say that it's very comparable to what they say in the rear view mirror. Like, you know how they say objects are closer than they appear in the rear view mirror? I think that's Shakur's style. That sums up Shakur's style. Like, he makes you think that he's closer than you are, than he actually is, and then you try to overreach, you know, you think that you're about to connect, you end up overreaching, and he counters you. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not a fool, right? I'm not over here trying to advocate that Shakur is a fun style to watch. If you don't really like boxing, it's probably not gonna appease you, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is that's okay. It's okay that somebody is it the most exciting and they're successful? You know what I'm saying? Now, if he was boring and he was trash, that's different. I would not defend him. But this man style is conducive, you know, shout out to Clone. It's conducive with winning. That's why he's an undefeated champion, multi-division champion. You see what I'm saying? It's like I keep going, you know, I love to make basketball and boxing are my two favorite sports. So I love to make cross references. I watch a lot of sports anyway, but it's like Tim Duncan. Nobody could name three. You cannot name the top 3 power forwards in the history of basketball and not mention Tim Duncan. The big fundamental. You know what that means? Big fundamental. That means he's like a tactician. That means he's technical. That means he's fundamental. That means he's not super athletic. That means he's not doing flashy moves. He doesn't have a quote unquote deep bag. You know what I'm saying? To do ISO all the time, but he gets the job done. If you tell me who would you rather fight for a highlight, who would you rather watch for a highlight reel, Tim Duncan or Blake Griffin? I think you would pick Blake Griffin because he's jumping over folks, dunking on folks, winning dunk contests. Tim Duncan's not doing none of that. He's not winning dunk contests. He's not winning the extracurricular activities. But you know what he's winning? Championships. You know what he's winning? Rookies of the year. You know what he's winning? MVPs. Blake Griffin's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. That top 50 players, Tim Duncan's going to be on that. Hall of Fame, he's going to be in that. Or he's in that. You see what I'm saying? So that's what Shakur Stevenson is. He may not be as exciting as Jaime Munguia, but at least he's not a cheater like Jaime Munguia. He may not be as excited as Ryan Garcia, but at least he's a champion, unlike Ryan Garcia. At least he actually wins. How can you deny his greatness as somebody who's supposed to appreciate the sport? Yeah, Mike Coppinger is trash, bro. I'm telling you, that dude is trash, garbage, basura.
Know your fucking place, trash.
And that's a problem. It's okay to have your biased opinions, but make it clear that that's your opinion. Make it clear that you're mad at Shakur Stevenson because he checked you in real time when you had an interview with him. You had an interview with Shakur Stevenson and he made you look as stupid as you sound and you look. That's why you're mad at him. And shout out to Shakur Stevenson for that, man. I think a lot of these boxing pundits and aficionados need to be called out more with for their ignorance. You know what I'm saying? Mike Coppinger is terrible. And the reason why it's so necessary to call him out is because a lot of people will look at him because of his position. They'll be like, oh, well, what this guy says is right. No, that's Max Kellerman. Max Kellerman is the epitome of a unbiased, impartial, educated disseminator of boxing credit and information. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these guys they're so biased. They're either top rank side or their PBC side or their Golden Boy side or their Matchroom side or they're pro this fighter, anti this fighter. That's crazy, bro. I think that's terrible. You gotta like. There's no way that you could watch basketball. Even Stephen A. Smith, and I don't even care for Stephen A. Smith, but even Stephen A. Smith, long forehead ass, he gives LeBron James credit. That's exactly what. I'm not saying Shakur is as big as LeBron James, but my point is that's like Stephen A. Smith because they has a personal feud with LeBron James. He get on here and tell you that you shouldn't watch LeBron James. You know how dumb that sounds? That's one thing I can respect about Stephen A. Smith. You don't hear him saying anything negative about LeBron James and his game. He might say that he's a little soft. He might say that he's a little sensitive and stuff like that. But when it comes to basketball and analyzing his game, he keeps it funky. Mike Coppinger clearly can't do that. He clearly can't do that. In fact, he would even withhold information because he'll talk about the ESPN and what's going on at ESPN as far as people not watching them. But then the exact metric that's used to quantify how many people are watching, he omits conveniently. He says people walked out the stadium in the arena, but then he doesn't tell you that Shakur's fights were the most viewed on ESPN in the past 2 years. And those fights, people that fight on Top Rank and fought on ESPN included Teofimo Lopez. Shakur had more viewership than him. Vasily Lomachenko fought Kambosos on Top Rank. ESPN. Shakur had more viewership than him. He didn't mention that part, though. He just focused on the negative. That's what hoes do. I don't respect hoes. I fuck them. You feel me? I'm just saying. My bad. We gonna pause that.
No, did he?
Yeah, we gonna pause that. We gonna pause that.
What?
We gonna pause that, bro. But yeah, also a good thing that Mike Coppinger said, though. You know, I'll give Mike Coppinger this. He has announced that, which is something we already said. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even an insider, chat. I just do my due diligence, man, and I just follow patterns. I look at the history. I'm very meticulous and diligent about my shit, right? So I said that Murataya wasn't gonna fight Andy Cruz next, and Mike Coppinger has reported that Andy Cruz will not be fighting. Andy Cruz next, and I'm going to show you right here. So shout out to Mike Coppinger for this, but he just confirmed something that we already knew. You know what I'm saying? He said that Cruz is on board to fight Murataya, but he says this guy asked, hey, but do you know if Murataya will fight Andy Cruz in November? Mike Copy just said was being discussed but not happening. Cruz was not on board, or Cruz was on board, excuse me. Cruz was on board. And I already said this, right? You know, cause, and this is another thing, you know, I just think it's funny because I think that he should. I'm not a big Murataya fan. I don't dislike Murataya, but I'm not like, oh yeah, man, I love Murataya type guy, right? But I think that he should have added further context to that. Cruz may have been on board, but if you know the IBF rules, Mike Coppinger, which I'm gonna assume that you do know it because you're a boxing pundit and a pugilist enthusiast, right? You're supposed to have rapport and you're supposed to be a reputable reporter, right? I think it would have been completely necessary for you to explain why Murataya could get away without fighting him. It's not because Murataya is necessarily ducking Andy Cruz. It's not necessarily because the IBF are going to give him some extra provision.
You dumbass.
But it's because with the IBF rules, when you win a title eliminator like Andy Cruz did win against Mishiro, the champion, since he just won a vacant title, which he did, Raymond Murataya, because Vasily Lomachenko chose to retire, right, and gave up his belt. Cool. You know, Raymond Murataya beat Zaur Abduliev for a vacant title. And per IBF rules, you have 9 months to 12 months, so 9 months to a year to fight your mandatory or your would-be mandatory. So yes, Andy Cruz is in the #1 position. He's in the mandatory position, but his mandatory has not been ordered. So that's why Murataya can get away with not fighting Andy Cruz immediately, despite Andy Cruz winning the IBF Eliminator. It's right there in the rule book, bro. I swear I'm the only person that read. I ain't gonna lie, baby. That's a dork in me. I'm not saying that people need to read these rule books, but yeah, I will sit down and I'll read the WBA rule book. That's why I was effectively able to guess, right? Hypothesize, right? Educated guess what hypothesis is. I was able to say that Jai Pataya, his mandatory will be satisfied even though he wasn't fighting his mandatory in Hussein Sankara. Because once you're the IBF champion, per the IBF rules, if you fight somebody in replacement of your mandatory due to like something like an injury that makes the mandatory have to pull out, you could replace him with a top 10 guy. And if you replace him with a top 10 guy, that will suffice as your mandatory. That's why Jai Pataya fought David Nika, and that was able to be called as mandatory. And he was able to fight a voluntary in the undefeated Italian Claudio Squeo in his last fight and not have to satisfy the mandatory anymore because it was already satisfied. You think I just pulled that out my behind? You think I just guessed that? No, it's because I read the rule books, bro. WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF. I read them. I read them. I don't just guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't make emotional think pieces or thought pieces and content and just guess and then end up looking retarded. And then when someone calls me out on it, I'm like, oh, well, I didn't say that. No, you said that. You was just wrong as hell. Because there's some things that you can predict. There's some things that are worth guessing, like the outcome of a fight. But there's also some type of protocol procedure set in place to where boxing will typically go by. That's why I was able to also, that's why I was also able to also know that when Cody Crowley pulled out twice, that's why Jerome Boutsinis fought Karen. A lot of people say, oh, he just fought Karen, he didn't fight nobody. No, he fought Karen to satisfy his mandatory. And why would you satisfy your mandatory if your intention was to move up to 154? That's what I was like, I knew he was going to stay at 147. Because why would he fight a fight that nobody wants to see if it didn't have a purpose? The purpose was to satisfy the criteria to keep his IBF belt at 147. So why would he fight Karen Chukadze for a rematch and then move up to 154? That would literally be a waste of time and contradictory to what your intentions will be. So when you have a dummy like Chris Mannix asking Jerome Boutsinis, who just beat Karen, if you're going to move up to 154, and making it seem like, oh, making everybody think, oh yeah, well, he doesn't want the smoke at 154. No, bitch, he just fought a fight at 147 to keep his belt at 147. So why would you fight a boring fight in a rematch at 147 to satisfy the criteria to keep your belt at 147 if you're just going to move up to 154? Dummy. That makes no sense, bro.
You dumbass.
But these are the people that are supposed to know boxing and are supposed to disseminate accurate information. Factual information. But no, they're so biased with Chris Mannix being on the zone. You would notice that it would behoove him to make it seem like Jerome Boutsinis is not moving to 154 in order to duck Virgil Ortiz. That's why he asked that question, because he works on the zone. Oh, a broadcast platform for who? Golden Shower Promotions. Oh, okay. fucking idiots, bro. Bro, I feel like it's crazy, bro. Shout out to 2 Cents in the building. What's good, 2 Cents? One time for the ladies. Yeah, man. Turkey is a casual money for real. Yeah, I agree with that. I like Turk, but I agree with that part. That's undeniable. You know what I'm saying? Tank ain't beating Roach because they ain't even gonna fight. You know, see what they say? He gotta get his face and his hair did that day. Hey, get off my boy, man. Get off my boy, man. Get off my boy, man. So, hey, I'm not saying that I'm always right. You know, we make mistakes, but I at least try to be right. You know what I'm saying? I don't just try to be first. I try to be correct. You know, a lot of people just want to be first. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, guess who tested positive? Ty. Hey, I'm already with you, my brother. Shout out to my guy Ty in the building. Big member in the building. So yeah, man. So I think Mike Carpenter is trash, and anybody who reports, I'm not just going Mike Carpenter, content creators too. If you're a content creator and you just manipulate situations to try to sabotage fighters because you don't like them, I think you're trash too. So whether you're a big content creator, small content creator, whether you're a reporter, whether you're, but you know, I really put my energy towards the Mike Coppingers, the Chris Mannixes, the Sergio Moras, Tim Bradleys, because they're supposed to know better. The Paulie Malignaggi's, they're supposed to know better. So when you're Paulie Malignaggi and you don't like Cinnamon and you don't like Gervonta Tate Davis and you say things like, oh, Lamont Roach is not that good. Lamont Roach is a fighter for Pro Box. You're so filled with hate and emotion that you're making your own fighter because you work on Pro Box. You're trying to tell people that Lamont Roach, you're equating him to a guy at the red light asking for change. This is literally what Paulie Malignaggi said. A guy that's a Pro Box fighter, a guy that's a current champion. But then Naoya Inoue fights TJ Doheny, you don't say nothing. Nick Ball fights TJ Doheny coming off of a loss, being moved up, you don't say nothing. Nick Ball fights another guy, Sam Goodman, being moved up again from 122, a division that he's not in, a division that's below the division in which he's a champion at 126, you don't say nothing. They're both WBA champions, so you focused on Tank. Why don't you focus on another WBA champion at 126, bringing up 2 guys that aren't champions, one guy coming off a loss and simultaneously being 38 years old. You don't say nothing about that, but Tank bringing up a champion, it's because he's trash. And then when they actually have a draw, have a close matchup, which you probably would have known they would have a decent matchup because they have familiarity with each other, then you just make it seem like, oh, Tank is some failure. Not that Lamont Roach is probably better than you thought. And you should probably be familiar with him because he fights on your platform. And then when you talk about Canelo not fighting David Benavidez, you conveniently omit the part that the WBC never ordered the fight, or he never put forth, maybe he didn't do his part. I don't know. I think Canelo could have fought David Benavidez. I wish he would have fought Benavidez, but it's not Canelo's fault. You know, you focus on him not fighting a guy that's never been ordered as his mandatory, but then Naoya Inoue has a guy who's been ordered for over 2 years by the WBA and MJ Akhmadaliev as his mandatory, and he hasn't fought him yet. He's about to fight him in September, but he should have fought him when he fought Luis Nery. He should have fought him when he fought Ramon Cardenas. He should have fought him when he fought Yi Jun Kim. He should have fought him when he fought TJ Doheny. Naoya Inoue fought 4 fighters that were not his mandatory since his mandatory has been officially called by the WBA. The only reason why he's fighting MJ Akhmadaliev in September is because MJ Akhmadaliev and his team with Vadim Kornilov took him to court or threatened legal action. That's why he's fighting him. Oh, but you're probably about not, you don't mention that, but you focus on guys who are not fighting their would be, should be, could be mandatories, but you're not focused on the guys that actually aren't fighting their mandatories, or even fighting guys that are ranked number 1. Because you don't like, that's why hate is a strong emotion, bro. You gotta get the hate out your system, man, because it makes you look goofy for people who know what they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? So I think it's crazy, man. I think it's crazy, man. He said, Golden Sharp promotion, your fighting stable is on the fraud watch. Come on now. Now, so shout out to my guy Ty, man. We gonna switch it up a little bit, man. I was just going off on Mike Coppinger a little bit, and these boxing pundits that don't do their job effectively, you know what I'm saying, need to be replaced, need to be fired because they're garbage. You know what I'm saying? Hey Ty, you got to go back and watch my piece on Thurman, bro. But yeah, speaking of this guy's stuff on Shakur, it's taking me a little while to get there. We gonna pause this. We gonna come back to Shakur. No. Yeah, we gonna come back to Shakur. I want to show y'all this, man. I want to show y'all this, man. Oh Lord, I gotta show y'all this, chat. So, and I just lost it. What the heck? Oh, that's trash. It just went away. So Francisco Rodriguez, man. Shaking my head, bro. I'm hurt this morning, man. Not because I care about Francisco Rodriguez, but because Francisco Rodriguez is another one that has apparently bit the dust. You know what I'm saying? This guy, Francisco Rodriguez, has been caught cheating.
We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all.
So those of you that have been paying attention to this channel, you know, because we keep you up to date. And those of you that have been rocking with this channel, you know, we keep you up to date. And if you don't even rock with this channel, you just stay hip to things, and you would know because you are kept up to date, right? So Francisco Rodriguez, he recently beat Galal Yafai, right? And I just had the tweet, and for whatever reason, it just disappeared. And earlier too, I was supposed to be on, but my stream got cut off. I mean, my power went out, and it came back right back. God is good. I cannot find the tweet, bro. This is crazy. How long ago was this? When did Galal Yafai beat? When did Galal Yafai fight Francisco Rodriguez? Because I'm trying to find the tweet, man. I cannot find it, man. Oh, here it goes, right here. Okay, I found it. Check this out, chat. Hey, chat, man. Y'all can't tell me y'all be doing my thing, man. Y'all can't tell me y'all be doing my thing, man. Look at this, chat. I want to show y'all this right here. Galal Yafai, right? How are you scoring Yafai Rodriguez so far? This is my tweet. Y'all got to follow me on Twitter, doc. Hey, follow your boy on Twitter. I said Yafai's only hope. This is before the fight was over, chat. They said, how are you scoring Yafai Rodriguez so far? Francisco Rodriguez was beating the heck out of Galal Yafai. And I said, Yafai's only hope is that Rodriguez tests positive after the fight. Great performance from the vet Rodriguez. That's what I said. This is Dr. Boxing Talk, chat. I literally said, Yafai's only hope is that Rodriguez tests positive after the fight. You know why I said that? Because I said, hold on now. I seen Francisco Rodriguez before. He's a decent fighter now. He's pretty good. But I said, man, this performance is kind of suspicious. You know, and I don't want to look at boxing like that, but that's the kind of landscape we are in. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of landscape that we are in lately, you know? And this is what was said. What a fight. Francisco Rodriguez Jr. defeats Galal Yafai by unanimous decision. And look what I say right here. This is my tweet on that. I said, good stuff from Rodriguez. People will make it seem like he has no business beating Yafai. Yes, I think Yafai should have been able to win, but Rodriguez has decision losses to Junto Nakatani and Kazuto Ayoka, right? These are two champions. His only stoppage loss was to Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez, who's a legend, right? He's not a scrub, but most people don't know crap about boxing, right? Which is true. And then I come out and I follow that up and I say, again, Yafai better hope PEDs were involved because that's what that ass whooping looked like. It looked like PEDs were involved. This is what I said, chat. And now let's fast forward to today. Let's fast forward to today, baby. Let's fast forward to today. Look at this. Francisco Rodriguez Jr. has returned an adverse finding in VADA drugs test taken after his win over Galal Yafai last month. Matchroom has announced. Francisco Rodriguez Jr. has an adverse finding in a VADA drugs test taken after his win over Galal Yafai last month. Matchroom has announced. You cheating dirty bitch. And people, and look, I want to say, so I commented on here too. I said there's a lot of misinformed folks in the comments per usual. And the reason why I said this is because this goofball right here, I'm gonna tell you what this goof is. See, this is what happens when you see people online and they try to speak like they know what they're talking about. And I think he deleted his response because I checked him on it. Oh, you soft dirty bitch. Hold on, chat. Ain't no way he deleted his response. Hold on, chat. Ain't no way he did. Hold on, chat. Give me a second. Let me see real quick. Give me a second, chat. Ain't no way that dude deleted his. Okay, here it goes right here. So this idiot, he deleted his response. Look, this post was deleted by the post author. It was some guy that was verified. I don't know who it was. I don't remember his name. Look, chat. Let me zoom in. This is what I do. This is what I do, chat. It says this post was deleted by the post author. You know why it was deleted by the post author? Because he said some dumb stuff. He said, oh, it's an adverse finding. He said, this doesn't mean that it's a failed test. No, on the contrary, it does mean it's a failed test. I said, no, you're thinking of an atypical finding, which is an ATF. An adverse analytical finding, which is an AAF, is always cause for alarm. And what did they say? Per the report, he returned an adverse finding, meaning it's an adverse analytical finding or an AAF. He says an AAF means that there was a positive test. ATF, which is an atypical finding, which is what he confused it with, that requires further investigation where the results were inconclusive. I said, this is adverse. And I said, you're welcome. And this punk pussy bitch, instead of just saying, hey man, I was wrong, he deleted his post. That's what I do, chat. I don't waste my time arguing with people that don't make sense because they have no sense. And they have no accountability. You just go on Twitter is a cesspool of not only toxicity, but a whole bunch of ignorance and stupidity. Because you could just say whatever you want without any qualifications, without any type of criteria to see if you're correct. And then when you're wrong, you don't even have to take accountability. You could just delete your post. That's what I be talking about, right? That's why the internet is dangerous, because anybody could put out any type of falsified information based off their emotions that they shouldn't have as a grown man, and then just delete their post and make it seem like they didn't say, instead of saying, oh man, dang, I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I want to also show you this though. Anyway, the reason why I know this and the reason why I was correct when I told you that Ryan Garcia was going to test positive and people didn't believe me, people were on my head top saying, oh, you think you're a scientist? Well, no, bitch, I am a scientist. That's why I have my PhD in engineering. That means I'm a research scientist, literally my job title for some of my jobs that I've done. You see what I'm saying? So research is what I do. I'm very good at it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just patting myself on the back. If you look up the amount of people in the world that have a PhD in engineering, you know, it's very slight. You see what I'm saying? It's one of the hardest degrees I have a PhD in. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that is what I do. This is what I like to do. This is what I'm interested in. I like to check things. I don't like to just guess things. You know what I'm saying? I like to check things. Like I said, I'm not always 100% right. Duh, nobody is. I'm not perfect. Nowhere near it. But at least I try. Some people don't even try. You see what I'm saying? And when I told people that Ryan Garcia was going to test positive and that the fight was going to be a no contest, they said I was a Devin Haney lover. Bitch, I put money on Ryan Garcia. I just didn't think that he was going to cheat. I literally won money off Ryan Garcia winning. So it's not like, and that's the reason why I know the difference between analytical findings, adverse analytical findings, and atypical findings. That's why I know this, because I looked it up. This is all public information. What they say, the best way to hide information is to put it in a book, because your goofy behind's not going to read. You just gonna think you're right, as opposed to know you're right. That's the difference. I try to know I'm right, as opposed to just think I'm right. That's not sufficient for me. But anyway, so there's a bigger issue with this, right? So Francisco Rodriguez just tested positive, right? But the bigger issue is not only is it another Mexican fighter. Shout out to my Mexican brethren and sister. You know, I'm not coming from a place of hate, which y'all know me. I don't think I have to give that disclaimer. But I'm not coming from a place of hate. I'm just coming from a place of research, and a place of patterns, and a place of what's going on in the sport lately. And what's going on in the sport lately, there's been quite a few people that have been tested positive, and a large portion, a high percentage of them have been Mexican. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's not me saying this or making this up. It just is what it is. But not only are they Mexican,
yeah,
they're also affiliated with Eddie Reynoso.
Yeah.
And in my personal opinion, if I'm Terrence Bud Crawford or anybody in his camp or his trainer, anybody that got love for him, I would advise Terrence Crawford to pull out of the Canelo fight. I'm not going to lie to you. I know you might be like, oh, well, Doc, you tripping. That's a little overboard. No, it's not. Because at the end of the day, if you lose and if somebody beats me, okay, cool. We're on an even play field, no problem. I lose fair and square. I have no problem with that. But Terrence Crawford is an undefeated, two-time undisputed 41-0 champion. If you're going to beat him, at least beat him cleanly. And I don't think Cinnamon is cheating. I'm not advocating for that. You know, that's my favorite fight. Literally my favorite fighter. I don't think he's cheating, but facts are the facts. And the fact is, this is yet another fighter in Francisco Rodriguez that just tested positive. And not only is the same nationality, which doesn't really matter much, but what's more indicative of, what's more worrisome and indicative of suspicion is the fact that he's also a Reynoso fighter. Look at here. The previously ordered Galao Rodriguez interim WBC flyweight title fight will head to a purse bid, right? This is back in March 17, 2025. Boxes C has confirmed that WBC has scheduled a March 25th hearing after the respective camps for the pair of flyweights failed to reach an agreement during their assigned negotiation period, blah, 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 blah. England's Yafai, this is the important part. England's Yafai is promoted by Matchroom Boxing, headed by Eddie Hearn, blah, blah, blah. Mexico's Rodriguez is represented by Eddie Reynoso. Let me say that again. Francisco Rodriguez is represented by Mexico's Eddie Reynoso. Who is Jaime Munguia affiliated with? Who just tested positive? Eddie Reynoso. Who was Ryan Garcia affiliated with? Even though his head trainer was DJ, who was he caught taking pictures with and trying to be in the camp? And Canelo said, oh yeah, we're going to bring in Ryan Garcia and Teofimo Lopez. Whose camp is that? Eddie Reynoso's. So you can say Ryan Garcia, who just tested positive, is affiliated with Eddie Reynoso. Oscar Valdez, when he tested positive, who was he affiliated with? Eddie Reynoso. Julio Cesar Martinez, who just tested positive at the end of last year. Whose fighter is he? Eddie Reynoso's. I'm just so I can keep. There's more, chat. That there's more. So where there's smoke, there's fire. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I think this is getting ridiculous. Not it surpassed ridiculousness. I think Eddie Reynoso should be reprimanded severely. I'm not gonna lie. And if he does fight Canelo, I don't think I said this before. I think that when a fighter tests positive, negligence is not an excuse. So even if you don't know, I'm not blaming Reynoso. Maybe he didn't know, but it's still part of your camp. So that's negligence, and that should be punishable. So if the fighter gets suspended, I think a fighter should get at least 2 years, a 2-year minimum. So I think Ryan Garcia should get 2 years. I think Jarrell Big Baby Miller, who's black, just in case you think I'm just hating on our Hispanic virgin and sister, and there's no bias here. If you're black, like Jarrell Big Baby Miller, you should get a minimum of 2 years. If you're black or half black, like Conor Ben, or English, you should get a minimum of 2 years. Ryan Garcia should get a minimum of 2 years. Jaime Magia should get a minimum of 2 years. Francisco Rodriguez should get a minimum of 2 years. And then their promoters, whether it's Golden Shower Promotions, whether it's Matchroom for Conor Ben, whether it's whoever it is, Salida Promotions for Miller. If you are a promotional company and your fighter tests positive, you should have to forfeit some of your money. So you should have a significant forfeiture of the purse that you earned, because they're getting paid too. So Golden Boy should have had a significant amount of their purse deducted. Because if you look at the Golden Boy, they actually earned money off of Ryan Garcia cheating. Go look it up. It's documented. They gained money. Why are they gaining money? They didn't take no punches from a PED popping, racist, belligerent little bitch like Ryan Garcia. I think that was Devin Haney. Why is Golden Boy getting paid? They should be deducted money. And they should probably be, you know what I'm saying? They should probably have some type of reprimand or punishment based on, placed on them to where they can't promote fights for like 6 months. And then if you're a trainer, you cannot, at least your camp or your facilities should at least undergo a thorough investigation or audit, and then you should not be able to attend. I'm not saying you can't train, because you could train at your compound. You could train at your own personal, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? You can't really stop somebody from training somebody. You know, the technology is too hard unless you have somebody watching them and they're being freaking monitored 24/7. So I'm not going to be ridiculous. Like, you could train somebody, but on fight night, Eddie Reynoso cannot be in Canelo's corner. Eddie Reynoso can't be in Garcia's corner, or whoever, you know, not Garcia, but Francisco Rodriguez's corner. I think that's fair. You got to be punished, bro, because this is going to keep happening. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Shout out to Pat in the building, man. Big member in the building. Jarrell got 3 years old. You ought to give him 2 more. Give him 2 more. I just said, hey, shout out to Stand Back. I'm just saying that it should be a minimum of 2 years, because you know some fighters get less than 2 years. So I know there's some fighters like Alexander Povetkin, right? He retroactively just got a decade, right? He should get 2 more, yes. But no, I'm saying you should at least get 2 years is what I'm saying. So I just said that to show that I'm not just, because you know people try to twist your words, you know what I'm saying, and try to misconstrue your words and manipulate your message. I'm not saying this. It just so happens that they happen to be Mexican. They could have been Nigerian. They could have been American. They could have been English, but they're not. They could have been Australian, but they're not. They're Mexican. So that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? This is not an attack on, you know, one of my favorite fighters is Mexican. It doesn't matter, but it's not an attack on a certain demographic or ethnicity of boxers. But this is an attack on something that continuously happens. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it is what it is. But he said punished for no wrongdoing, for no proof of wrongdoing. I mean, I don't know what you think proof is, so I don't know what you need for proof. That's your own conversation there. Shout out to Al Booger, my boy Al Booger in the building. If you test positive, that's proof enough for me. So, yeah. Who's Canelo affiliated with? Reynoso, bro, boy, dirty. That boy, dirty, doc. Yes, sir. He said 13 in 9 years, you got to close the gym. Yeah, it's 14. I think it's 14 fighters in 9 years, Oscar. Whatever, they've been cheating and it's getting discovered. Facts. It's two more names for to be announced as positive, one lesser known and one attached to a well-known commodity in boxing. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. So it's wild, bro. He said I cut off, bro. Hey, y'all gotta chill, bro. That's because Victor the Lab earned his freedom by snitching on everyone. Those petty Reynoso allegations looking. Come on now. And I like Eddie Reynoso, man. Of course I like him. He's a trainer, one of my favorite fighters, man. Shout out to Canelo, my boy Cinnamon, man. But yeah, if you're a fighter, you test positive, bro. Like now, don't get me wrong. You know that I like Cinnamon, right? And I like Alicia Bumgarner. I like Cinnamon way more than I like Alicia Bumgarner. But Cinnamon out here clapping fools, bro. Let me check my DMs on my boy Tasha. So what I'm saying is that with Cinnamon, I like him, and I think that there is value in the fact that he took his case to court. Because I'm not oblivious to life, right? You know, thank God. You know, I know a little bit about something. Contamination is a real thing. You know, you see people get salmonella, you know, which is a disease, you know what I'm saying, you can get, which is a virus, right? You can get that from contamination. Anybody that works, even if you just have some type of inclination on how the food space works, you know that cross-contamination is a thing. So I'm not oblivious to the fact that accidents can happen, you know. So I respect Canelo for taking his clenbuterol case to court and proving in court, whether you think that it was set up or not, that's on your, I don't really care for the conspiracy theories. I'm not knocking you for doing it, whoever does, but I don't really care for that because there's enough information in the world to where I could really certify my thoughts and justify my thoughts with facts and documentation. I don't need to go off the range for a conspiracy. So if Alicia Bumgarner and Saul Canelo Alvarez, who by the way never tested positive for PEDs in their system during the night of a fight, we need to make that distinction as well. That's the difference between Ryan Garcia and Jaime Munguia and Francisco Rodriguez. Canelo and Alicia Bumgarner never tested positive during the night of the fight, so they weren't actively cheating their opponents, but they both got caught with positive tests, and they both stood on their feet, you know, stood 10 toes down with their story. They didn't switch up their story from ashwagandha. They didn't switch up their story from NutriBio. They didn't switch up their story from their strength and conditioning coach Scooter. They didn't switch up their story from their opponents, right? You know, their rival little brother's dreams. They didn't switch up their story from whatever other pack they were smoking on that contaminated. No, they stuck with one story. They took it to court, stood on business, and they were found innocent of intentionally ingesting an illegal substance by the court of law, by the judicial system. I'm cool with that. You see what I'm saying? They took it to a higher party, and they had a judgment put on them, and the judgment resulted in both of their suspensions being reduced because negligence is not a proof of innocence, but at least it means that you did not intentionally put anything in your system with the intentions to cheat. You see what I'm saying? I do think that's worth noting. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm cool with Canelo and Alicia Bumgarner. It's not the same thing. They never tested positive. That's why they don't have anything that resulted in a no contest like Ryan Garcia or like even Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis, I don't like to bring him up in the same boat because Keyshawn Davis is not a victim, but his is due to circumstance, right? He wasn't on a PED, right? He wasn't on a performance enhancing drug. He was on a banned substance. Every banned substance is not a PED. So he was on marijuana, and marijuana, while legal in some states, some recreationally, some just legal period, you know, in Texas where he fought Nahir Albright, marijuana is considered a banned substance. So he tested positive for marijuana. That's why his majority decision victory over Wu Albright or Nahir Albright was overturned to a no contest. Not because he had ostarine in the system or clenbuterol or a heightened level of testosterone. No, it's because he was on marijuana. And in Texas, marijuana is a banned substance. You know what I'm saying? In some places it's not, but in Texas it is. That's why it resulted in a no contest. Not because he had a PED in the system, but it's still a banned substance. And because it's a banned substance, it resulted in no contest. But a lot of people wouldn't know that because they don't really know what they're talking about. They just talk out the side of their necks and flap their gums because they do or don't like somebody. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to Anubis, man. He said, anyways, top 5. We gonna get there, bro. We gonna get there. He said, shout out to my guy, Ty. He just sent me a DM. Imam Katayev tested. Yeah, I already knew, man. Shout out to somebody who came in the stream, and yep, I didn't speak on Katayev yet, but we're gonna talk about that too. Ty, shout out to you, bro. This is my first time seeing this. Someone came to the stream and put me on game. They said Imam Katayev. I don't know who that was. Shout out to them. I can't remember who it was because I was in the middle of a speech and I forgot to double back and go back there, man. Shout out to them. They came in. I think it was Brooklyn Boy. Shout out to Brooklyn Boy. He said David Morrell's opponent, Imam Katayev, just got a 2-year ban for testing positive for clomiphene. So you know what's crazy about that too? And I'm gonna get back there. I need to talk about the Shakur situation. But it's just so funny that these are the same guys that say, "Oh, we want a smaller ring." Imam Katayev, see, that's why I said I got David Morrell winning by unanimous decision, and I'm taking this victory. Because I think he would have beat the hell out of him. He would have pummeled him, regardless of the PEDs. But because you're on PEDs, you should cancel the fight. He should be reprimanded. I shouldn't see Imam Katayev for another 2 years. I'm not going to lie to you. Because when you test positive and you want things like a smaller ring, it shows me that your integrity is messed up. You're really trying to put pressure and put punishment on David Morrell illegally. You should never be able to box again, in my personal opinion, but 2 years will suffice. You know what I'm saying? I got to read the report and do my due diligence. This is breaking news right now, so I don't know. So I don't want to speak on it too heavily, but it's just funny that Imam Katayev and his Jim Cambosis, who's his manager, and his team were saying, oh, they want an 18 by 18 ring so they could cheat my boy, David Morrell. That is wicked, bro. That shit is trash, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. That junk is trash, bro. Imam Katayev is trash.
Know your fucking place. Trash.
You want PEDs and an 18 by 18 ring. Shout out to Slime. Al Booger says Texas, all that BS. Come on, Lone Star State. Yep. Pat Bendero says Crawford needs to be super careful. Nasty work for Reynoso fighters. He needs to Crawford needs to cancel. I mean, he should consider canceling the fight. And if I'm Bomac, I'm telling him to consider canceling. I'm not saying he will, but I think he should consider that. Shout out to my guy Oscar, man. He said I'm calling it. I'm gonna pull you up when I get there, bro. I'm not opening the lines yet. I got to get to this next topic. Shout out to my guy Oscar in the building, man. Dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. So yeah, we go again. You said Bumgarner was juicing, my opinion. You see how big her head is, and she might be. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's the thing too. Says I'm not saying that she wasn't. What I'm saying, I mean, obviously she was. She got popped with something, right? So it had something in there, but she said it was what she said it was that honey pack. You know what I'm saying? It's for that. You know what I'm saying? They trying to get it in. I'm not saying that these people aren't Jews. Like, I would never say Canelo, as much as I like him, I would never say Canelo was innocent of never having PEDs in the system. No, he did have it in the system. But I do think that it matters when you're intentional. And some people just got big old tank heads. You know what I'm saying? Alicia Bumgarner got a big old head, you know. But you're right, though. You know, that is a sign of cheating, right? You know, Barry Bonds, Manny Pacquiao, Alicia Bumgarner. There's a lot of people who have a lot of suspicion on them based on their size of their cranium. So I'm not mad at anybody who thinks Alicia Bumgarner is cheating. I'm not mad at anybody that thinks Canelo is still a cheater. But it's just me, you know. I could only speak for me and my sensibilities. I just think that, you know, mistakes can happen, and then, you know, whether you want to believe that it was totally a mistake, that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not fighting for him, but I will say that for me personally, I'm cool with them taking it to court, because it at least shows me that you at least believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, according to this report, shout out to my guy, Ty just put me on game with Imam Katayev. We're going to double back on this. Somebody please remind me to come back to Imam Katayev, because this is crazy. But yeah, I want to double back to the Shakur stuff, right? I see some people talking about the Shakur stuff. He said they're coming for cats right now. Another Benavidez bit the dust last week. Yeah, bro. Yeah, they need to, bro. They need to. They need to, man. Everybody needs to get checked. That's what I say, bro. That's why I've always advocated for this. Like I said, I'm not talking about PBC fighters, Golden Boy fighters, Matchroom fighters, Top Rank fighters, boxer fighters, Queensberry fighters. I'm talking about all fighters, man. You know, I think that everybody there needs to be like a overall United Nations of boxing doping that needs to, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, I'm not saying that it's going to be a league, because boxing is so fractured and fragmented that it may not be feasible for them to get everybody to go into one standard, but at least have the same standards in a nation. You know what I'm saying? Like in Japan, if you get caught dirty in Osaka, you can't fight in freaking Tokyo. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like once you get caught, you caught. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, but in America, you know, you have one rules in Texas where marijuana is a banned substance, but then you go to New York, it's okay. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's so fragmented that it doesn't even, like, a lot of stuff, these commissions don't even have full jurisdiction over the entire nation. So, you know, and then you see a lot of stuff like, okay, you get banned in America. I mean, you get banned in England by the BBBFC, the British Boxing Board of Control. But then if you're Conor Ben, you can go fight in America. Or if you're Antonio Margarito, you get caught cheating in America, you can go fight in Mexico. That's trash, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get caught cheating in Japan, you shouldn't be able to fight in Nigeria. If you get caught cheating in Nigeria, you can't fight in Jamaica. You get caught in Jamaica, you can't fight in Australia. You get caught in Australia, you can't fight in America. You see what I'm saying? We should at least be able to agree on that cheating is bad. And you know what I'm saying? It should be a recognized punishment everywhere, bro. But that's just how boxing is, you know? So it is what it is, man. Her head wasn't always that big. Yeah, facts. Yeah, hey, I don't know, man. They never lock up the informant. Hey, I don't know, man. And Honey Pack, hell no. They playing chess. Can't test positive. There's no drug screening. Come on now. And I like Pacquiao too, but it looks suspicious. It does look suspicious. If you don't think it looks suspicious, you're crazy. You know, it's so funny. Like I said with Pacquiao, you know, and I like Pacquiao. He's a legend, right? But the case is that you don't think it's suspicious that when he was about to fight Floyd, forget all the head size getting bigger and all. I don't even care about that, but that's something to notice as well. But I'm going to talk about facts here. You don't think it's suspicious that Floyd Mayweather advocated for Olympic style testing and Manny Pacquiao cited all types of reasons, like religious reasons? And you know me, I'm a religious person. I pray before every channel. I mean, every show and all that. I'm not saying I'm the most religious, you know, it's not a competition, but I'm saying that, you know, I'm religious, right? You can just tell by paying attention to my channel. So if you have a religious excuse or reasoning, I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, bet, you know, you don't want to take blood work because it violates your religion. However, when we talk about sports, I think it supersedes. That's the beauty of sports, right? It supersedes any type of discrimination. It supersedes any type of differences when it comes to ethnicity or complexion. It should supersede even religion. There's people coming together for the sake of sport and competition and fairness and equality, right? You could even argue that in some cases, a lot of cases, that sport period broke down a lot of barriers between differences. So what I'm saying is that if you are religious, even if it's a religious or sexual orientation or a nationality, whatever, in order to ensure the safety of and welfare of the fighters, that should not supersede the rules that are trying to protect somebody's person. You know what I'm saying? Because people do wicked stuff out of religion. You know what I'm saying? Like some people kill each other based off of their religious beliefs, or they even go and, you know, do domestic terrorism or even international terrorism based on religious beliefs. So, you know, if you're potentially harming somebody, religion shouldn't even be an excuse or justification to do that. So what I'm saying is this: if you want to do Olympic style drug testing like Floyd Mayweather did when it came to fighting Pacquiao, and Pacquiao's reasoning for not wanting to get blood work done is because of religion, I'm saying freak that. It doesn't matter. If you want to fight me, if we're going to fight, if you're competing, you have to take a blood test. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your orientation is. I don't care what your coloration is. I don't care what your complexion is. I don't care about your beliefs. We're trying to ensure the safety of fighters and fair play, right? But that's not even the suspicious part, right? He eventually complied. But guess what? If it was religious based, right, for you not wanting to take the test, what did we just hear about the Olympics in 2026? Didn't Manny Pacquiao say he wants to be involved in the Olympics? So if you want to be involved in the Olympics, don't you think that they do Olympic style drug testing? The same Olympic style drug testing that you so emphatically disapproved of when it came to fighting Floyd Mayweather? Oh, so maybe you had to change your religion in this time. I mean, there's a lot of years that passed. Maybe he done converted to another religion that allows Olympic drug style testing. Or maybe the truth of the matter is that he was probably hiding something. I mean, you think for yourself, bro. I mean, the information is there. The documentation is there. I can't make it up, man. You got to do your own. You got to search within yourself and find out for yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? He was opposed to Olympic style drug testing against Floyd Mayweather, but then the same person wants to be in the Olympics and compete for his country. But I thought you didn't like blood testing based on your religion. Well, unless you converted from Christianity to Islam, or went from Islam to to Judaism, or from Judaism to being a Buddhist. I mean, it just seems very suspicious. Or maybe he's an atheist. I don't know. You know, it just seems very suspicious. But anyway, let's keep it going, man. I want to switch it up to Shakur Stevenson, man. I want to show y'all this right here. Shakur Stevenson. I don't know why my Twitter keeps I be having it pulled up, chat, and then my Twitter just like refreshes. And then I'm gonna take some callers. Shout out to my guy. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Oscar, I'm gonna pull you up. You definitely have priority. Anybody could call in, you know what I'm saying? Oscar got priority. He dropped a super chat and he's a member. So when you're a member, whether you go in first or not, my members always get priority when it comes to calling in. I think that's a perk that I could give them, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you do a super chat. If you're a member and you do a super chat, oh, you definitely get priority. So I'm just not there yet. I want to talk about this Shakur Stevenson stuff, man. So I want y'all to listen to this clip, man. Manny was Manny was definitely suspicious. I like Manny. I don't think he was cheating because he never got caught. Like I said, once again, I don't waste my time with conspiracy theories. You know what I'm saying? So do I think a refusal to take a test is enough for me to say, oh yeah, you definitively cheated? No, I don't. I don't think he cheated. If you ask me, do I think Manny was cheating? No. Do I think that you have room for suspicion? Absolutely. Just like Canelo. I don't think Canelo's cheating right now. Do I think that there's room for suspicion? Absolutely. I think that everybody should be suspicious, you know what I'm saying? But I am American and I do live by the creed that you're innocent until proven guilty. But a lot of people conveniently live by you're guilty until proven innocent if they like you. You know, I'm always, if you're innocent until proven guilty. But, you know, if we're tested, I think everybody should be tested. Whether I think you cheated or not, you should be tested. That's to ensure the sanctity and the purity and the integrity of the sport. So it is what it is. He said he didn't like needles. Come on now, stand back. He said he didn't like needles. He said it was his religion to not extract blood. He said a lot of things. These are just facts. Look it up. It's documented. I ain't no cap in my rap. But let's go to this Shakur real quick. He said female boxers better take notes from Alicia. Fornicating or performing fellatio with a partner using a honey pack or any sexual PEDs will result in an inconclusive or false positive test. Yep. like I said, whether you people believe it, I believe her. You know what I'm saying? She took it to court, and she, to me, that's what she did. You know, I believe her just like I believe Cinnamon. You know, so but let's listen to what so Shakur has a lot of people in an uproar because he said this in regards to his top 3.
Not Inoue. A lot of people have Inoue up there.
And you see, the person that clipped this, let me be very clear. This guy right here, Dan the Boxing Man, I don't know his allegiances. You know, I don't know if he doesn't like Shakur or he likes Shakur, but my thing is this, right? This was only a 21-second clip. Why not put the whole thing? But you know me, chat. I do my due diligence. I watch the whole thing. So I think there's some necessary nuance to be added to this. But he just took a part and he started at this part.
Not Inoue.
Not Inoue. That lets you know who starts a conversation like that. Not Inoue. That means that he probably gave a list and it didn't include Inoue, or it didn't include Inoue where Ariel Helwani is accustomed to seeing him. And it's the latter if you watch the full clip. But let's just play this clip that people are going to go off of because they're uneducated and ignorant, and they think that clips are indicative of a whole interview, like editing doesn't exist. But anyway, let's keep it going.
Not Inoue. A lot of people have Inoue up there.
I just think with Inoue, he kind of he had that one fight with Cool Boy Steph, and he did good that fight. He looked good. But then after that fight, I just felt like they crucified me for like fighting no-name fighters and people that people don't know. I felt like he kind of done the same thing. So
not Inoue. A lot of people have Inoue.
So basically, Shakur said that Inoue hasn't really fought many people as far as a personnel standpoint. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna clear this up for those that want to hear my opinion. I appreciate you. Don't forget to smack that like button. Shakur said that Inoue is not in his top 3. In my personal opinion, I agree with Shakur that Inoue's personnel is lacking from a personnel standpoint. The part that I disagree with Shakur emphatically is the fact that he's not top 3. I think he's top 3 because the top 3 guys, in my personal opinion, Bud, Usyk, and Inoue, they are all phenomenal fighters, and they share the commonality, the distinction of being 2-time undisputed in 2 different weight classes and undefeated while doing it. That's spectacular. You see what I'm saying? So for me, the biggest accolade, I don't think it's for me, it's not an opinion, it's truth. The biggest accolade that you could achieve in boxing from a single standpoint is being undisputed in your division, meaning that you is undisputed. No one could dispute that you're the best in your division, in your domain. You've effectively conquered your domain, right? So that's the difference. So yes, Shakur doesn't really have big names, and I agree that is comparable between him and Inoue, but the difference is that Inoue has wiped out his divisions, while if you maybe not having recognizable names. So from a personnel standpoint, I agree with Shakur. The part that I disagree is that Inoue is undisputed in 2 different weight classes. So he's definitely top 3. For me, it's Bud, Usyk, and Inoue top 3. And you want they're interchangeable. However, the question was Shakur's top 3. It wasn't Shakur's top 10. It wasn't his top 5. It was his top 3. Meaning that Shakur could have Inoue in his top 10. What's wrong with that? If someone disagrees with me and I have Bud, Usyk, Inoue 1, 2, and 3 respectively. If someone has Usyk, Inoue, and Bud, okay. If someone has Inoue, Usyk, and Bud, okay. If someone has Inoue, Bud, Usyk, okay. Some people may not have Usyk on there because he's a heavyweight. I disagree with that notion, especially because he came from cruiserweight. But some people don't put heavyweights on there. I disagree. I think that they have pound for pound confused. You know, pound for pound is to normalize the weight classes, not to exclude any weight classes. But that's a whole nother conversation. Anyway, but my point is, I don't think there's anything wrong with not having Naoya Inoue in your top 3. Why do people feel like, oh, he's just should be there by default? I think he should be there. But there's different opinions. And his opinion is that from a personnel standpoint, Naoya Inoue is lacking. And people will say, oh, well, you're tripping. He fought Inoue fought Nonito Donaire. Yeah, he fought an old Nonito Donaire. He fought Jason Maloney. Well, he fought Jason Maloney. Jason Maloney already had a loss. Oh, he fought Paul Butler. Paul Butler already had 2 losses. And he lost to a guy, Emmanuel Rodriguez, who was another guy that Naoya Inoue beat. So before you say that Naoya Inoue beat all these great guys from a personnel standpoint, I think Shakur is right. I think Fulton is clearly by far the best person that he beat. Nonito Donaire is a more legendary fighter, but at the time that he fought Nonito Donaire was old. Both times. So Stephen Coolboy Fulton was a great win. I actually had Inoue beating Fulton going in, and he beat him. So that's a great win. Fulton's a great win. I'll even say Nonair is a great win. Whatever. Okay, cool. Even the old Nonair, that's a great win. And I think Emmanuel Rodriguez is another great win that people overlook, and especially because he was undefeated when Naoya Inoue beat him. But Paul Butler lost twice already. Jason Maloney, he lost already. And Tapales, the only reason why people say Marlon Tapales is good is because he beat MJ Akhmadaliev by split decision. The same MJ Akhmadaliev that people that are Naoya Inoue fans will say is trash and doesn't deserve the fight against Inoue. But you just told me that Marlon Tapales is a good win for Inoue, and you only know him because he beat MJ Akhmadaliev by split decision. But then you're telling me the guy in MJ Akhmadaliev, he's not even good enough to deserve an opportunity to fight Inoue. But you're telling me a guy who the only person that you know he beat is MJ Akhmadaliev, and you're listing him as a good win. By the way, Marlon Tapales also had 3 losses before he lost to Inoue. Inoue was his 4th loss. So if you want to talk about from a personnel standpoint, there's a lot of guys that I can interchange with Shakur's personnel and Inoue's personnel, and they're about on an even playing field. However, like I said, where I disagree emphatically is the fact that, to me, once you're undisputed, I don't care who you fought. You're undisputed. You effectively conquered your domain. You're the man in your domain. You can, and in the domain in which you campaign, you became the man. So I don't even care about the personnel you fought, and that's what undisputed means. It means that, hey, no matter who stepped up, whether it's popular or whether it was a unpopular guy, or a guy you're familiar with or unfamiliar with, a decorated guy or undecorated guy, undefeated guy or a defeated guy, you still cleaned out your division. So to me, that's where I disagree. In my personal opinion, he is top 3, but in Shakur's is not. And guess what Shakur said is his top 3? Shakur said his top 3 is number 1, Terrence Bud Crawford, number 2, Dimitri Bivol, and number 3, Alexander Usyk. What is wrong with that? Bivol is my number 4 on my pound for pound list. He might be number 5. Sometimes I go back and forth. Sometimes I have Cinnamon as number 4. Sometimes I have Bivol as number 4. But my top 5, no particular order, is Bud, Inoue, Usyk, Bivol, and Canelo. So one of my top 5 is in Shakur's top 3. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with putting Bivol, a guy who has Beterbiev on his resume, and some people argue beat Beterbiev twice, and has the face of boxing on his resume, who he smoked? What's wrong with having Bivol? And a guy, not to mention Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez, the guy who's currently the unified WBA, WBO cruiserweight champion. Oh yeah, by the way, Dimitri Bivol was the first person to beat him. And the only person to beat him. So what's wrong with having Bivol instead of Inoue in your top 3? Because that's who his top 3 is. But people would just be so emotional, bro. They want everybody to agree with them. Everybody wants to move in unison like a bunch of sheep. What's wrong with saying that Bivol and Bud and Usyk are your top 3? What's wrong with that? He didn't say, "Oh, my top 3 is myself, Keyshawn Davis, and whoever else you say is his friend. I don't know, Richardson Hitchens or I don't know, Caleb Plant." He didn't say anything outrageous. He said Dimitri Bivol and Usyk and Bud is his top 3. Whoop-de-doo. People are just ridiculous, bro. People are crazy, bro. So he said, shouldn't how you win matter when splitting hairs? Sometimes it does, but no, it doesn't matter all the time. Anyways, putting guys in body bags, Shakur tickles guys' decisions. See, because you don't like Shakur. You're saying he tickles guys' decisions. That's a stylistic fight. You know what's so crazy about that, Young Guns? Shout out to Young Guns. I respect your opinion, but I disagree emphatically. We stop how you beat guys isn't determined by knocking them out. This is boxing, not knockout kings. You could dominate somebody and not knock them out. In fact, you could knock somebody out and still not dominate them, right? Didn't Raymond Ford stop Odebek? What's his name? Odebek. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about. Odebek. I don't remember his first name. Didn't Ray Ford stop Odebek? Did he dominate him? I'll wait. Last time I checked, Ray Ford stopped Odebek Kumatov, right? He stopped Odebek in like 6 seconds left in the 12th round. It was like a Kobe clutch play. Did Ray Ford dominate him because he stopped him? No. Right? The answer is no, right? Did people who is every person that gets stopped in the later rounds, that means that they got dominated? No. Last time I checked, Ramon Cardenas dropped Naoya Inoue. Naoya Inoue stopped him, but he also got dropped too in the process. Louis Neary dropped Naoya Inoue. Naoya Inoue stopped him, but he also got dropped in the process. When have you seen Shakur Stevenson dropped? Another case in point, Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao, they both fought. Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao both fought Ricky Hatton. Manny Pacquiao stopped Ricky Hatton in 2 rounds. Floyd Mayweather took 10 rounds. But Floyd Mayweather check cooked Ricky Hatton and made him go head first into a turnbuckle like a bull in a matador. He made Ricky Hatton look foolish. In my personal opinion, Floyd Mayweather's, based on his style, stylistically speaking, I think Floyd Mayweather dominated Ricky Hatton more than Manny Pacquiao did. Even though Manny Pacquiao beat him faster. But that was conducive with his style of fighting. You see what I'm saying? So you could pick somebody apart effectively for 12 rounds and not be touched, and not be damaged, and not be hurt. And you could go to war with somebody and ends up in a stoppage. Did Fabio Wardley dominate Justice Hooney? Justice Hooney didn't lose a second of that fight until it was over. He lost every moment of that fight, essentially. But then Justice Hooney slipped up, and Fabio Wardley, he caught him with a big right hand. And it was over. Did he dominate him? No, you could argue that Justice Hooney dominated Fabio Wardley. Deontay Wilder, you could argue that Louis King Kong Ortiz was beating Deontay Wilder until he wasn't. Until he got stopped. So shout out to Young Guns. I respect your opinion. I agree with you though. You know, we do have to take out our microscope, and when we analyze things like greatness, we do have to be like nitpick, if you will. But at the same time, I don't want to just draw a blanketed statement and be like, okay, this guy's a big puncher, so if he knocks out a guy who's a finesse fighter, it means that he dominated him more. I don't think that's necessarily all. Sometimes it makes sense, yes, in our minds, to be like, okay, bet this guy got knocked out, oh, so he got whooped. This guy didn't get knocked out, so it was a struggle. But that's not always synonymous. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes those things are mutually exclusive. Shout out to my guy, Tech Them Dad in the building. My guy. He said, Wardley against Hooney definitely didn't dominate. Right, exactly. Shout out to but that was a good point by Young Guns. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was a great point. You know, it's something to talk about. You know what I'm saying? I do think how you win matters. But at the same time, how you fight matters as well. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a knockout artist, you're not going to suddenly transform into the Hulk if you're Bruce Banner. You know what I'm saying? Shakur, like, you know, so that's like comic book stuff. You know, Shakur is not a, man, that was a good ass reference, man. I ain't gonna lie, I pat myself on the back. You know, Shakur is like a thinker in there, like a Bruce Banner. You know what I'm saying? Bruce Banner is what, like a PhD in physics or something. He's like a physicist, astrophysicist, whatever he is. You know what I'm saying? Or no. I think Tony Stark was a physicist, and Bruce Banner's like a some type of biologist or something. I don't remember, or a chemist, whatever he is. Anyway, the point is that Bruce Banner's a thinker. The Hulk is a monster. You know what I'm saying? So Shakur is gonna outthink you and beat you. A lot of times mentally. Tank is gonna turn in. I think Tank is the best of both worlds, really. I think Tank is I think people, here I go comparing Tank and Shakur like always. But I think that Tank is a more complete fighter. Like, he has almost everything, you know, but I think he's a very cerebral fighter, and I think people overlook how much he sets traps and how intelligent he is. And I think Canelo is also a very intelligent fighter. You know, I think people overlook that, you know, but Tank also has the ability to get you up out of there. So, you know, but you could argue that Rolly was winning some of his fights, right? I could argue that Shakur dominated Artem Hartunian more than Tank dominated Rolly. I could argue that, because there was moments where Rolly was winning up until he wasn't, right? Even, you know, but Artem Hartunian, I don't think you can really argue there was a moment that he was beating Shakur. Now, who would I rather watch? Tank all day. That's why I mean, and I think Tank is a better fighter. I got Tank beating Shakur, but that doesn't mean that dominance doesn't show in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Tim Duncan was dominant, but people say he's boring, right? He's fundamental. His dominance doesn't look like him jumping over you and dunking like Blake Griffin. But who's a better player? Tim Duncan, for sure. But yeah, so I don't think, that was a good question. I mean, that was a good statement though, Young Guns. I like that. Hey, give me a second. Let me check about Dar real quick. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna run this ad real quick. I'll be right back. Yo, Doc here from your favorite boxing channel, Dr. Boxing Talk. And I want to officially welcome you as a member to the Boxing Talk family, aka BTF. So I want to thank you. Your support is greatly appreciated, and this channel is nothing without you. So what do you get? Well, there's a multitude of perks that you get access to, like special member shoutouts when you enter the chat, and some other additional alerts. Not to mention these fire emojis. Yeah, access to emojis like the GOAT, the GOAT, the face of boxing, the legend, the Ayo, and the No Diddy. Not to mention, you know, the GTD chain. You got to bring them out, and it wouldn't be the same if we forgot about these biscuits. And so many more. Not to mention, if you subscribe to some of the highest tier levels, you get to do things like pick the topic of discussion, and you
forget to have your very own emote. Yes, your ugly mug will be featured on the channel by yours truly. It's just another way for me to give back to my most loyal supporters. And of course, there's even more additional perks than that. But most importantly, you'll get the satisfaction of knowing you're a key, essential, imperative part to keep us going and growing. You know, we get the hustle off the muscle, so it's important that we rock together, you know? And remember, God is good all the time, and God is good. And you know that we prioritize facts over feelings, so that's why you rock with us. So big salute from Dr. Boxing Talk, and yeah, can't wait to see you in the next stream. Thank you for the support.
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. If I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Yes, sir. We back. My bad, y'all. That's why my dog was barking, because my food came. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we about to take some calls now. I'm about to eat anyway, so. My food just came, so. Let's go. I just go. Oh, shoot, I forgot to grab a water. I'll be right back. My fault, y'all. All right, I'm back. My fault, y'all. True. I just give a bit more credit for stoppages. No, but there's nothing wrong with that, Young Guns. Me too. I think stoppages are good, you know. But at the same time, I don't expect a fighter who's not known. Like, for example, Devin Haney and Regis, that was a dominant performance. And I like Tank. You know, I would rather watch Tank. I'm not even gonna use Tank. Let's say was Lomachenko more dominant? Was Lomachenko's victory over Kambosos more dominant than Devin Haney's victory over Prograis? Because it ended in an 11th round stoppage? I don't think so. I think there was less back and forth. I think there was less back and forth in Haney and Prograis than I think there was more back and forth in Lomachenko and Kambosos than there was in Haney and Regis. Let's keep going and growing, you feel me? All right, we're going to pause that. We're going to pause that. But yeah, let me pull up my guy, Oscar, man. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with anybody saying that. I don't have a problem with what Shakur said. But yeah, we're going to pause that, Ty. You wildin'.
No, did he?
But I do think that there's some nuance. I think that he is top 3 because he's undisputed. Just like that's why Terrence Crawford's undisputed. Top 3. That's why Usyk is, you know, let's be fair. Like who could really name Usyk's cruiserweight opponents? You could probably name 2. As much as I watch boxing, I can think of 2 people off the top of my head. Cruiserweight. Maris Bradis, Tony Bellew. I could think of more if I think longer, but you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I think we got to be honest, you know. At bantamweight, nobody's really naming anybody that in a way fought, you know. And part of it is the division too, you know. It's a smaller division, you know. It's like Oscar Collazo, who's a current minimum weight unified champion. Is that as glamorous as Boots being a unified champion? No, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The talent pool is more shallow at the smaller weights. We got to factor that in too, you know? So, but I do disagree. I disagree with Shakur. Because like I said, I respect being undisputed. I think I respect champions. You know, when people say Kambosos is trash, you would never hear me say that. I respect champions. There's a lot of fighters that don't become champions. But at the same time too, we gotta You got to factor all things in, man. And I don't think necessarily that Shakur is wrong. I think he's wrong because he's top 3, but I don't think he's wrong for his stance, for his opinion. Shout out to my guy Clone, man, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Shout out to my guy Clone, man, hitting me on the Cash App, bro. Talking trash as usual because he a hater. But I appreciate it, bro. Shout at least the hate come with a little bread. You know what I'm talking about? He said, it's okay to mute your mic when you eat it. That's a hater, bro. Like I be smacking, man. Let me pull up my guy Oscar. Shout out to my guy Oscar for being patient. The lines are open now. There's a lot of stuff I need to talk about still, but I'm about to eat. So, you know, and when you are a member, anybody could call in. When you call in, you get 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like my boy Young Gun says, people done got knocked out in 3 minutes. You know what I'm saying? People done got knocked out in the first round. So 3 minutes is enough time to get your point across. And don't worry about the time, because when you go over, I'll just play the music to let you know that you're yapping. You're loquacious. You feel me? And that music sounds a little bit like this. If I can find it. I can't find it. That's why I need a soundboard, y'all. There you go. Music sound like this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, call in, man. Everybody can call in, man. I don't bite. I like to hear people's opinions. I like Young Guns, and people call in, man. Don't be scared, man. I ain't gonna. Everything doesn't have to be a debate around here. You know what I'm saying? It's not the type of show that I have. We can debate if you want to, but I like to listen, man. We about to bring in my guy Oscar, man. Oscar in the building, mi hermano Cardinal. Let's go, man. Oscar, what it do, bro? Appreciate your patience, man. Oscar's not ready. Yo, my guy. Yeah, man. No, you're good. Nah, ain't your fault, man. I know you was waiting for a minute, man. Thank you for your patience, bro. Talk to me, bro. I know you said you got a lot to say.
I gotta wait on him. I was like, I gotta wait on him. Now he gotta wait on me.
Petty.
Hey, I'm petty as fuck. Now, about the Shakur thing, man, I don't even think that's the most far-fetched thing I've heard this year. I mean, is it crazier than Bam Rodriguez being number 3, number 4? I don't think so.
Thank you, bro. I don't see the problem, bro. What's the problem?
I don't see it either. And it's his opinion, too. It's not your opinion.
Right. And you know what's crazy? My bad. I'm not supposed to be eating. But it's not like the guy told him his list. He asked him his list, and then he didn't have Inoue on there. So he said, oh, no Inoue? It wasn't like the guy said, oh, yeah, Inoue's not on here because he's trash. No, you asked him, and he gave you a list, and then you were surprised that he didn't have Inoue on there. So he wouldn't even brought up Inoue.
Yeah. No, and you know how he I don't like that guy, honestly.
Oh, you don't like him?
Personally. Nah.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But something that the Shakur thing is that bad, honestly. I think just people overreacting. Because you know how is like the golden child.
Yeah.
And what he said is facts, actually. Like, what's in I think Padley was a better opponent than Ramon Cardenas.
Talk to him. Hold on. I'm gonna need you to repeat that. I don't think they heard you in the back. Please say that again.
I don't even think what he said was crazy. I think Padley and I don't know about Cardenas actually, but I'm gonna say Cardenas.
I don't know about
I got to think about that one for a minute because he was ranked number 1, but at the same time, who did he fought? He fought nobody. Like I think Padley had was it Chamberlain or Leech Warrior?
Mark Thunder Chamberlain.
Yeah, and he upset the title shot for him. So I think, I say Cardenas, for sure. T.J. Doheny, for sure. Jim Kim, the orphan.
Yeah, Yi Jun Kim. You're right. Yi Jun Kim.
Oh, that's his name?
Yeah, Yi Jun. My bad. Yi Jun Kim. Korean.
He sounds too close to a North Korea guy. I ain't gonna lie.
He is Korean. I don't know if he's. I think he's South Korean though.
No, he's South Korean, but I'm saying like that name sounds too close to a North Korean guy. But yeah, I think Cardenas, Padley. I even say Mir, because Mir was on the downhill before he fought Inoue.
Yep. And you know what's crazy? No,
But,
and
yeah.
I know Josh Padley was late, but everybody you just named, and you know, I don't care about losses. You know, losses don't mean you're bad. But the current climate of boxing does. And everybody you just named about 4 fighters. The only one that was undefeated was Josh Padley.
Yeah. No, yeah. And they want to say that he's an electrician. You know, those are the princes of electrician, but the other guy was a lift driver. So I can't say that.
Look, and Chad, when he says that the other guy was a lift driver, he doesn't. He's not bull driving. He was literally a lift driver. But that's okay. You know, like you said, Padley was an electrician, but the other guy was a lift driver. Literally, that's what people say figuratively. Like, oh, he's a bum. He's an Uber driver. This guy literally drove lifts.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think it's crazy what he said. I mean, and then it's not like he said, "Oh, I had me in number 3." No, he had other accomplished fighters.
Right.
You gotta give him props for that. I don't think you can get mad. Now, the thing I want to talk about. You sure Morel's opponent don't got Mexican in him?
That's crazy. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure. I think that's crazy. Shout out to Oscar.
Bro, what's up? What's up with these fighters and pumps, man? Just fight. Get fight. Stop it.
I don't know, bro. It's sad, man. Like this is not even. It's not even becoming a problem. It is a full-fledged, bona fide, full-blown problem, bro.
Yes.
Full-blown, bro. I will say this though. To be fair, at least to my knowledge, this one's not affiliated with Reynoso. I don't think.
Bro, Reynoso's got to be suspended.
Right.
Well, you know what? Either they got to close the gym or he got to be reprimanded really, really hard.
Yes.
Because, like you said, I think it's 14 actually. I don't think it's 13.
Yep.
That's 2 fighters in less than a year. No, 3 fighters in less than a year.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Munguia was just last month, bro. Bro, yes. Munguia was so recent, they don't even have the punishment yet. Bro, that's crazy, bro. Munguia tested positive is so recent, they haven't even bestowed the punishment yet, and Reynoso has another fighter that tests positive. Nah, bro, that's crazy, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, they
gotta close it, man.
Nah, bro.
How the fuck do you how do you argue that? Like, how do you back up your statement like, oh, it wasn't me, it was the fighters? 14 of them were the fighters? 14 fighters under your command at the same time. So you're telling me 14 fighters at the same time under your umbrella, Pop Dirty. And it was all on them? You didn't know? But come on, man.
It's too much, man. I hate it, bro, but something has to happen, though. Something has to happen.
Something, and now, like, the Bud problem fight, like you said, I don't think it should happen.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Do you think Canelo will fight without Eddie? I don't think so.
I don't think
so.
Just would, yeah.
Suspend Eddie and
right.
Cancel the fight.
Yeah. That's why I said that. I'm so glad that you just said that. It's because not because I necessarily think that Canelo is cheating. It's just that I know that Canelo wouldn't fight. So what I'm proposing is that Reynoso gets suspended. So, but I don't think Canelo would fight without Reynoso. So just cancel the fight.
Yeah, and like I said, it's 14. Really, 14 in 9 years. If you think about it, 4 more, and that's 2 per year. And, yeah, man, it's just this PED situation is getting out of hand. Honestly, somebody's got to crack down on something. Somebody's got to cover something. It's just getting crazy. Think about all the cases and all the major cases that popped last year to this year, and this year's not even over.
Yes, bro. Well, then what? Month 7? July, right? Yeah,
July. That's crazy. Shout out to me. Tomorrow's my birthday, guys.
Oh man, happy birthday, brother! Yes, sir. Hopefully, I can tell you happy birthday tomorrow and stuff too. But just in case, you know, you're busy or something. Happy birthday.
But yeah, man, it's like this is crazy, man. It's just I can't even find words, honestly.
I can't be either. This man Chloe talking about he on LeBron roids. It's crazy. You on that Bronny pack?
But at least Bronny, you know what I mean? It's like basketball. You know,
I agree with that. I think the worst. Yeah, I think the worst sports to cheat in is contact sports, or especially combat sports. You know, I mean, basketball is technically a contact sport, but I'm talking about like high contact, like football or something like that. But especially combat sports, yeah.
Football, man, they got all them pads in them. Man, they can pop all they want.
That's crazy. Nah, but you walling.
If you would have said rugby, I'm like, oh yeah, cool.
Rugby too.
But you said football, I'm like, man, they got all the safety harness, and then they're making it easy on the quarterback, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So nah, they're good. They're good. If you want to do PEDs in football, I'm cool with it. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, you walling, but I guess it's there. No, I don't think PEDs in any sport, man. I don't care if you're swimming.
I don't know. Get me wrong. You should get reprimanded, but I mean, it's
not that
man.
bad. I got you. Yes, I see.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
CTE is real,
like
bro.
Boxing. You see all the rules that you can't even dive with your head down. You can't even crack somebody.
Yeah.
You can't even grab him by the shoulder pads and headbutt him. It's
so grab him by the shoulder pads and headbutt him. Yeah, we about to get Oscar up out of here, bro.
Nah, but now being serious is like, what do you think should be done? I mean,
as far as
Reynoso,
yeah, I'm like, first of all, the sad part is I don't think anything is gonna happen, but what should be done, like I said, right. I think give him a chance, you know, and give him a chance. No, hear me out. What I'm saying is give him a chance is by having an investigation. That's your chance. You know what I'm saying? Have a thorough investigation. Go check out his gym. Check every nook and cranny. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, just ask questions. Just do it, whatever an investigation entails. You know what I'm saying? Ask questions to people in and out of his gym, going in and out of his gym, strength and conditioning coaches, supplement stuff that are being packaged, the mail shipments that they're receiving, stuff like that, you know, and then I think you'll find stuff. And then when you find stuff, that's what investigation is. An investigation is your chance to, you know, we'll see what's really going on, you know, if it's something good or bad. And, you know, so have a thorough investigation. And then whatever that punishment is, I mean, whatever you find, I think you should get at least a year. If you find anything, at least a year. And when I say a year, I'm talking about your gym shut down for a year.
Yeah, I feel that. And nah, I think it should be more, honestly. Even without the investigation, I think if they did an investigation, he should get his boxing license revoked, or his license revoked, like completely.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's too many, bro. It's like
too many, bro.
I guess, like we said it before, like one or two, okay, I get it. It happens. Whatever, it might be the fighter, might be the gym.
Right.
You don't know, but at the end of the day, it's one or two in 9 years.
Right.
5 looks suspicious. 5 looks suspicious, very suspicious. Like, okay, maybe they're trying to do something, like kind of like Benavidez thing. You know what I mean? With the Coke situation, it's like maybe he's flushing it, maybe he's not. We don't know for sure.
Right.
14
is nuts.
14, like, and they all been affiliated with you.
And somehow, some way, bro. Somehow, some way.
So it's more like give him a punishment, give him a chance to prove his innocence, but like he has to comply with everything.
Yep. Full compliant.
And then
fully compliant.
And then if he's innocent, take that shit away, take the punishment away. But nah, I think there's 14 is too much in my opinion. 14 is too much.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's not like it's one weight class. It's
in all weight class. It's like okay, man, it's a bunch of middleweights that could train together or something like that, bro. You got gosh dang flyweights, super middleweights, heavyweights. Like, what are we doing, bro? You're right. I forgot about Ruiz too, huh?
Ruiz, Ryan, Neri, that guy that fought in Japan. I can't remember his name. I think he's Guatemalan.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I can't remember his name.
Gonzalez just now.
Julio Cesar Martinez.
Martinez. Munguia.
Bro, Martinez and Ryan were just last year, bro.
Yes, it's like if it was 5 fighters and they're all in one weight class, you're like, okay, cool. You can make the case. They all, sniffing each other's fart, and that's what they all
exactly.
Are,
Something like that, right? Exactly.
But throughout all weight classes, what else? What evidence do you need at this point? It's like,
bro, check the dog, bro. The dog might be on something. Bro, Julio Cesar Martinez was, Martinez, Garcia, Munguia, and now what's his name? Rodriguez. Like, come on, bro. Francisco Rodriguez. Come on, bro. Shout out to my guy Clone, man. He dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. He said, yo, thank you, Clone, for the love, man. He said, see the bias chat. Now Doc talk about give him a chance since Canelo was mentioned. But if it was Joseph Parker, he wanted immediately. If it was Joseph Parker, lock him up. No chance. Pack him up. You right about that. I'm gonna agree with you on that. If it was Joseph Parker, I wouldn't give no mercy. Yeah, no mercy, because he trash. At least Canelo good, hell. And I'm playing. I'm just joking, man. But no, Joseph Parker. The reason why I say, I'm just saying, do an investigation because give him a chance. Like the reason why I say that is because, and shout out to Oscar, and you too, Clone. The reason why I say that is because because it's not him. He's not a fighter. Nah, not because I like Canelo, but it's just he is not the fighter. He's not the fighter. So if they are sneaking some stuff, and maybe it's like, they all just been doing it for a while and he didn't know, like they're getting it past, which I don't think is the case. I'm just saying, give it the benefit of the doubt, and then I feel like an investigation will prove the contrary to that, and then that's when you handle business. But I do think that even still, negligence is not, like I said, negligence is not not enough, right? It's not an excuse. Thank you. Negligence is not an excuse, so he should be punished. But I'm saying the severity, give him a chance to see how severe the punishment is. I don't want to just say, okay, slap 5 years on him. You know what I'm saying? Slap a year on him, like Oscar said, or 2 years, whatever Oscar said. And then pending the investigation, you can potentially get more. That's what I'm saying. I'm definitely not saying that he should be get away scotch free in no sense. So shout out to Clover. Yeah, that's what I meant by that. So appreciate the opportunity to clarify. Shout out to Oster in the building. Big member. What's good?
I just feel like I said, with all the things and all the, because everybody knows everything, is like, you got enough to put him away at least a year. Closest gym, at least a year. And then depending on the investigation, give him more, give him less, whatever comes out. If it's less, it's less. If it's more, it's more.
Right.
But at least you gave him some accountability.
Right.
And it puts other trainers in game. Robert Garcia is not clean. What do you think you don't see Robert Garcia talking? I guarantee you if this was Haney, Ennis, Bomac, he'd be talking all his mouth off, man. Or that guy, what's his name? Pita?
Yeah, Pita, yep.
Yeah, he'd be talking too.
I see what you're saying.
And they're quiet because one, they're camaraderie, they're Mexicans.
Right.
Two, they're just as dirty, bro.
Man, I hope not, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. And to be fair, I want to emphasize this, man. It's not like we're just going off of the recent reports, right? It's not like anybody's coming down on any type of people from certain ethnicity or nationality or whatever. We talking about as far as a gym, because even that gym with Conor Ben in England, I can't remember the dude's name now. Tim, I can't remember his name right now. Somebody help me up in the chat. Man. What's his name? Oh, Duncan. Nah,
Tim Duncan.
Nah, it was a trader in England. Shoot, was it Gallagher? Nah, was it? I can't remember.
Oh, Pat might know.
Yeah, Pat. Yeah, Pat might know. Yeah, I can't remember the dude's name right now. I know it too, but he had like four fighters pop dirty. It was Conor Ben, Felix Cash, and I can't remember the other person. I can't remember the other person's name, but it was like 3 out of 4 boxers, bro, and pop dirty. So yeah, when you see stuff like this, man, there's some problems, man. When smoke, there's fire, man. So. He said Ty took his right foot. K Ty, what's good? Average, my guy, Average, someone in the building, man. K Ty, brethren. Man, I'm chilling, man. Talking about this gosh dang craziness, man.
PEDs.
Yes, sir.
PEDs.
PEDs in boxing, man. It needs to be eradicated, man. Yes, sir, man.
Again.
Wow, bro. Wow, bro.
We
What
just
you
talked
feel
about this
about
the other day.
Yeah, we're just talking about it, bro. So do you think that Morrell's gonna fight, or I mean, it's this weekend, bro? Like, is Morrell gonna fight, or is he gonna just call it, like postpone?
I think he should call it. It's a bounce back fight.
Yeah, I think
you don't want to risk it.
Right, I'm with you.
But I feel like a lot of people are gonna say, especially Cambosos, they got a lot of fouling, and they're gonna say power and whatever and this and that. But it's just you don't want to take a fight like Edwin Dos Santos,
Yes.
If you don't feel it, don't do it. Now, if you take it, all criticism to him. Whether he wins, loses, looks good or looks bad, he has to take that.
Yeah.
But if you don't take it, I mean, I can't say anything.
Yeah,
the card does get weaker though.
Guess how much the card was? Ain't the card $60?
Yeah.
And then guess what? And look, what were we just talking about this morning, Oscar? About Mike Coppinger making Shakur look bad, right?
Oh my.
Oh, now it's even more pressure, right? It's even more pressure now because guess what? David Morrell and Iman Kataev is no longer on the card. So now you're telling me that I should pay $60 for one of the fights that I was looking forward to not being on the card. It's still $60, and then you're also telling me that one of the 3 fights that remain is a bad fight because Shakur's involved. You fucking dumbass.
Wait, ain't that guy the one that blocked you?
Mike Coppinger. No. Dan Raphael blocked me.
Oh, Dan Raphael.
Yeah, another goofy. Well, yeah, bad, because I corrected him. So I didn't even say anything about. What I'm saying? I didn't say anything rude. I just told him about the IBF, bro, and the WBC and WBA.
Yeah.
And he got mad. People get it's like the dude that I corrected. Yeah, exactly. It's like the dude I corrected here. He deleted his comment. Instead of saying, "Oh, you right, bro." Nah, he just deleted it because that's what you can do. No accountability, man.
It's just instead of saying like, "Oh, you know what, Cepeda is a great style contrast," like what we've been saying. It's like
exactly
neither guy is bad. Their styles are so opposite.
Right.
Cepeda's more basic. It's just throwing punches and bunches, bucking with his face. I don't know why he want to do that, but that's what he does.
Right.
He's offset most of the time, so Shakur don't even gotta land anything big. He just gotta catch him when he's off balance.
Right.
And boom, knockdown. And Shakur got to keep up with that pressure. Like, you don't have to say Shakur is bad or his resume is questionable. When that guy has said that one of his favorite fighters is Naoya Inoue.
Come on now.
And it's like, bro,
come on now. They don't
what
keep
the
the
fuck
same
you
energy.
mean? Like, look at his last 4 or 5 opponents.
Come on now.
But I don't know why you say he got a dildo head, but I mean, that's you.
What did you say?
What, you say he had like a penis or a dildo head or something like that?
Oh yeah, I think you got a dickhead. Pause. We're gonna pause that.
No, did it?
Yeah, we gonna pause that. See, I said that, but no, but the way you said it sounded crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
What?
The way you said that I said it sounded a little, you know what I'm talking about? Oh man.
I was like, wait.
Yeah,
you know what's funny? I was eating burritos when you said that, and I was like midway, halfway, like a burrito going up. I was like, man, I don't want this shit no more. I don't want to eat this. I made myself a sandwich. I was like, I don't want to eat this no more.
Hey, yo, the burrito look too close, bro. It look too close, bro. But hey, Oscar, man, I'm gonna pull up Ty, man. I'm gonna pull up Ty, and then I'm gonna put you in the BTF members only chat, though, if you don't mind. I'm gonna bring up everybody.
I gotta do some things, but I'll.
Oh, okay. All right, bro. I appreciate you calling in, Oscar. Always good to hear from you and your perspective, bro. Always keeps the show going, man. So I appreciate you, brother. And happy birthday again, man. Tell Oscar happy birthday, man. It's my guy right there. Let's go. Many more, man. Many more. We're gonna pull up my guy Ty. Before I pull up Ty, 2 says I can't hear. Yeah, you're in the back. You're muted. So 2 says just, you're a member and you have access to the BTF members only chat. So whenever you're in the members only chat, whenever you're a member, you get access to a voice channel 24/7, whether I'm live or whether I'm not live. Sometimes shout out to my guy Ty and Oster and Oscar and Kendrick. They'll be chopping it up when I'm off stream or during stream or whatever. So the BTF members only chat is something I have extra for the members to just talk in the back. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can talk in the back whenever. It's open 24/7. I don't have to be live. That's where you're at now. So you could talk to Ty right now. But the waiting room is for folks that, just waiting to get on the call and aren't members yet. And if you don't want to talk to somebody, you can just sit in the waiting room because there's no You can't really talk in there. So, but yeah, I switched up the format now. I want to bring up people one at a time because sometimes people don't like the combativeness in discussion. Sometimes, you know, a lot of times it's smooth. I think we're pretty smooth with it, but still, sometimes people want to have their own time to shine. So that's why I give people opportunities to talk about themselves. Ty says, pull up 2 cents first. Okay. Shout out to 2 cents. Ty and 2 cents is bad. Pull up 2 cents, but appreciate it, y'all. 2 cents in the building one time for the ladies. Shout out to the Queen 2 cents, man. Y'all check her out, man. 2 cents boxing. She was live yesterday, I think. Right? You were live last night? Yeah, I was in there.
2 cents after dark, you know.
2 cents after dark. Okay.
Yeah, he go down on the after dark show, man.
Hey.
Going down. But,
hey,
you was cooking today, Doc.
I appreciate it. I do a little something, you know what I'm saying? Chef Curry with the pot.
Chef Doc.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you, 2 cents. I appreciate it.
I wanted to ask you, have you seen that new documentary on the Exodus files about Devin Haney?
No, I haven't. I heard about it. Someone told me about it, but I've not seen it. Is it good? Worth a watch?
It's all right, but the reason why I bring it up is because in that documentary they talk about Eddie Reynoso. And see, I didn't know he had, what did you say, 14 fighters or something like that?
14 in like 9 years, 2 cents. That's nuts.
I wasn't aware. They mentioned some fighters that tested positive and kind of showed how they wasn't affiliated with Reynoso. I mean, I know you could take it with a grain of salt, but I think you should take a look and kind of look at that perspective because 14 fighters? I didn't know that. That's very strange. Extremely odd that he's getting away with that.
Yes.
But and as far as Canelo and Crawford, you think Crawford should pull out the fight? He's definitely probably not going to do that. Yeah, because you know. But I don't know. It's risky. Taking a big risk, he getting a big reward, I guess. What they say, he's alleged 50 million.
Yeah. Yep. Wow. Shoot. I heard. And I don't know if it's true. Yeah. I heard 50 million. I heard 100. So yeah, but definitely in that range. 50 and 100.
I doubt it, but I mean, congratulations to him. What else did you cook up, man? You just going over so much.
I appreciate it, 2 cents. Sorry. Sorry. Take your time though. But I want to ask you though. Do you think it's worth it? Like, say, I'm not just saying like if you're like a Ryan Garcia or like an average fighter, like I don't know, like I don't know. But like, say like you are an accomplished fighter, like a Usyk, like a Bud, like an Inoue, or even like a Floyd or somebody like that, and you risking not just your but your reputation, your legacy. And is it worth it, considering that your opponent could potentially be a strong possibility that your opponent could be dirty? Is it worth it? I mean, I kind of think it is because he's at the end of his career, and it's for him. This is what he wanted. But
first of all, he's not risking legacy or none of that. If he loses, they're just gonna say, "Oh, he can be great." They're not gonna do him like Charlo. So I don't think he's risking. But 50 mil, yeah. Whatever we got going on, I got enough money to cover the medical bills and the counseling. I'll be okay. But,
and the counseling. Facts.
Them fighters be losing it when they lose, man. They be losing when they lose. Shakur Stevenson and Mike Coppinger. That's what you spoke about.
Yep. Mike Coppinger, Shakur, goofy ass Mike Coppinger.
When I watch Mike Coppinger talk, it's something like off about him. Like, I don't know what it is. He gives me like Android robot, like he's been programmed or something. It's weird.
Yeah, I agree. You're antisocial. One of them, you know, some people just don't have social skills. You know, like me or you or anybody else that could just talk and have a normal conversation. It's like I feel like that's what a lot of that is. That, you know, just man, no.
And that interview he did, I talked about this on my show yesterday with an interview he did about Shakur Stevenson. And this is what I tell people: I got criticism, opinions, and critiques of fighters, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to be objective and when some fuck shit going on, I'm not going to speak about it. It's some people in these YouTube streets that if you don't like a fighter, you don't care what's going on. You're just not going to be objective or fair at all. But I don't like how they're doing Shakur Stevenson with this Tom and Jerry stuff because originally with the Tom and Jerry stuff started after the Devin Haney and William Skull Canelo fight.
Right.
So I'm asking Shakur Stevenson fought Padley with Turkey. He wasn't running around. The only fight he gets accused of running around is the De Los Santos fight. Okay, we get it. We talk shit. He was injured. He had whatever he had going on. Okay, cool. But that running around stuff, that didn't even apply to Shakur Stevenson when he started saying that.
Come on now.
So I don't even know how they transfer that over to him. And I don't think it's cool that Turkey keep trolling him about it. And I don't think it's cool that Mike Coppinger doing an interview saying, oh, Shakur Stevenson should have got this opponent out of there. He should have got this opponent.
Come
He
on
should have
now.
did this.
Come on now.
Shakur Stevenson ain't no knockout artist, y'all.
Come
He
on.
not I say, oh, Tank should have got that opponent out of there. That's understandable. But for you to say, oh, Shakur should have got that opponent out of there. No, why should he got him out of there? He not a knockout artist.
It's crazy. It's
Then
crazy.
you saying winning is not enough, which I agree. But it seems like you're saying winning without a knockout is not enough.
Exactly. And for certain fighters too. the American fighter. Typically the dark complexion, the black American fighter, if you want to be real.
And then I have my opinion about Devin Haney, right? Everybody say, oh, he ran around the Ramirez fight and this and that. And I always be like, okay, we're fans. He ran around. We gonna talk shit. But if we're being real, the man just came off getting dropped by Ryan Garcia for 12 rounds that was allegedly on PEDs. Nobody knew how he was going to.
Come on now.
We didn't know if he was going to be okay physically and or mentally. Now, we got to see the fight and we seen he was okay physically, but obviously he wasn't okay mentally. So Devin Haney has never gave us a bad performance. I don't care if you think his fighters was too small and he had all these advantages.
Oh, we lost you 2 cents. Maybe she got a phone call. We gonna wait for a second.
Coppinger gave Devin a pass. You
kind of went out a little bit. 2 cents. We lost you for a second.
Oh, where I stop at?
We heard you could give him if you don't like Devin Haney's style, and then it went out.
Oh, I was saying if you
even if you
want
don't
to say
like
that
Devin Haney's style, that's what you said.
Fought a lot of small fighters and stuff like that, but he's never given us that before.
Right.
You heard me say that?
Yep. That's where you stopped at.
And yeah. So I mean, I don't even. The only issue I have with the Devin Haney thing is people running around because they can't be honest talking about he 12 zipped them. It was a masterclass performance, and it really wasn't. Just say what it was. He just had to see where he was at after what happened with him and Ryan Garcia. Now the next fight, we have expectations of something different, and not even really then, because it may take him 2 or 3 fights to get back to where you know what I'm saying. After going through that, but we fans, we gonna talk shit, we get it. But I don't know. This whole thing is strange and weird to me with this shrinking the ring, and I don't think that's Turkey's place to be doing that. Agreed. Especially when you're financing fights, and you know what I'm saying. Like, imagine if Alex got on here and was like, "I don't want to see no Tom and Jerry," or if Bob Arum got on here and was like, "I don't want to see." Like, y'all would be like, "Why are you doing that?"
I agree. I don't think that anything you said was out of bounds, and not even that. It's just I don't think anything you said was untrue. There's nothing falsified about that. I feel like that's out of your place. It's out of your jurisdiction to be like I said. Once again, if Turkey was having cards full of Tanks, Canelos, Nakatanis, Baturbi, all fighters that are knockout artists, okay, cool. Don't push Shakur on your card, but don't push Shakur on your card and then tell him not to fight this way, or Lomachenko on your card not to fight this way, or Bivol on your card not to fight this way, and Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. Like, do what you want with your money. Just like if I don't want to see Shakur fight, I'm not going to buy a pay-per-view fight with Shakur. But don't buy it and then expect something else after you already know that they're not like that. Like you said, he's not a power puncher. So I think everything you said is correct. And it just seems like you're sabotaging the sport. But I think we kind of do know why he's doing it, because, I mean, I think that the deal, I don't know. I don't want to say that. But it just seems like he has some biases there, right? Because allegedly, what we heard, right, was that it was going to be 18 by 18. Until we heard Hamza Shiraz, who was coincidentally Turkey's ring ambassador, right? He said he didn't want it. He came out and said, no, I don't want a small ring. And then all of a sudden, the small ring talks kind of died down for a bit. It didn't die down in reference to Shakur because Shakur agreed to it. It didn't die down in reference to David Morrell because he was cool with it. But when Hamza Shiraz, who's a ring ambassador, is not cool with it, all of a sudden, they dead the talks about 18 by 18 ring. It's just signs out there that you see. So I think you're...
And that makes me wonder, because Shakur could have said he don't want no small ring. I would have crucified that man.
Facts. That's my point. Exactly.
It makes me wonder because Mike Coppinger talking about the De Los Santos fight and all. Like, I was born for you gave me this money, Turkey. And Shakur Stevenson ain't changed the way he fight or nothing, right? I was allegedly born and running around before you gave me this money. So why do you have me over here? Was my next question. People are saying, Turkey feels some type of way because he told him about the towel boy and called him this and called him that. And it's like, bruh, if Turkey is that petty and childish, he don't need to be in that position.
1,000%.
And if he is the petty and childish, he needs to go about it in a more passive aggressive way.
Yep.
Because this is just not a good look, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you. I don't see how people can argue it is a good, but you know people will because they try to argue. Remember that when he went and told Shiraz a score when he disclosed the score and people were defending it saying like, bro, like I'm not saying it's that bad, but it's not open scoring. So if it's not open scoring, then of course that's bad. You see what I'm saying? Because now you're violating the rules. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, in theory, in the confines of normal sport like basketball and football or whatever else, where the score is disclosed and open for everybody to see, it's not a big deal. But if it's a close scoring setting and we know that we don't disclose this type of information, and you are telling them an official scorecard, like how do you know that? And why aren't you expressing the same or giving the same information to what's his name? What's his opponent? Carlos Adames. You're not telling Carlos Adames that he's up to, but you're telling Shiraz he's down to. Like, come on, it's just unfair. So
I just can't. The stuff Turkey gets away with, like, I be petty because of the way people talk and treat Al and PBC.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if Tank Davis was giving away free tickets and he the main event on? Could you imagine?
Come on now.
Any PBC card for that matter.
Right.
So, and people keep saying, oh, well, Turkey knew he make mistakes and this and that. Jake Paul knew he ain't making them dumbass mistakes. Turkey make.
Facts. Imagine if what it called PBC was losing Amazon, like ESPN is like Top Rank losing ESPN. Imagine the narrative there. They'll be dead.
Oh, they've been real.
They've been real quiet. You feel me? So
they've been real quiet about Bob Arum taking that money from Daniel Kinahan. Why he didn't get that ESPN fact that we've been talking about for years, but nobody wanted to hear. But anyway, yeah. So I just wanted to get my 2 cents about that because that Shakur stuff, like, I don't get it. Like, it seemed like Turkey got something for Shakur, and then Shakur respond, "I'm gonna beat Tom ass or Jerry ass or whatever." Responded, and to me, that's a response like I can't really say nothing. You know, like imagine somebody making it, and you like, "Well, I'm gonna do this." Like that's
I agree with you. Yep,
popping off. We'll be popping off. So, I don't know, man. It's a strange thing.
It is very strange, and you know, I'm not a big Shakur fan. You know, I think I feel like sometimes he kind of puts himself in positions to look kind of crazy with some of the stuff he says, but I don't even understand if you're a fan of boxing how you can not notice everything that you just said. Like it's clear. It's clear, man. It's like a smear campaign, man. Like especially for Devin Haney, it's crazy. So I like Turk. I do think what he's doing is good. Say it again. Sorry.
Turkey's leading the smear campaign.
Exactly.
Like he's doing it. Like
exactly.
It out, bro. But I can't wait for the fights this weekend. I can't wait for the Baumgartner, Shadace Green, Shadace Marshall. What is your assessment of that fight?
I'm not gonna lie, that's a fight that I think is gonna steal this fight of the night. I think that's gonna be the best fight. But I got Savannah Marshall, man. I just think you know, Shadace Green's a good fighter. And I know that the triangle theories in boxing, of course, we all know that doesn't always work. But I do think it's interesting that, you know, Shadasia lost to Franzon Cruz, and Clarissa beat Franzon Cruz and Savannah Marshall. Savannah Marshall also beat Cruz, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I just think that Shadasia Green's lack of experience is going to play a big role in this. I guess that's what I'm saying. So I think Savannah Marshall ain't no small girl either. But Shadasia Green's not small either. But I think Savannah Marshall is like taller. I think she knows how to use her size. Shadasia Green is more like stockier. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I think I think Savannah Marshall got it. But I think it's gonna be a great fight though. I don't think it's gonna be easy. I think
the first 3 or 4 rounds, I feel like Shadasia Green is a front runner, and I just think Marshall gonna pick her apart, like you said, with the experience. And Marshall got some pop too. She could punch. But well, we'll see if Shadasia is able to catch her. But Franchon Cruz smothered her, so she wasn't able to get her shots off like that.
Yes, that's true.
And
that's true.
Made the fight real ugly, so she wasn't able to handle that. You know, Savannah Marshall on box, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
And who else is it?
May I ask you a follow-up question on that?
Would
you like to see the winner get Clarissa? That's what I'm hoping.
I mean, she already beat Savannah Marshall, and I don't think Shadasia Green would even hold a candle to Clarissa.
Yeah, I don't think so either. but the reason why I say that, I want to see it because I feel like the winner of this, and I'm excited. I would be interested in a rematch with her and Savannah. I don't think I'm with you. I don't think Clarissa has to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because she already beat her. You know, but I do think that considering, for me, that's somebody that we know, or like a lot of us, you know what I'm saying? Not me and you, but like the general public, you know what I'm saying? They know Savannah Marshall. So I feel like that'll be a good event. And then they could stop saying like, oh, she's fighting Daniel Perkins or Lanny Daniels, who are the next fight is people that we don't know. So I think that'll help with that. And then plus on the MVP card, and then Shadeja Green, she's called out Clarissa before. So I agree with you that Clarissa beats both of them. And I think that she'll have an easier time against Shadeja, but I think that it'll be like a notable opponent, in my opinion, for Clarissa. Yeah, I think that at least people will recognize Shadeja. Like, like nobody recognizes Lanny Daniels, who Clarissa's about to fight. No one knew Daniel Perkins. So I feel like if she fights Shadeja, with her being on the MVP card, it kind of brings a little bit of I don't know, like a little bit of a profile with her.
Right.
Relative to anybody else she could fight. I feel like with Clarissa, there's not really much that she could fight, because like you said, Savannah Marshall, she already beat her. Lanny Daniels is a champion, but people don't respect that. So it's like they're not even giving respect to champion. So maybe they would respect the winner of Savannah or Shadeja Green getting her. I don't know.
What happened to Hannah Gabriels?
Yeah, she's supposed to be coming back, and then I don't know. When was her last fight? Because I remember I saw some interview with her supposed to be coming back, and then I don't know if she did.
Yeah, I thought she was coming back.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
I want to see her and Clarissa fight again.
Yeah, that'd be a good one too.
I was looking forward to that fight, but then she tested positive.
Yep. Yep. Oh no, she fought in she just fought in December. So she won. Got a stoppage in 4 rounds. Shout out to her. So maybe she is trying to get in that MVP group or something like that.
I think that's who dropped Clarissa.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely want to see that rematch.
And it was like early, it was like the first round too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
Yep.
What else you covered? I think the Reynoso thing.
Mm-hmm. I think he was gonna mention some other fights too on the card. That's where you left off on the July 11th card.
Shiraz Berlanga.
I had Berlanga by stoppage, 8th round. That's what I'm going with.
What about the Matias fight?
That's the one I have a question. Oh, I have a question. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Pueblo right now but I'm not sure I'm not sure. And that's the one that I have the question on. I was pretty sure like before Imam Katayev got suspended now or testing positive and the fight's off. I was going with Dave Morrell. I was going with Berlanga. I'm going with Shakur. But that Pueblo Matias, I don't know. I think that the smart money is Pueblo slightly. So I'm going with Pueblo, but I go back and forth. I might have Matias tomorrow.
With that power, them hands get put in them pockets. So
come on now,
you just never know. Yeah. That's the big difference. And I don't know.
All of his wins came by stoppage too, right? Super Matias. All of his wins came by stoppage.
Matias, Matias literally killing people in the ring.
Oh yeah, Maxim Dervishev. Rest in peace, Maxim. Yep, you're right. Yep.
Oh. I don't know what happened with his last outing I don't know what happened with his loss, but he was with Eddie, and Eddie definitely gonna get your ass whooped.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, and that's only his that was only his second loss. His first loss, he avenged it. Was it Petro Ananian or something like that? So yeah,
he did the good match and beat him. So I'm interested to see that fight. What do you think about Gary Russell Jr. coming back?
I love it. But I just don't know why it took so long, but but yeah, I love it. What you think about it? He's fighting who's he fighting again? Consider somebody.
Gary Russell again like that. I felt like he was a good fighter, but I always felt like he was missing something.
Yeah, I agree.
And I couldn't put my finger on what it is. And then my husband was like, "Oh, maybe it's because he only fight once a year." And I'm like, "Well, he need to fight more because he'll look good like in the beginning of a fight, but he just I don't know what is it, Doc. I can't put my finger on what it is."
I'm with you on that. I don't know what it is. It just seems like he just missing like that X factor, like that extra gear. I agree with you. Like he'll start off fast, start off sharp, and then it'll just steadily die down. And I feel like that's why he lost to Lomachenko. So
that's exactly why he lost to Loma.
Right. So
even though it was a close fight, though.
It was. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't know what it is. But the reason why I'm happy about it is because to me, I feel like that's like our American family of boxing. Like kind of like how like the English they have the Smiths. Like they have Carlos Smith, Paul Smith, Liam Smith. You know, yeah. I feel like Gary Antoine Russell, Gary Russell Jr., all the Russells. That's like our like boxing family. So that's why I usually root for them. But yeah, I'm with you. I've never been like a super fan of Russell though. I actually like Gary Antoine Russell though. He be saying some silly stuff.
Yeah,
I actually like him more.
I'm a super fan of Gary Antoine, but the other one, I don't know. He He be having a lot to say and don't be doing much, but he's cool though. I don't got no issue with him. A very smart guy. He knows his boxing.
Yep.
Al
Booger says lack of sustained concentration. I like the way you put that. He said lack of focus and sustained concentration. That's what Al Booger said in regards to Russell Jr.
I can see that. I can see that.
Maybe.
And he need to fight more. Like, why'd you fight once a year?
Right.
Like you know what I'm saying? But who else is on that woman's card?
You got Sharetta Metcalf. She's fighting Shroneka Johnson. I think that'd be a good one, even though it's a late replacement. It was supposed to be unification between her and Dina Thorslin, but Thorslin ended up, she popped up pregnant. I thought that was funny. So she pulled out, and then blessed to her and her family. Who else is on that card? You mentioned Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, obviously. Oh, Alicia Bumgarner fighting the undefeated Miranda.
Amanda Serrano. I do not want to see that girl get robbed again.
Ooh, robbed? You think she was robbed?
Man, what? Both times.
Both times? Okay, shout to 2 cents.
And I'm like, how you gonna make a trilogy when you already lost twice?
That's my doing? Right. That's where I'm with you right there. I don't want to see a trilogy because I feel like yes, they were close, but you 0-2.
You can't even up the score.
You feel me?
You're even if you win, you're still a loser because you already lost twice.
Talk to him. And whether we gonna see it the 4th time? Like, what do we do? And then you know it's crazy.
No,
like,
we're gonna have to watch it 5 times because then it'll be time.
Right, exactly. And then what's the name? The girl, the trilogy that makes sense is between Chantel Cameron and Katie Taylor. That woman, she's the one that split. You know what I'm saying? And then not only that, she's on the card and she's fighting who she's fighting, Jessica Cameron, I believe. And so that should be a good fight. So I'm hoping that somehow Chantel Cameron wins, and then I hope Katie Taylor wins, and I hope we get that trilogy. That's a trilogy that makes sense. But this Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, yes, I agree with you that it was close, but it's like you said, she 0-2. So if she wins, she's gonna be 1-2, and then she win again, she's gonna be 2-2, and then we got to see 5 times. Like, come on now. Like, it's not like, nah, I'm not going. I'm not going. That's crazy.
I think they probably gonna retire after they fight each other.
That's what I'm thinking too. And then did you see the Katie Taylor interview? Where she was like, okay, it wasn't too long. I think it was like 2 or 3 minutes. But she was like, they asked her what she's gonna do afterwards, and she said, "I don't know. Ask me after the fight." So I think that's kind of like hinting towards, what you said. Like maybe she'll come back, or maybe she'll call it. Like I think if she wins, she might call it. But if she loses,
I hate when boxing force me to watch stuff I don't want to watch. Because I'm a boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm a boxing junkie. I'm gonna watch it and complain the whole time.
I'm telling you.
I don't want to see this.
Right, watch it the whole time. right. Exactly. That's why I'm annoyed with it too, because I'm damn sure gonna watch it. But guys, dang, I don't want to.
What you think about this Manny Pacquiao Barrios fight? And what do you think about this Tank Roach fight? I think they're gonna probably end up moving it back, and I think it probably was never for August anyway. Honestly,
right.
At this point, I'm starting to feel like, because we go through this every fight. PBC don't know this, they don't know that, they did, and at this point, I'm just be feeling like they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Ain't no way PBC disorganized every fight.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I think that. So of course, you're hearing what I'm hearing. Like it's going to be announced on July 19th, right after the Pacquiao Barrios joint. That's what they're saying. That the Tank and Roach one's going to be officially announced, right? That's what you're hearing.
That's what I'm hearing,
Okay,
but shit, how long did they leave for the fight?
Right, exactly, like 3 weeks, less than a month, right? Because August 16th.
So they gonna move it back. So the thing is
I
gonna
agree
be
with you.
out.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna move it back, but I don't know the date. Like you said, we hear in August 16th, but I haven't heard it from anybody in official capacity. So it's like maybe we just kind of set ourselves up for failure. Sometimes we do that too. We be looking for information so much that we just be grasping at anything that just sounds good. So. I just hope it happens though. I think it's gonna happen though. I'm still optimistic about it. I think.
I mean, they in camp. They've been talking about it.
Right. Exactly.
Like, of course it's gonna happen. We just don't know the date yet.
Right. I'm thinking September, but I don't know. What are you doing?
It's kind of hard too.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna change the topic. So I had a question for you. Keith Thurman. Did you see Keith Thurman? Did you see what Keith Thurman said about Boots and Fedora? And Virgil Ortiz. So according to Thurman, he said that he's calling out Virgil, Fedora, and Boots, but of course he put more emphasis on Boots. And according to him, he needs them to send him a contract, particularly Boots, because he said he don't know what's up with Boots because Boots ain't fight Teofimo, Boots ain't fight Virgil Ortiz, so it seems like he doesn't have big fights. But he said Thurman, me one time, I don't never turn down no fights. You know, you send me a contract, it's gonna happen. And I'm like, bro.
He already dug Boots at 47. He can still the cap.
Right, exactly. And then I think Spence would disagree with that claim that he doesn't turn down no fights. I think that Tim Tszyu, you know, and granted, I believe that the injury was legitimate, but it wasn't Tim Tszyu that backed out the fight. It was Keith Thurman because his injury, his biceps injury, which caused that fight to be off. And then even Bud, you know, so Bud called him out freaking 2018. And then so Thurman funny, man. But what do you think about that?
What was that? Top.
Yeah. Right. Well, he ain't fighting. But I don't even think he really want to fight anybody though. You crazy. But go ahead.
I think Boots. I think Thurman will be a good win on Boots' resume, but you know they not gonna give him credit. Yeah. Who does Boots need to beat? Like seriously, who does Boots need to beat?
I think
because people act like if he would have beat T.O., they would have said, like, y'all would have been talking about T.O. too small.
Facts.
Y'all would have said all of that. How the hell am I ducking 140 pounds?
Come on now.
When I'm 150, damn, there should be at 160. And I've been struggling to make this weight.
Right.
Y'all been knowing this. Y'all been crying about me moving up to 54, calling me a weight bully. And then when I move up to 54, you cry because I don't stay at 47 and fight a 40-pounder and say I'm a duck.
Yep, he ducking Norman, ducking Teofimo, he ducking Virgil, and he ducking a 154-pounder, a 140, and a 147. It's like, come on, dog. And I like Norman, I like Boots, I like them both, but I think that's a fight that he needs. Not now because he's at a different weight, but I think that's a fight that people would be okay with, I guess. And then, but the fight that I think is the best for him for sure is Virgil Ortiz. I think once he fights him, I'm hoping that he'll get credit. But you know, like you said, it's always going. Certain fighters, it's always going to be something. It's always going to be something. You know, whether they're old or small or not ready or injured. You saw Virgil Ortiz said he's injured, so that's going to be it. As soon as they fight and Boots win, it's going to be because he was injured or something like that.
Bro, I don't think Virgil Ortiz, and this is what I was saying. I think I came on here when that whole. Oh, yeah. Did I come on here when that whole Boots' ducking campaign thing was going on? And I was telling you how it was manufactured. And I don't think it was real. And how Virgil had already been ducking Boots at 47.
47, facts.
And I didn't think Virgil really wanted to fight. I think they were just trying to either force Boots to do something or smear his name.
Yep.
And boom, we go to 54. Now it's an opportunity to fight Virgil injured. I'm not saying he's not injured. I'm just saying if you don't fight Virgil in the first 1-2 fights, I'm going to confirm that was a whole smear campaign that was orchestrated by either force him to do something or smear his name. Because how the hell all of a sudden you want to fight me and I'm a duck and all this when I've been trying to fight you at 47? You talking about y'all need 5 years and all this other stuff.
Right. And I like Virgil Ortiz too. Like you said, I'm not necessarily saying it was a duck, but if you're calling out somebody and then when they're ready to fight you and you had opportunities to fight the 147, you know, Virgil had the opportunity to fight Boots too. Remember when who was he fighting? Was it Boachuk and then Virgil Ortiz? Sorry, dang, was it Oscar? It was Oscar and Turkey, and they were like, we want Zepeda and Shakur and Virgil and Bud, and then they shook on it. So it's not like Virgil Ortiz is not fighting Buddy. He's not fighting. Who is he fighting? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Israel Madrigal. I thought that was a great fight. I mean, I give him credit for that. You know, even though they say Madrigal was sick, but once you're in the ring, you're in the ring. So I give him credit for that. But as far as him wanting to fight,
because of Bud. Come on, Dr. Boxing Talk.
Yeah. You're right.
Nah, but I don't know. We're gonna see if we see that fight at 54 or if it's gonna always be something. Because ain't no way. As soon as I came to 54, y'all should have been waiting on me. That fight should have already. I should have moved right into that fight.
Facts.
So who does he need to fight at 54? Because I've heard rumors about him fighting Jermell, which I don't think he should fight Jermell first. But Jermell been out the ring. He been enjoying his money. Whatever he been doing. So who does Boots need to fight to get the respect?
Maybe Bakram. maybe people respect Bakram, the IBF champion. Well, I will say this. So what I've heard he's gonna do is, you know, so obviously he was a WBA and IBF champion at 147, and you know what, the WBA, not necessarily the IBF, but the WBA, you can move up and challenge for that belt, right? And the WBA official champion is still Terrence Crawford. The interim champion is Jonas Tellis, and we know that Terrence Crawford is not gonna, you know, fight at 154 because he's fighting Canelo, right? So I'm thinking that he's gonna fight Jonas Tellis, who's the interim champion, and once Terrence Bud Crawford gets stripped, Tellis would be elevated, and he will be elevated to a full champion, and then, you know, Boots will essentially do his WBA thing, like how Roach is, you know, the champion, at 130, fighting Bud at Tank at 135. So usually with the WBA they allow you to just go up there and fight the guy that's the WBA belt holder. And since Boots is, because you notice they just came out with like a day or two ago that he officially vacated his IBF, right? They didn't say he officially vacated his WBA, so I think he's going to use that to maybe get a shot at Tellis. That's what I'm thinking. I don't have anything to confirm or deny that. I'm just going off of how it looks. I don't think he'll get respect though. You think he'll get? I don't think he'll get respect though. I just think that's what he's gonna do. But I don't think he'll get respect. They're gonna say Tellis is too young. He's too green.
I think he's never gonna get. They're gonna. You know how they do.
Right.
They do. They're never gonna. For whatever reason, I don't know what Boots. I guess challenging Terrence Crawford was like the demise for him. Everybody just all of a sudden turned on him. And he ain't doing this and he ain't doing that. And when you clearly you literally seen people ducking him at the 47. It wasn't it wasn't a public call out and then they fighting. It's like, oh, they ducking me. No, This is behind the scenes business that they've been trying to get done. People literally not taking fights. You can say it's ducking, you can say it's a business decision, whatever the case may be, but people genuinely did not want to fight Boots. Genuinely. Not know, I called out all the best fighters in the division.
Right.
None of them want to fight.
Right.
No, it's not that.
Right. I think that, to answer your question, what I think that the only 3 fights, I would say. I think he would get. I don't think that Jermell Charles should be next, like you said. He's doing his stuff. He's not. I think he definitely needs a tune-up before he fights anybody. Let alone Boots, a young guy like that. But I do think that he'll get credit for Virgil Ortiz, Jermell, and who's the other guy I just said, the IBF champion, Bakram. I think that's where his credit.
You think he wants that IBF belt again? Though he was struggling with that IBF belt.
Yeah, I don't know.
With that 10
pound rehydration. Yeah. I don't think he should. Not off the bat. Say it again.
I mean, it might not affect him the same at 54 as it was at 47.
Right. But no, I'm with you though. I still don't think I think you should become acclimated with the weight and make sure that you can abide by that 10 pound rehydration limit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he should go for it immediately. So I agree with you. I don't think that's something you should do first. I think that you should make sure that you're good at that weight and you're not compromised. You don't want to be compromised, like you were saying. So I agree with you.
I heard Spence coming back at 60.
I heard that
a little word on the YouTube streets. I heard he coming back at 60.
Man, I want to see my dog back, but I don't want to see my dog get. I don't know, man. I'm very hesitant to be too excited about him coming back, man. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That's the thing, man. And shout out to Errol Spence. We love it, right? As boxing fans, Mr. No Tune Up is Errol Spence. We love that, but tune-ups are sometimes necessary. You see, Teofimo had a terrible performance against Jermaine Ortiz. He had a tune-up at Steve Claggett. So sometimes you can win and just have a bad performance and still want to get a tune-up. You know what I'm saying? It might behoove you to get a tune-up just for your confidence and just to answer some questions and stuff like that. But Errol Spence that's why I don't understand how people don't like Errol Spence. I don't understand how people don't like Errol Spence, Dave Benavidez. I'm like, bro, this man is everything you want in a boxer, bro. Fighting spirit. He don't pull no punches. He wants everybody. He don't duck no smoke. I don't get how people don't like him, but I think that as somebody,
he fighting for the unified division.
Like,
what did Earl do?
Yeah, I don't get how people don't like Errol Spence. But I do think that hopefully he has. I think it would help him if he had somebody in his corner to make sure he takes tune-ups. Because if anybody needs a tune-up, bro, that's Errol Spence. He needs a tune-up, man.
Earl don't listen to nobody.
No tune-ups,
he's not
right?
That's stubborn as hell.
Yeah, that's.
I seen him one day. This is when I knew, if I'm gonna be a fan of Earl, I'm just gonna have to ride with every dumb decision he made.
Yep.
He was talking and they were asking him, how he got with Al Heyman, and he was like, my dad told me I should sign with Al because he was talking about retirement and this and that. But he was like, I want to sign somewhere else because they were finna give me like $100,000 sign-on bonus. Like I just want the bread. And so the interviewer was like, well, shout out to your dad for giving you that great advice, or something like that. Yeah. Earl was like, shout out to me for listening. And I said, that's when I knew, this nigga don't listen to me.
He don't listen to nobody. Yeah, he hard-headed, stubborn.
Hard-headed and stubborn, but I appreciate his reasoning. Like, I'm doing this because I don't want to give my fans those caliber of fights. I haven't heard a fighter say they don't want to give their fans those caliber of fights. They want to, justify and this and that, blah, blah, blah. But he wants to fight the fights that the fans perceive to be competitive.
Yep.
And he went around, he fought those fights, he collected the belts, I never heard any criticisms about who Earl was fighting. Maybe because I'm a fan, I don't know. But have you ever heard anybody say Earl ain't fighting nobody? Like, did you ever hear that?
No, I didn't. Now you're right about that. I don't recall either. But I like you said, I'm in the same boat as you. I am Errol Spence is one of my favorite fighters. So yeah, I didn't really hear that. The only time I heard anything was that people were impatient about getting the Bud fight done. I remember people were mad about the Mike Garcia, saying that he was bringing him up or something like that. But that wasn't really his fault. What Mike Garcia wanted to do, you know what I'm saying? So he wanted to move up. So
yeah, Mike Garcia called him out.
Exactly. So I never really heard any legitimate, you know what I'm saying? Or I haven't really heard any too many gripes about Errol Spence and his opponents. Exactly. Yeah. So I agree with you. It's same with like Benavidez. You know, you don't really hear anything about his opponents. You just hear that you know you're not getting Canelo or whatever, but that's on Canelo. You know, people, or at least a lot of people perceive it that way. But yeah, that's why I like those fighters, man. I don't see how people don't.
And that's what these fighters not understanding, man. You have to put on fights that the fans perceive to be competitive. You can't fight Padley and try to tell us Padley is an elite fighter. Nobody want to hear that.
That's true. You're right about that. You're right about that. I will give Shakur a little leeway on that because it was a replacement, right? It was supposed to be Schofield. But you're right though. Yeah, Padley's not somebody that.
Schofield, Auntie Scope. What you think about Auntie Scope? And this is my question, Dr. Boxing Talk, right? A lot of people don't believe Auntie Scope. I don't know. Because I'm not saying I believe him, and I'm not saying I don't.
Right.
I'm saying I don't understand why he lying so hard if he not telling the truth. You making up text messages. Like, why are you doing that?
That's why you know I was just talking about this the other day when I was trying to get my show together. I wanted to talk about that as well because I'm like, if you believe Schofield your question is valid. Like, why would you lie so hard? Like, like you gotta be talking like this is too ridiculous. You know, first you said what he said the passport was sabotaged, his tires were punctured, the cream from the masseuse was
drug placement.
Drug placement, check the trash and all this. Like, I don't believe it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe him, but part of me is like, damn, what if this motherfucker, what if he really is telling the truth? like it's not the truth, bro. That's crazy. But I can't believe it because the story switched so much. And I'm gonna be honest too, says I like to hear your opinion. I know a lot of fighters, you know, and like I said, I'm a Tank fan more than the rest, but I don't necessarily dislike somebody because because they don't like Tank, right? So I said to say that I know a lot. Bill Haney gets a lot of flack for being a bad father/trainer tandem, but I don't think Bill Haney's that bad. I just think he promotes it. I'm not saying he don't be capping, but you know he keeps it promotion, you know, in my opinion. And same with like even an Angel Garcia with Danny Garcia. But to me, Teofimo Lopez Sr. and Floyd Schofield Sr., those two are when I think of a bad father trainer situation, I think of them. You know, I think that they just talk too much and they take it out of box and then just say a whole bunch of ignorant, I don't know, just habitually ignorant stuff. And so the part of me is like, dang, I have that same curiosity that you have. It's like, why would you manufacture all this stuff if you don't have a good reason to believe this? But then it's like, I don't know. It's like even with the Abdullah Mason stuff, right? You know, to me, sparring doesn't mean who cares about sparring. You know what I'm saying? You could be working on stuff. Sparring is practice. But I still remembered that you said that you dominated Abdullah Mason. And maybe you did dominate him in the other rounds that we didn't see, but it wasn't full domination like he made it seem. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of questionable stuff. So it's like when I look at the stuff and I think about it, I just can't believe him. You know what I'm saying? He has a history.
Yeah, I can't believe you, but it's so unbelible,
right?
That I might have to believe you. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, like you can't make this up. I agree. Like ain't no imagination.
And because these two, like, we passed it, right? We passed it. It's over with. Right. You had another fight. You had a better performance. Yeah, people gonna talk shit about it, but you know that's how we do it. But it's over with. Why are you rehashing it and still lying so hard? Like,
right. Yep. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, it's yeah. I don't know. I don't know. The bad.
Some people saying you're crazy. He may have some mental issues because he's doing a damn good job of lying.
That's crazy. You just said
he's looking real.
That's what Chloe just said. He said, "I think Schofield got schizophrenic." He might be. I don't know.
He might be, I don't know, but it was good chit chatting with you. I just wanted to come up here real quick and get my 2 cents because you was Chef Doc today. You was cooking.
I appreciate it. I thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey man, you get a compliment for 2 cents. That means it's real. You know what I'm talking about? You ain't gonna hold no punches with you. So shout out to 2 cents. I appreciate it, man. Definitely one of the best, one of my personal favorite channels. So y'all go check her out. 2 cents After Dark was yesterday. How many times you go live a week? Like 3 times a week, right? Or 2 times a week?
Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday. I missed like all of my lives last week, so I'm gonna be popping up throughout the week. So y'all just check for me.
Check for her, man. And that's okay. It was your mama's birthday, so happy birthday again to Mama 2 Cents, man. And shout out to 2 Cents. Y'all check her out for real. All right, appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Link in the chat. Y'all sub to the channel. All right, Doc. Thanks for letting me up.
Already, anytime. Thank you for joining. God bless the 2 Cents, man. Shout out to my guy. I was just typing. I didn't know she was about to bounce. Shout out to Young Guns. I think that yeah, she is skeptical of Turk, you know. But if you listen to her, in my personal opinion, now this is my opinion, and I'm not just saying that because I rock with her, but I think that she has a basis to be skeptical. You know what I'm saying? All right, now take your time, Ty. I appreciate your patience, bro. I'll wait. Just let me know when you're ready. She has a basis to her skepticism. It's not just like misinformed, misplaced judgment on Turk. You know, Turk does a lot of questionable stuff. I consider myself, I'm not anti-Turk. I don't know if I'm pro-Turk. I would say I'm pro-Turk, you know, but I'm not one that thinks that he's, I don't know, you know, above critique. You know, I think that he does some questionable stuff, a lot of questionable stuff, but I just attribute that to him being somewhat green. You know, I don't see him as a promoter. I see him as like an event planner and somebody that has he's like the billfold. He has the money to put on these fights, you know, so, but I do think that he needs to take more accountability because like when you see things like the Times Square event, right? And we say, oh yeah, well, Devin Haney was running, William Skull was running William Skull the next day, not the Times Square, but you know, the next day, that was that weekend of boxing. And it's like, oh, there's a lot of bad fights or lackluster fights or disappointing fights. It's like, yeah, but that's matchmaking is important. You know what I'm saying? But then some people will say, like 2 Cents has said, that matchmaking is cherry picking. And sometimes it is, but also matchmaking is a skill in itself. For example, I don't think it's a coincidence that Frank Warren with Queensberry went 5-0 against Eddie Hearn with Matchroom. Now, is that indicative of Matchroom having bad boxers? No. Is it indicative of Eddie Hearn not knowing what he's doing? No. But I think it is indicative and a strong testament that Frank Warren is a better matchmaker. He knew if he matched up Hrgovic with Dubois, that Dubois has a better chance to win stylistically. He knew that whatever other fight he had on that card, you know what I'm saying, that they had a better chance to win stylistically. Who was it? Zhang and Wilder, and then you know, and then Ray Ford and Nick Ball. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he knew that Ray Ford was gonna come in a little bit dehydrated or a little bit compromised. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like, because if you watch those fights, I don't think any of them, if my memory serves me correctly, even the Willie Hutchinson and Craig Richards, right? That wasn't a slaughter. There was no real slaughter on there. It was just a bunch of, for the most part, close fights. I feel like I'm missing something though. I think one did end in a stoppage. Maybe two ended in a stoppage. It was Nick Ball, Ray Ford, Zhang Wilder, Hutchinson, Spider Richards, Craig Richards, Dubois Hrgovic. Yeah, Dubois Hrgovic ended a stoppage, right? And then what was the fifth one? I'm missing one. But yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's like matchmaking is needed. And so what I'm saying is this: with Turk, I think that he thinks that, oh, okay, this is a great fighter, this is a popular fighter, let's put them together. It's going to be a good recipe for a fantastic fight. No, styles make fights. That's a saying. That's a cliche in boxing. Styles make fights. So if you don't respect that, I'm not saying you have to be good at it, but you should at least be cognizant of it, aware of it, you know. And if you're not, then it's gonna be dull fights. They're like 2 Cents said, and this is what I've echoed as well. Why would you think that Devin Haney's gonna meet you in the ring and have a phone booth fight? So yeah, Devin Haney and Jose Carlos Ramirez was a terrible fight to watch. It wasn't enjoyable at all, not for me. And I love boxing. There's very few people on this earth that like boxing more than me. I could sit through. I could appreciate a Guillermo Rigondeaux fight, but I could tell you it's boring. You know what I'm saying? So Devin Haney, yes, he was boring, but I cannot ignore the fact that he outlanded Ramirez as well. So he wasn't just running. He wasn't solely running. He was also doing something else, and that was boxing. Because if you look at it, he outlanded, literally, according to CompuBox, he outlanded Jose Carlos Ramirez. And not only that, his quantity of 70 punches landed was more than what Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero landed in their fight. But people don't talk about that. They just focused on Devin Haney. Hence, it's a smear campaign. That's why I'm saying that so emphatically and so passionately, because I do think it's a smear campaign. Because even the numbers, statistically speaking, quantitatively speaking, Devin Haney literally landed more punches than Ryan Garcia, than Rolly Romero, and Jose Carlos Ramirez, his opponent. And not to mention that, it's like, yeah, he was running around. Okay, but bet he was fighting evasively, maybe excessively evasively, but you can say he's excessive with his evasion. However, Jose Carlos Ramirez is no slouch. He's a former unified champion. He's a former Olympian. And he has the current trainer of the year in Robert Garcia in his corner. So if those three ingredients can't help you figure out how to cut off a ring, then it's probably that Devin Haney is also just better than you. So we got to take accountability like that as well, in my personal opinion. So yes, Devin Haney was not exciting, but Devin Haney didn't pull the William Skull. It would look similar, but if you look at it, William Skull wasn't throwing punches. Devin Haney was. It is what it is. Even the Shakur Stevenson and Edwin De Los Santos was slightly different, you know. Even Teofimo and Jermaine Ortiz. That's why Jermaine Ortiz lost, because he was strictly running. You know, even when Teofimo was out of position, Jermaine Ortiz was so far out of position that he couldn't effectively counter. That's why that looked worse. Devin Haney might have been moving a lot, but when Ramirez missed, oh, he got bing, bing, bing. He got countered. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm saying, I'm not advocating. I'm not a fool. I'm not saying that it was entertaining, but we should be able to, as boxing aficionados, as pugilist enthusiasts, as especially if you're in a prestigious position as a reputable reporter like Mike Compinger, you should be able to educate the casual fans on what you could take positive from a performance like even Devin Haney's born performance, and even William Skull. I'm not advocating or I'm not being an apologist for William Skull and saying, oh yeah, I'm defending how he performed. It was shitty. But do you really think that if William Skull would have stood toe to toe with Cinnamon, how that would have worked out for him? He would have got knocked smooth out. So there's a reason why he fought like that. It's not like, oh, I'm just fighting like that just because I want to put on a shitty performance and I want to get out of here unscathed. No, he was fighting like that because he knew that was probably the only way that he could emerge victorious. Is that cool? Is that conducive for entertainment? No, but it's conducive with, in his mind, it's conducive with being victorious. And that is your first, second, third, and fourth, and fifth priority, is to be victorious. Because being successful is not necessarily synonymous with being entertaining. You could be entertaining and get knocked the freak out. And you could be entertaining and win, or you could not be entertaining and lose, or you could not be entertaining and win as well. So it depends on what style you're trying to implement and execute in the fight. Whatever style you're trying to implement during training camp, and what style you're executing in the fight. We're gonna bring on my guy Ty, man. So like once again, I'm not saying that it was entertaining, but we should be able to distinguish between a good game plan and an entertaining game plan. Sometimes they are the same, and sometimes they're not. Shout out to my guy Ty in the building, man. Hold on, let me give you your intro, bro. We got my brother Ty Morissette in the building. We got Bodega Ty in the building, aka Band for Band King in the building, aka Square Up Champion in the building. You know what I'm talking about? AKA Ty ain't gonna eat no IHOP in the building. Shout out to my guy Ty, man. Appreciate you joining. What's poppin', bro? King Ty.
And not much.
Yes, sir, man.
I see a whole lot of people either ducking the drug screening or getting caught.
Talk to me. Oh,
yeah, I see a whole
Ty. Before you go, sorry about that. Shout out to my guy Big Dog Willie. I saw this too, but you know, 2 Cents was cooking. Shout out to my guy Big Dog Willie dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. 2 Cents was cooking. I didn't want to interrupt. I meant to do that, so I put you up. Sorry, man. Shout out to my guy Big Dog Willie. He said, "Take a maniacs need to chill. It's a pain to become the modern day Manny Pacquiao, and for that reason, Shakur going to get knocked out. Stop fabricating." Ooh, they said Shakur about to get knocked out. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I mean, hey, it could happen. But I got Shakur, man. Shout out to my guy, Big Dog Willie, man. I appreciate your patience, bro. I'm sorry that it took me a while to get to your super chat. I definitely saw it. Hopefully you're still in here, bro. But you know, 2 Cents was cooking, man. We can't interrupt the queen. You feel me? We gonna let King Ty go, man. Shout out to you, bro. Thanks for your patience as well. But you said you still a lot of people complaining about this PED usage and making excuses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard cooking Victor Conti and all this other stuff. How you gonna get mad at the informant?
Come on now.
We say we want him to be, you know, out of boxing because of his history or whatever, but We ignore the fact that a lot of fighters don't like him because he's the one snitching on them to Vada and USADA. How do you think they catching these new techniques and methods? They got somebody doing that.
Come on now. I mean, yeah, you right about that. You know, people like to take accountability, or when it's their fighter, you know how that goes. Don't forget to smack that like button. You know how that goes when it's their fighter, bro. They can do no wrong.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna have to bite the cheese. So who's supposed to be knocking out Shakur?
This is Big Dog. You know, Big Dog Willie. He a Shakur guy anyway, so he trolling. But he said that according to some Tank fans, well, he's calling them Tank fans. I'm a Tank fan. I ain't saying that, but he said that Zepeda might knock out Shakur because he's supposed to be the next Pacquiao. Zepeda's a modern day Pacquiao.
Zepeda is going to throw 876 punches in 7 rounds. He's only going to land 76 of them and get stopped. That's the fight.
7 round stoppage, Shakur. He gonna throw 1,111 punches. He gonna land 70. Shout out to Todd, man. Hey, my boy be on point with his predictions now. I got Zepeda. I don't know if I got a stoppage, but I definitely got Zepeda though. I'm with Ty on that.
Zepeda.
I mean, sorry, Shakur. Sorry. I meant to say Shakur. My bad. I was reading something. I got Shakur as well. Sorry, I got Shakur. But I don't know if I got.
I don't care if it's a 4x4 ring.
Facts.
People talk about Zepeda's output, but the little subtle things, the intangibles, things that Shakur brings to a ring is going to mitigate all of that. That's the reason why people said the Pacquiao fight was boring with Floyd Mayweather, because they didn't hear the do and all the fires getting shot. He was doing subtle things with his feet and distance. Shakur is a master of distance. He's not a runner.
Yes, he is.
When you sit there and cut the tape on, you very seldomly see the feet move. Everything he does is from the waist up. This is why I say, if you want to beat certain fighters, you got to have good hips.
Yep. You right about that, man. You are right about that. I $60 though, bro. I ain't buy it yet. I don't know. We got one less fight, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking forward to, man. And then Mike Coppinger telling me that, Shakur's not worth the buy. That's why he's on the undercard, right? That's what Mike Coppinger telling me. So basically, I'm paying for 2 fights now. I'm paying $30 a piece. $30 for Sabs and Shiraz at Berlanga. We know neither one of them are worth it. And I like Berlanga. Shout out to my guy Berlanga. But he ain't no gosh dang $30 fighter. It definitely ain't no $60 fighter. And then, who's the other one? Puello Matias?
Yeah, I got my eye on that one. Because it's a mixed bag. You got the puncher that has that killing one-punch knockout power. Where you got a savvy, fundamentally sound boxer. But they're friends, though. So I'm afraid this might look a little bit like how Ruiz and the drug chief.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Miller, yeah.
You never want to do that to your friend.
Right. I didn't know they were friends though.
I noticed that back when they both were champions, prior to Puello getting stripped.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, when they were both at PBC, they opted not to fight each other because of that. That's why I thought it was kind of strange that they're fighting now. It's like, well, the money is enough to justify it.
Yeah, messing with Turkey.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. You put me on game on that. Yeah, but I'm thinking Puello, man. I think Puello's gonna outpoint him, but it's tough, man, because I don't know, because Gary Anton Russell, was doing this thing. It was split decision loss. I think it was the right decision. And Sandor Martin, you could go back and forth. Sandor Martin's a tough guy. He's always gonna have a close fight with you. He's just one of those guys who's always gonna have a close fight, and you come up on the losing end. But he was getting to him a bit too. If Matias could get to him, man, hey, That knockout power ain't no joke.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, is he gonna want to do that? Like, is he gonna put that extra oomph into it, like he would if it was a Teofimo? Now it's Puello, that's his homie. I don't know. He might be a little bit more reserved. So I don't know. I think that's
And using the Gary Antoine film as a reference point, it's gonna be hard for me to see Matias get a clean one off. That's probably the reason why folks was trying to opt to get a smaller ring, because we've seen a larger, a little bit more mobile fighter not be able to get off clean on Puello like that.
Yep.
Somebody has longer arms,
Yep.
a little bit more rangier, and a lot more athletic.
Yep. And I'll say that's better combinations.
Yep.
Yeah. So now you're right, man. Worry about that. That's interesting. That friend thing is very interesting. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like I might be a little bit more confident in my Puello pick now. I'm still not fully committed to it, but I'm really disappointed. I appreciate you putting me on game too. Not to change the
Put
subject.
tape on.
Yeah, I'm gonna repeat that Paro tape for sure. I'm gonna go. I already went back and watched that. I'm gonna go back and watch it again, and then I'm gonna go back and watch the Puello Martin and Puello Russell, and any other Puello fight. But yeah, I'm glad you put me on game with that Imam Katayev joint, man. That's man. But I will say this: as disappointed as I am, hey, God is good. It's 11-11, man. Throw a prayer up. Shout out to Imam Katayev. I mean, not shout out to Imam Katayev. Shout out to David Morrell. I'm glad that they caught it before. You know, especially with David Morrell, comeback fight. Just never know. Like I said, I don't even like to say that, oh, I think this fighter would win regardless, because to me, that is minimizing PEDs, you know? But I do feel like that, because I don't just think that Ryan cheated against Devin Haney. I think he's been cheating. You know what I'm saying? I think that I think there's very few fighters that have been, you know, that pop dirty that it was their first instance of cheating. It's just no, they just got caught. I do assume that. So even with Margarito, I've always said I don't think Cotto was the only person Margarito cheated. You know, he probably cheated back when he beat Sergio Martinez when they was youngins. You know what I'm saying? Same with Miller, same with Conor Ben, same with anybody test positive. And like I said, Oscar Duarte also accused Ryan Garcia of cheating when he fought him prior to fighting Devin Haney. So he probably cheated against Gervonta Tank Davis too. It's just, you know, sometimes PEDs may not be enough to make you win, but it always enhances. It's not performance. I don't know. It's not winning guaranteed drugs. It's not WGD. It's PED, performance enhancing drugs. So it doesn't guarantee that your performance is going to be enhanced enough to win, but it's going to be guaranteed that it's better. It's enhanced. It's better than what it would be without it. So, you know, yeah, I just Imam Katayev probably cheated in all of his fights. He's probably been cheating since he left the Olympics. I don't know. Since he lost to Ben Whitaker in the Olympics. I don't know. Since after that. So yeah, it's just bad. You know, it sucks for me as a fan, but I rather the fight get canceled and the right things happen, as opposed to Dave Morrell potentially getting hurt, number one, or getting battered more than he would have if the guy was not on PEDs. You know what I'm saying? Because let's face it, some people don't care about PEDs. Some people, I mean, bro, I can show you the Francisco Rodriguez stuff. People said, oh, this is just Matchroom trying to save Galal fight. Like, who the hell cares about? No disrespect, but not too many channels on YouTube, much less you could find that really cares about smaller weights like we do. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people won't even talk about it. So if you're not even going, they're not even worth talking about. Who the heck is going to make up an issue to save Galal fight? Like, I know he's an undefeated fighter. I know he's a Matchroom guy, but he's not like he's not Sonny Edwards or something like that, you know? So he's not like a big name, or he's not Bam Rodriguez, a little guy. So I just don't think that there was any type of foul play. I think the foul play was only on Francisco Rodriguez. But people are gonna say, you know, oh, it's not the PEDs. Like, go look at the post. Matter of fact, I can pull it up right now. People say, oh yeah, it's not the PEDs. He just got his ass whooped, you know, and probably would have lost anyway. But you know, I feel like you already lost when you trying to cheat and you don't believe in yourself. You don't think that you can do it by yourself. No, my bad.
I think it's the fighters themselves, because people quick to jump to defend somebody, jump to conclusions when it's a favorable guy they like or it's the person they don't like. When Devin Haney beat the holy hell out of Regis Prograis, the first thing they said after that is Devin is on that juice. It was a snack pack. They said every reason besides the fact that he outclassed him. They brought up the weight.
You feel me?
Oh, he had a home game.
Yep. 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 So my bad. Let me
You know, if
this.
your FI is going to petition about this because they should change his record.
Yes.
They don't automatically do that. You have to actually have your promoter and your team put in the necessary paperwork to get that.
Yep, and it's sad, bro. Like it should just be automatic. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Why should, if you found he cheated, why do I got to put in extra paperwork? Why about, you see what I'm saying? And that's all the more reason why these fighters should be punished. Like I know, like, it's not even about liking Devin Haney. I'm going back to Devin Haney because he's another recent guy that's been punished. Bruno Saras, guy's recently been cheated. Bruno Saras, somebody cheated. Why I got more work? Why I got to take it to court? Why I got to do? This should be done by the freaking powers that be, bro. Like I said, I know that there's no like league. It's not basketball. It's not the NBA. It's not the NFL. It's not the MLS. But gosh, dang it, bro. This is it's the WBA or whoever it is. You know what I'm saying? So with Devin Haney and Ryan, was that WBC? Yeah, WBC. Because that was Devin Haney's belt, right? 140.
Yeah, but it wasn't on the line.
Yeah, it wasn't on the line because what's the name? What's Ms. Weight, right? So, but because that's who the champion is, bro. Show some love for your champion, bro. He's paying sanctioning fees for these gosh dang fights in his belt. Bro, you put on the investigation. You sue this man and then, you know what I'm saying, on his behalf and all this stuff. Same with, I don't even know I can't remember what belt was the Goliath fight one. I think it was an interim belt, but still. Yeah, bro, they're paying fees for these belts, bro. I'm paying you just to hold on to the belt? Man, get out of here, bro. You're supposed to act on my behalf, man. I'm your champion, bro. Come on, dog. That joke is crazy, man. That joke is crazy, man. The sanctioning body should be able to do that, in my personal opinion. It shouldn't be on the fighter to be like, oh yeah, bro, I need to go put in the proper paperwork to get a no contest. Bitch, he just tested positive. You do that. It's crazy, bro. Even the mandatories, ordering the man, calling your man, I feel like that's ridiculous too, you know, even though I acknowledge all the time, but you know, the what it calls, they should do that. Now, does that mean that you got to get permission from the fighter if he wants to pursue that? Of course, you know. Yeah, you could have a conversation with that, but it shouldn't be like, oh, okay, this fighter has to order his mandatory or whatever. I don't know, man. Just sometimes just the language is just, it's too much blame in the fighters, is what I'm saying, and not enough blame for the powers that be, that are running things that are supposed to make sure that the sport is operating in some type of organized fashion, man, with integrity. That's my personal opinion, though. But yeah, what was I doing?
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the dates on Iman when he did test positive?
No, I thank you for bringing that up. I didn't look at it yet.
Because look at the lengths that Ferocious Cambosis Promotions went to really try to cover that up.
Wow, I said this sanction, you talking about an out of competition sample collected on April 9th, 2024.
Yeah, and he just now got popped.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's over a year.
You should have VADA involved in a lot of your fights because they will go dig up that stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. So I want to repeat what Ty just asked. He asked if we noticed the dates in which the sample in question was collected. It was, bro, the fight was supposed to be tomorrow or 2 days. Man popped dirty from a sample of over a year ago. Yeah, bro, boxing's trash. Hey, yo, yeah, nah, boxing's trash, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I love boxing. Boxing's trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Nah, boxing's garbage, bro. That's crazy, dog. I'm looking at, let me show. I'm looking at this right now, bro. The sanction follows an out of competition sample collected on the 9th of April, 2024. Nah, bro, we gotta stop it, bro. We gotta stop it, bro. This man was about to fight in July 2025, bro.
Hey, Doc, can I add something for pugilism?
Yes, sir. Shout out to pugilism in the chat. What up?
Roy Jones is one of my GOATs. Well, he used to be. But I'm not going to sit here and go by what media try to push to y'all. He didn't pop dirty because he took a contaminated substance from GNC. No. That dude was injecting himself with, damn it, what was it? It's not TRT, but it's something similar to it. And they did not penalize him. He was not suspended. They let him continue. I ain't got no respect for him. We're not just gonna let that go away.
Talk to him. Y'all must have forgot. My boy Ty, forget. Shout out to Roy Jones. I like Roy Jones as well, man. But yeah, Roy Jones is a little questionable, man. You know, very questionable. I should say a little bit. Very.
Of him as a boxer, but when it comes to the greats, yeah, I mean, he just went into a different room.
Yeah. Fact. I like how you put that. There you go. You gotta bring it. That's the thing. Like I think, what was it, Young Guns was talking about it. Yeah, you got to split hairs, bro. That's what we talk about greatness. That's what you have to do because it's such a prestigious room. Not everybody gets in, so yeah, that's part of it. You know, so you are gonna get critiqued a little high because you are getting a higher distinction. You know, so and shout out to Ty for that breakdown. I want to show y'all this, man. This is Imam Katayev, chat. So again, remember this sample came from what? Ty, April 9th, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
The man is 10-0, Imam Katayev, right? Manager Jim Cambosis, which is what I was talking about with George Cambosis' father being, he's on Team Cambosis, right? That's why Ty was talking about the cover up. Let's see how many fights he's had since April. He fought in March of this year against Palacio with a very good fight, right? You know, he was deducted a point in round 5 for a low blow, right? I think this guy's Palacio's an Argentinian fighter, if I'm not mistaken. Bro, I'm good at this, bro. I really watch boxing. Yeah, Argentinian fighter. Come on, what other channel do you know would know who that Deval Palacio from Argentina? But anyway, he fought in March of 2025, fought Palacio. So he cheated him, right? I mean, well, that's where the sample's coming back since then. You know, it doesn't mean that he was cheating throughout, but I'm gonna assume that. Sorry. Junior Menendez was in December 2024, so that's 2 fights. September 2024 is Ezekiel Osvaldo Moderna, right? So that's 3 fights. This is since April now. He cheated. It's a sample taken in April. So let's go. Let's keep going. Oh, he fought in May as well against Rickards Balatniks. So that's 4 fights, bro. His last one was and the one before that was January. That doesn't mean he didn't cheat Michael Ludwigzak in January. But we know since that sample tested positive in April 2024, he fought Rickards in May. He fought Ezekiel in September of 2024. He fought Junior in December 2024, and he fought Palacio in March of 2025. And he was going to fight David Morrell July 12th of 2025. So he was 3 days removed from having 5 fights that all could have been avoided because his sample, again, was dirty in April of 2024. Bro, boxing's trash, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's garbage, bro. This man just potentially cheated. 4 fights that he won could have been avoided. So 4 people essentially have a good case of deserving their win back. But PEDs don't matter. Oh yeah, that's what I was showing you too. Let me show you this goofball. This guy says, "Stop capping." This is what this guy says. He says, "Stop capping. Galal is just ass. Nobody want to see his 108 bobblehead ass anyways. He's not selling that shit. He's a pillow-fisted gas machine." What does that got to do with a guy cheating him? You see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, don't get me wrong. Maybe he would have lost anyway. And I don't really care for Galalia fight because I was talking about it too. I did see the interview where he was said his back was hurt and how he doesn't care about defending interim belts. So it looks like, okay, maybe you should take your belts more seriously, you know, and take every fighter more seriously, which means you don't care about defending interim belts. That's how you get to where you're trying to get to a super belt, you know. However, that doesn't mean the guy should be cheated. What does that got to do with him being cheated? And that's a problem, man. Like when Ryan Garcia cheated, everybody said, "Oh, well, Devin Haney didn't block the left hook." I don't care if Devin Haney came in there with one arm. I don't care if he came in with the shoes untied and, you know what I'm saying, one leg and I don't know, listen to, I don't know, what's a silly song to listen to? I don't know. Listen to, I don't know. It don't matter. But my point is what I'm saying, I don't care what he did. I don't care if he didn't train for three weeks going into the fight. I don't care if he didn't train at all. What does that got to do with the man cheating him? But that's what people will try to distract you. You see what I'm saying? Distract you from what is real and what they don't want you to see. I don't care what Galal you fight. I don't care if he's a pompous asshole. I don't care if he is the worst fighter ever. He got cheated, bro. That's all that matters. I don't care how many left hooks Devin Haney should have blocked. He got cheated. That's all that matters. One person abided by the rules, the other person didn't. That's it. Now, I'm not saying if you don't want to be like, okay, what he could have did better, what he could have done better, how he could have improved. Okay, cool. But that's all a secondary note. You know what I'm saying? That's not the primary focus. The primary focus should always be that one person violated the rules and cheated in a sport where people die. Potentially. Come on, dog. There's a guy, what's my boy's name? Shigeoka. He's just now being able to move. and be aware he still can't speak. He's still in a hospital bed, all based off his fight that he had in Japan. I can't remember who he fought. Gosh dang it, what's the dude's name? Anyway, smaller weights. They were like 112 or something like that. The man, or 122, something like that. The man just he's still in the hospital bed now. There was no cheating involved. These are the potentials that could happen. You know, it's so funny that people will have the same opinion, but then they'll get mad at Brandon Glanton who says, "I want to punch you," and I want. He said, "Oh, I want to give you brain damage." People, "Oh, you want to give him brain damage?" People be more outraged by words, but then the same people that are mad that he said that, which he shouldn't have said, it's a little insensitive, but don't make it seem like he meant it literally, right? He's saying, "Hey, I want to give you brain, I want to knock you out." That's what knocking out somebody does, bro. In case you may not know, just because you're offended by words and you don't know what they mean, every time you root for a knockout, you're rooting for somebody to get some form of brain damage. You dumbass. That's what it is. You think it's normal for your brain's just supposed to cut off like that? What do you think happens when you get knocked out, bro? Forget getting knocked out. Every time you get hit in the head, that's trauma. Blunt force trauma. Significant trauma, bro. Every time you root for somebody to get knocked out, whether you say these words verbatim or not, you're rooting for somebody to get brain damage. I know that doesn't sound that good, right? But when Brandon Glanton says it and you're Chris Billion-Smith or his team or his fans, you want to make it seem like Brandon Glanton should be the enemy of the state. Bitch, that's what boxing is. Every time you say you don't want to see Tom and Jerry, you're rooting for a knockout. That's what you're implying, right? That's implied. So every time you root for a knockout, you're rooting for somebody's brain to short circuit. Meaning that you're rooting for brain damage. Your stupid ass. Bro, people get on my nerves, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. People get on my freaking nerves, dog. It's like it's like people conveniently are outraged by certain things and certain verbiage, but they ignore the real. You're telling me you're mad at Brandon Glanton, but you're cool with somebody taking PEDs. Because PEDs don't matter. He would have lost anyway. Well, bitch, beat me without the PEDs, please. I'd appreciate it. It's crazy, bro. Like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's wild, man. Al Booker said people love to distract and try to confuse. Yes, they try to distract and confuse, bro. I'm not saying that you have to like Devin Haney. I'm not saying that you can't say, "Oh, Devin Haney might have deserved whatever" because you don't like him that much. Well, I think that's crazy. But if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But it does not change the fact that one person cheated and one person didn't. So this fight is not going to count at the very least. At the very minimum, it shouldn't count. But I think that, you know, at the minimum, it should come with a suspension as well. It should come with that you not respecting the performance. But, you know, I don't know. Whatever.
I think it's funny how some people will be like, well, he's innocent until proven guilty. Well, one fighter, he tested positive in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
He's well past the allotted time to request for a B sample. So the A sample stands. So for an unequivocal fact, that man was dirty.
Come on now.
Take your suspension.
Come on now.
If it was clean, you would have proved it in court. You didn't. Now suffer the consequences.
Facts. I agree 1,000%. So this person named Alan Garcia said, "This is dumb. They do this so they can return that zero to those sorry asses like Galal Yafai and Devin Haney." That's why that's why they test for drugs, bro, because they knew that Galal Yafai, the person who created drug testing in sports, they don't want people to be on PEDs because they knew the future and they were oracle and they were there was some clairvoyant being that put it in place because they knew Devin Haney and Galal Yafai were going to get cheated. So even though Galal Yafai and Devin Haney don't run track, you know, every time when Justin Gatlin popped dirty for substance, they did it because they were trying to help out Devin Haney. Like, that's what I be talking about. Like, it's just people are dumb, bro. It's not that the guy cheated. Somehow it's the person that got cheated is their fault. Somehow. It's crazy, bro.
He's the same fool-ass Earthman that got mad when Franchon Cruz got hers back when that man decided to take what they took and beat on her.
This person said that they're setting up Mexicans with fake positives.
Put the Reynoso pack down and get your ass in the gym like your daddy used to.
Talk to him. Look at this person. I don't know who this person is. He said, giving Ryan Garcia a love tap on the ass after he took SARMs and lying sons of the devil. Lying sons of the devil. Like Showbiz and Two Tone defended him. Oh, they were defending Of course, yeah. Well, I knew Showbiz was. I didn't know Two-Tone. Say giving Ryan Garcia a love tap on the ass and lying sons of the devils like Showbiz and Two-Tone defended him taking PEDs. Gay fighters the go to take PEDs because the consequences were inconsequential. I agree with that. Devin Haney suing Ryan would have went a long way. And I've been very critical about Devin Haney in that. Remember when I was like, he stopped doing the lawsuit? I understand it because he wants to get it back, right? That's what people are saying. Okay, drop the lawsuit to get the rematch. Fuck that. Check his chins and check his pockets because that's what people respect. They respect green. They respect that green. When you change that greenery in the scenery, you make it a little bit less green. That's what they respect it. You know what I'm saying? Check them pockets, man. But a lot of people are on them talking about suing and stuff. Yeah, I agree with this person, Glenn. He says that Devin Haney suing Ryan Garcia would have went a long way. I agree 1,000%. It wasn't just for Devin Haney making money. And people be so short-sighted and nearsighted. It's not that. Yes, he should get what's owed to him, but that is what would stop these fighters from cheating. Because a lot of times they just get a year. Who cares? They only fight once a year anyway, and then it's backdated. Man, come on, bro. Nah, freaking don't just sue the fighter, sue the trainer too. Derek James, sue his ass too. You want to sue Errol Spence, sue Derek James too. Eddie Reynoso for sure. He need to get sued 20 times over. That joke is crazy, bro. That joke is crazy.
Devin Haney should still sue him.
Absolutely, you should.
Because you didn't get your fight with him.
Come on now.
So whatever agreement y'all had, that shit is void.
Null and void. Agreed 1,000%. Null and void. Agreed 1,000%. Imam Katayev, you just messed up David Morrell. Well, I don't know what Turkey's situation is, Turkey, but sometimes, and Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, sometimes when fights don't happen, bitches don't get paid. Sometimes the sparring partners don't get paid. So it's not just the fighters. Sometimes the team doesn't get paid. So I'm not saying this case. I do not know, admittedly, but David Morrell, what if his payment's in jeopardy now? Man, boy, hey. Bob Katayev might get ran down on, man. Me and my Cuban partners, shit.
It is in jeopardy because now, if they do find him a new opponent, that's a new contract he has to strike, and he might not get the same money.
Come on now.
And that team still got to get taken care of.
Come on now.
So he might have got his guarantee early, but that's probably all he got, depending on what type of contract he signed with them.
Yeah, it sucks, man. All the hard work or training you don't get back, bro. You know how much of a sacrifice that is? Not to mention if you have a family, how you not seeing them for a given amount of time. You know what I'm saying? You over here not eating the good foods you want to eat. You can't eat pizza. Nope. You want ice cream? Nope.
That's why I'm an open Keith Thurman hater.
That's why you're what?
I'm an open Keith Thurman hater. I don't like to say it, but I do have some distaste for the man.
Yep. That ain't hate, though, bro. You got a reason, man. That's what he did was disrespectful. Pugilism says, got no problems with punishing guilty parties, but it's difficult to exclude the court process. I'm not saying that's what I'm advocating not to exclude. I'm saying include it. Just do it thoroughly. I say do a thorough investigation and don't pull no punches and don't spare no persons. You feel me? Everybody that's involved, man. And if you are, bro, it's like I said, I know this is a little drastic measure, but if you're babysitting and a child falls in the pool, hopefully the child doesn't die, but you will be reprimanded for that. If you are a parent and your child falls in your pool, and let's say something bad happens, as worse as it can, you would be reprimanded for that. Will you be, is it premeditated murder? No. Did you actually, is it homicide? No, you didn't kill them, but they're under your supervision. So when you're a trainer and it's your gym, everybody in this bitch is under your supervision. That's the whole point. You're overseeing things. How does PED get in there again? Yes, you need to be punished, bro. You mess around, slip and fall in Walmart and they ain't putting no gosh dang slippery when wet sign. Sue their ass because you are in their supervision. They should be able to make a safe environment.
Mm-hmm. It was something else I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
But I don't want to put these other two fighters on blast because it hasn't been announced.
Man, fuck that. Put it on blast. I would say, but it's up to you. That's the way it's going now, man. Hey, man, ain't no innocent right now.
So where's Manny Pacquiao's drug screening?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out, man. Like I said, I like Manny. Where them drug tests at, bro? And Mario Barrios fights this. I will say this too. Not bad. Ask your question. My fault. Was that the question? Where's the drug screening? I got you, Oscar. If I'm Mario Barrios, and you do not, after seeing this stuff, and even before that, if you don't dot your I's, cross your T's, you go in there and get your head knocked off by PD, roid-ridden Pacquiao, whoever it is, or Canelo, or Katayev. That's your business, man. You fight anybody and they don't test, that's on you. You part of the problem. My guy Oster said, man, everybody on drugs, just some on PEDs. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like to say that, man. I don't think everybody doing it because a few bad apples, you know. But maybe that's maybe that's a naivete in me, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's a naivete in me. Like, I be trying to give people the benefit of the doubt.
All I'm gonna say about Manny, a couple months back, he couldn't even pick up a spoon. Now he's jumping around like a chihuahua.
Baba boom. Went from the spoon to the baba boom.
He's jumping like a chihuahua, man. But you know, I'm not thinking it looks suspicious.
Yeah, it does. We gotta wait for the test. That's for me. I'm not knocking anybody out. For me, I gotta wait for the test. But if you don't enforce the test, or if you don't, if you're Mario Barrios or you're an opponent and you don't stress the test, then hey, it's on you, man. Al Booger says, slightly off topic, Doc, but do you think John Bones Jones should have even been considered for the GOAT convo due to his PED issues? What about other legends like James Toney? Yeah, I think that's and it's cool. That's not off topic. Shout out to Al Booger, man. I appreciate you, bro, for trying to stay on topic. But no, you good. I think that is grounds to disqualify. Like I think Ty said it best when he was speaking on Roy Jones. As much as I love Roy Jones, you know, iconic fighter. If somebody said that they don't include him in their GOAT for talk conversation because he cheated, how can I be mad at that? I mean, I can't be mad at that. Like I said, it's easy for me to defend. Shout out to Cinnamon and Alicia Bumgarner and others. It's easy for me to defend them because, like I said, they went through the process. You know what I'm saying? But if you got caught and you didn't do anything about it as far as proving your innocence, and I mean, I have no issue. So if you ask me, do I think they should be considered? Like I said, I can't speak on John Bones Jones because I'm not familiar with that. You know, I know that he had cocaine and some other stuff, that booger sugar, but I don't know the extent because I don't watch MMA like that. So I'm not sure if it was like a Canelo situation where it was a contamination or it was something that he did, or was it alleged, or was it proven? I don't know. So I can't speak on that, to be honest. But James Toney.
That's why I try not to speak on MMA because we'll have to pack all of them up.
Gosh, dang. They all be on it like that?
Their golden era was.
See, so that's why I sit out because I don't like, I know these names. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you know, I used to watch MMA. Like, I used to watch GSP is my favorite MMA fighter. So I used to watch GSP. I used to watch Arlovsky. At the heavyweight, Uriah Faber. A lot of guys I used to watch. BJ Penn. So many guys. Quentin Rampage Jr. Quentin Rampage Jackson. But that was back when I was in college, and my homeboy used to have like a whole bunch of DVDs and stuff like that. So we would watch it, and but I was never like a big MMA guy. You know, I was always a boxing guy, but I would watch MMA because he had a whole bunch of DVDs and stuff. I would watch Pride Fighting, UFC, Bellator. I think it was Bellator. But yeah, Bellator, and Pride and UFC. You know, but I don't really know about like who's cheating and who's not, and who was, you know what I'm saying. So I
given the era you were watching it, everybody.
BJ Penn out there cheating? Matt Hughes? That's crazy, bro. Hey, yo, you said, what about Crazy Horse, man? Dude with the gold teeth, man. He was out there cheating? That's tough.
What do you think they call him, Crazy Horse?
That's a good one. Hey, he was on them horse roids. Hey, yo, like crazy. Hey, that's wild.
That's why when you hear some of them speak now, just look at their sentiment on PEDs. Not really against it. Like, what was it, Rampage?
Oh, yeah. On Devaney. Yep.
You gotta understand his perspective.
Yep.
Majority of the dudes I fought was on that shit. So when I have to speak about somebody else, well, I did it. You do it too, nigga.
Yeah. Tito Ortiz. Gosh, dang. Chuck Liddell. Damn.
Everybody.
Damn.
TRT.
Dang, TRT. Oh Lord. What about Randy Couture?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, Randy Couture is like 50 whooping ass, bro.
You know what I mean? Why do you think he was in there with Brock wrestling and shit? He was on that shit.
You souped up. Hey,
If I'm fighting Brock, I need that too.
I'm telling you, what about Alistair Overeem? Oh Lord.
All of them, dude.
That's crazy, bro.
As a matter of fact, if you
got
look up,
busted 3 times.
Damn.
if you look up the list, it's easier to get the ones that were popping than the ones that were popping.
Wow.
Yeah. Like a Matt Hughes.
Yeah.
No
it's like 2 or 3.
Damn, that's so okay. So knowing, shout out to knowing that, then I would say if it is in true and not just somebody being cliche and just trying to apply it to boxing or something like that, where not everybody's cheating for sure, but MMA, if everybody's doing it, then I guess it don't matter. Yeah, but I they need to regulate that, man. Shout out to Andrew, man. Andrew asked me. He said, "Who do you have, Canelo or Crawford?" I have Canelo, but right now I don't know if I should have that fight, man. I don't know, but if they do fight, I have Canelo. But it's not like I think that neither one of them are trash. Do I think Bud has a chance to win? Absolutely. Bud is a phenomenal fighter, just like Canelo is a phenomenal fighter. Both all-time great, legendary fighters in my eyes. So they don't need to fight anybody else, let alone each other, to solidify that. But I have Canelo winning. I think Canelo is, not to mention, obviously he's a bigger fighter, he's more acclimated to fighting at higher weights. And I do think that while I do think Bud is slightly more skilled, I don't think he's that much more skilled to where it's gonna the differential is gonna overcome the size differential, man. And I think people kind of exaggerate the lack of skill with Canelo. But I'm not talking about the Canelo fans. When I say this, I'm talking about general, and I'm not talking about the Bud fans when I say this either. Sometimes I think that people think that Bud is unproven, and I think that's stupid too. But shout out to Booger said something. No, Clone said Crazy Horse was on crack. He was on crack. Hey, Booger said Bones got caught 3 times for PEDs, so plus the other stuff. Oh man, he said I think that's fair though. I tend to agree. I appreciate it, bro. But yeah, so I just don't know. So shout out to Ty and Oscar for educating me right now. I just don't know. So I feel like
no, Kendrick was here, but like he'd tell you everybody.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Or Dub is a big UFC head too.
Mm-hmm. Like I said though, I think I agree with y'all. Like if I'm gonna let you go, my bad. I agree with you. Like if everybody's doing it, then yeah, I mean it's inconsequential. But even then, it's like I'm gonna tell you why PEDs are messed up. Because even if everybody's doing it, everybody's not doing the same thing. If me and Oscar and Bud and Ty are all in UFC, and we're all doing PEDs, what if Ty got some more potent shit than I do? What if Oscar got less potent shit than I do? What if I got, I don't know, what if I can't afford, you know what I'm saying? Like it's always something. It's not like, okay, even if they are cheating, people say, okay, it's fair game. Everybody's not cheating on the same thing. So even then it's still not even because I don't know. I might have access to better trainers or better, I don't know, chemists or whatever it is, or better drugs. Like, bro, I don't know, man. I just don't think that I don't think we should ever live anywhere in a time where PEDs are just okay. I don't care how many do it. Well, if they're all doing it, pack them all up. Simple as that. Pack them all up. Every single one of them. John Jones, Faber, Uriah Faber, BJ Penn, whoever is cheating or allegedly whatever, pack them all up. We gonna have a bunch of mediocre UFC fighters. How about that?
Somehow your favorite fighter working with Memo already.
Well,
I don't want to say his name. Just know he been known to break his hand, and they say he ain't got no punching power.
Is he the one that said, "Hey, nah, you're not ready for this shit"?
What'd he say? What'd he say, Oscar?
He had a cup, and he was like, "Hey man, let me take a sip of that." He was like, "Nah, you're not ready for this.
You're not ready for it." I guess I get right. Oh man, I guess you're right. Right in your ass.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Given that y'all talking about Bud and you touched something with 2 cents about giving Boots his credit.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Who can he fight to get his credit? As you talking about when she said that?
Yeah, and you said that I don't think nobody's gonna give his credit or something like that.
Well, Okay, go ahead. I'll let you finish, and I'll tell you what I said. Go ahead.
Is Boots gonna be like Crawford, where they're gonna bring up any excuse until he beats someone or the guy, the definitive guy? Because remember, before the Aerospin fight, and even during the Aerospin fight, it was like, but oh no, but who he fought, or he fought him Watch Thing, or he fought Arrow Scrap, or he did this. Like it was something about Arrow, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a bunch of Crawford fans now. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Now they're all for Crawford, but before
Right.
they were like, oh no, his resume's trash. They were saying pretty much the same thing that Canelo's saying right now.
Mm-hmm.
But like, is Boots heading that way?
I think Ty said this is best. Hey, shout out to Andrew real quick. Great channel, man. Thank you for the compliment, brother. I appreciate that, man. Welcome. He said, do you think Canelo's going to struggle cutting off the ring? I don't think so. You know, I feel like Canelo struggled because, you know, I hold my fighters accountable, man. You know, I like Canelo, one of my favorite fighters. I think that he struggled so much against William Scope because, yes, William Scope was fighting like a butthole, whatever, like that. It was boring. I blame both of them. I don't think Canelo wanted to cut off the ring because I feel like Canelo knew that where he was at in this scenario that he didn't need to. He was going to get the win because people are going to see it as him running all day. So these are my two favorite fighters, and I'm torn. I agree with you. Canelo's skills are underrated, Bud isn't small, right? Yeah. So I think he can struggle, but we know Terrence Crawford doesn't fight like that. Terrence Crawford engages, right? We know him as being out dogging people. So if that doesn't mean just because we never see it doesn't mean he can't do it. I'm not saying he's incapable of fighting like I don't know, for like a William Skull or something like that, but we don't see him do that. So I think he's going to fight in a smart fashion. I think he's going to be very judicious with his punches until the right time, you know, but I don't think he's going to be moving like a William Skull or a Devin Haney or something like that against Ramirez. So, but we'll see. Can he do it? Yeah, I think Terrence Crawford could probably do everything in the ring, but he has 41 fights, and I've not seen one example of him fighting evasively like that. So I don't think Canelo will have a problem cutting off the ring per se. But I do think if Terrence Crawford beats him, that's what people are going to say. They're going to say that Terrence Crawford's running. Because I don't think he's going to knock him out. I don't think. But yeah, I don't know. But I think, Ty, you were saying something, bro?
Yeah, Canelo didn't struggle with cutting off the ring. He did cut off the ring with William Spool. The problem was when he did catch him,
he ain't
I don't know why he was gun shy or why he didn't choose to throw. But anytime a guy lands 60% on the check hook, you know, over a 90% rating on the uppercut, once you catch them, that's a good reason why he mitigated that.
Them things
So,
was hot.
what is Bud going to employ to make Canelo hesitant to throw?
That's a good question. And William Skull, you got to remember too, he got them dimensions now that Crawford doesn't have. You know what I'm saying? Not quite like that, at least. Skull was a taller, longer fighter. Terrence Crawford has a reach advantage, but I'm saying like when you're taller and you got the reach advantage, that's a little bit more, you know. He said, "Shout out to you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, Andrew. Shout out to you, bro, for the questions, man." But yeah, what Oscar said too, his question. I want to get back to that, and that was a great point by Ty. But also something that Ty said, I don't forget either. In regards to what did Oscar ask? You said something about Bud and Canelo. Sorry, not Bud and Canelo. Bud getting his credit, and
the Boots getting his credit and comparing him to Bud.
Yeah, there was something that you said. It reminded me of something you said a long time ago, and I was going to bring it back up. I can't remember right now, but I thought it was very relevant to this conversation. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, so but with Bud though, I agree that, you know, Canelo. Oh, that's what it was. Canelo and Bud are about to fight. So this is what Ty said, and so it's different for Canelo to question Terrence Crawford's resume now. And now it's fair game, and I think it's what you should do. You know, you gotta show your dominance and be like, hey man, you know, this is why I'm gonna win. You know, it's like to galvanize your fan base and let them know, hey man, we're on different levels. And he wasn't. If you noticed Canelo before, Cinnamon wasn't disrespectful of Terrence Bud Crawford. You give him all the praises. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like very strategic. You know, and I think it's different when you're about to fight somebody and you critique their resume as opposed to you just talking trash and you have no reason to fight them, and you have no inkling to fight them, no intention to fight them, but yet you are disrespecting them. It's like, for what? So unless it's true, like if it's true, like you're talking about Edgar Berlanga or something like that who doesn't have a resume, then okay. But you know, but if you're talking about Bud, 2-time undefeated while doing it, that's nonsense. Of course he has a resume. You know, so but I do think that Bud is in a better place than Boots to answer answer Oscar's question. I think it's different because once again, of course, he's undisputed, but no disrespect to Boots. I do think that while I respect him and put him on my pound for pound list for being unified and the Ring Magazine champion, his personnel, which is kind of what Shakur was talking about in regards to Inoue, it is leaves a little bit more to be desired. Like no one really knows a Lithuanian champion or former champion in Stanionis. Nobody really knows the German contender in Karen. No matter how good they are, how good we think they are, I think we are. People who watch boxing, they don't really have a name like that. So that is what Boots is still missing, But at the same time, I think that that's unfair to disregard him as not fighting anybody because Stanionis was an undefeated champion. No one else is beating Karen Chukazan yet. You know what I'm saying? So like these guys that he's beating, it's not like, oh, okay, they're just getting ran through. Now, Royman Villa, that didn't age well because he just got smoked by somebody in 2 rounds. Who was it? Castro? I can't remember who it was. But so everyone's not gonna be good. But until Boots gets a name, yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair criticism, but fair to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying? He was still unified. It wasn't like he was just like a contender who didn't fight anybody. He was a unified champion who you're saying didn't fight anybody. So he fought at least 2 people, one person to give him the IBF belt. You know what I'm saying? Even though it was elevated or whatever, he still got the belt. Because if the other guy would have won, he would have been elevated. So he still got himself in position to beat a guy, to get a belt. And then he got himself in a position to be a unified Ring Magazine champion by beating an undefeated champion. So I think sometimes we put too much emphasis on popularity. That's the problem we have with Ryan Garcia. Was Rolly Romero beating Ryan Garcia a better win than Jerron Boots is being Stanionis? You talk to half of the Twitterverse, half is me being nice, being generous. You talk to 90% of the people on Twitter that think they know boxing, they would say that beating Ryan Garcia is a better win than Stanionis. Stanionis was an undefeated champion. Ryan Garcia has never been a champion. That's the last person that was a good win for was freaking Gervonta Tank Davis. Because at least he was undefeated. Who else is Ryan Garcia a good win for? Why? Because you know him, because he's on Instagram, because he's popular and you're infatuated with him? Is he a good boxing win? Really? Let's talk about it. His best win is Luke Campbell. Maybe Oscar Duarte. Those are good wins, but he's not a champion. But you're going to tell me that William Skoll is not a good win because you don't know him, even though he's the undefeated IBF champion, and that fight was to determine who would be undisputed in the super middleweight division. That's not a good win because you don't know him. Stanionis, undefeated WBA champion in the welterweight division, is not a good win because you don't know him. But Ryan Garcia is a good win for Rolly Romero. Now, I like Rolly. It's not a knock on Rolly, but I'm just saying. If someone beats Ryan Garcia, that's a good win. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, it was not even really a good win because when Tank beat him, they said he was drained, so it wasn't a good win. I don't know. Apparently his hand and the shoulder was messed up when Rolly beat him too, so. I don't know, man. So I think we conflate popularity with being good. There's a lot of guys that have good wins. I mean, it's like Bivol, right? Bivol, I keep saying this, Bivol wasn't good until he beat Canelo. Because that's when you noticed him. Before people were calling Bivol a cherry pick, right? That was a guy that Canelo cherry pick. Or some people even say now, cherry pick gone wrong. Right? That's what people say. They say Bivol's a cherry pick gone wrong. So Bivol's not good. He just happened to stumble upon being light heavyweight champion, undisputed champion, and beating the face of boxing, Cinnamon. He's not good though. Because you didn't hear about him.
I think the context of him being considered a cherry pick, it was at the time Beterbiev having more belts was considered to be the guy at that weight. And instead of moving up and going for the guy, you went for somebody you perceived to be an easier challenge and got caught.
Good point. That's a good point. Because he only had one belt at the time?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great point.
And Beterbiev was the guy that went and collected every belt one by one, including Bivol's.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a good point. Or yeah, the IBO too, if you want to count that. But yeah, Bivol got us plus 300 versus Canelo, right? So yeah,
we not counting those. This ain't Manny Pacquiao's 8 division championships. We not counting that.
Facts.
You not getting no credit for no interims, no regular belts. If you just happen to win the ring but not have an actual belt on you, that doesn't count either.
Talk to him.
All that means was you and another guy was the 1 and 2 ranked guys in a division where there was not a lineal champion.
Talk to him. They don't know that though.
And the IBO never been recognized, so when we give him credit for that.
Come on now.
The IBO.
IBO.
The hell is that?
He said, "What the hell is that? It's crazy." Nah, y'all disrespectful, man. Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I love boxing, man. I just think we should try to clean it up, man. And I'm gonna try my best to continue doing what I think is necessary to try to educate anybody who wants to listen, man. You know, we have good conversations over here. It's not like, of course, like I said, we're all human, so we all have our preferences. Like I might like Tank more than Ty. Ty might like Haney more than Oscar. Oscar may like who you like, Oscar. Cinnamon more than Ty. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. I like Junto.
Junto. Well, I can't say Junto because I like Junto just as much. I'm trying to think who would be your favorite fighter right now, or somebody you really like that I don't really care for. I guess that's what I was trying to do.
Barrios.
I like Barrios.
I like Barrios.
I like Barrios too.
Not getting his nose broke.
Oh my goodness.
Buki, the guy from Smallwood.
Sugar Nunez. You like Nunez.
I like Sugar.
Oh, there you go. So okay, so Ty might like Haney more than I do. I like Tank more than Oscar. Oscar likes Sugar Nunez more than Ty. But we still, none of us, I could say honestly, we don't hate any of those fighters. So preferences is different. But when you have a bias and a loyalty or allegiances to the point where your perspective is skewed, I don't think that we do that over here. So that's what I.
And even the fighters we don't like, it's not that we don't like them. We don't like their fan base. Like Jaya Pataya.
Facts.
I don't dislike Jaya Pataya. It's
right.
Just his fan base is crazy. He's the next something. He's the next Usyk. I'm like, bro, he's not even near as talented as Usyk.
Right.
To be considered the next Usyk.
Right. Yeah, he said my favorite fighter is Nick the Wrecking Ball. Obsolete. You know, we just call it like it is, man. People might think, oh, hey, I just try to keep hold everybody the same criteria. You know, it's not always even. It's not always easy, but try to, man. You can't tell me that you're praising this guy for fighting essentially nobody. And no disrespect, not that they're nobody, but guys that are lower caliber than them, and you're giving them full credit. But then another guy who fights a guy like, you know, it's like Shakur fighting Josh Padley, is like, you tell me that's not a good fight, but then you just ignore that it was late notice. But then I say, okay, Naoya Inoue fighting Ramon Cardiaz is not impressive, but then you stress to me that it was late notice. Why? If one late notice don't matter, why did Yi-Ju Kim be a late notice matter? You know, in fact, you could argue what two Inoue's fights were replacements, right? His last two, right? Cardenas was a replacement for Picasso, and then Yi-Ju Kim was a replacement for Goodman.
I was gonna say, if you want to count TJ Doheny, though it wasn't a late replacement at all.
You're right. No, it wasn't late, but it was a replacement because it was supposed to be Sam Goodman too. You're right.
Yep.
You're right. It wasn't late replacement per se, but yeah, he was a replacement too. But,
yeah,
you know, but we give him full credit, for being a 38-year-old, 4 losses. TJ Doheny, but then 38.
Yeah.
The man 38 with 4 prior losses, bro.
Damn.
And man gotta go get. I bet you the man got his prostate checked the day before.
Come on, man. So his neck and his back, bro. Come on. And like I said, I think Naoya Inoue is a phenomenal fighter, top 3 pound for pound. But let's be fair, you know. If we're gonna say that Terrence Crawford hasn't fought anybody, I guarantee you that the average boxing fan could name more people on Terrence Crawford's resume than Usyk and Inoue's resume. It's just for some reason people respect 2 times undisputed and being undefeated when it comes to Usyk and Inoue, but not really with Terrence Crawford. I don't get it.
And they don't hold the same amount of weight either. Like critics wise, like
right.
What's his name? The kid that was talking in the morning. Did you put in the morning? The one that was criticizing Shakur. The guy that was criticizing Shakur.
Mike Coppinger. Mike Coppinger.
That guy. It's like he's saying, oh, Shakur, his opponents and all this and that. He should put him down earlier.
Yep.
They do the same thing with Bud.
Yep.
Or before the Errol Spence fight.
Yep.
I should say.
Yep.
They did the same thing with Bud. It was like, yes, guys, looking up a resume, seeing that the person he beat had a L or 2.
Yep.
But they didn't realize, they don't know the context behind it. They don't know Sean. Well, no. What's his name? Gamboa, like a guy like Gamboa.
Yep.
They don't know he was a little Mike at that time, you know?
Yeah, come on now.
So you see L's after L's. Oh, he lost to Pitbull?
Right.
It's like, bro, at the time he was it.
Come on,
like Sniper Pedraza with Tank, you know, like they look at him now. At the time, it was a great win.
Come on now.
now it don't look like it, but it's still a great win. It's still great.
And
they do the same thing with every other fighter.
Right.
Well, hated fighters.
Yep. And to add to that too, what you're saying, like he mentioned Nakatiya, right? Oh, you didn't get Nakatiya out there. You didn't get Artur Hartunian out there. But the average boxing fan, who the average boxing fan would know that? First of all, they don't know who neither one of those guys are, number one. But number two, Nakatiya had one loss when he went to fight Shakur, but his loss did not come by stoppage. He didn't start getting stopped until after he lost to Shakur. He got stopped last by who? Was it Abdullah Mason, right? Abdullah Mason stopped him last. Before that was Ernesto Mercado, another young upstart, and then another young fighter who's a champion now, Raymond Murataya. They stopped him. So it wasn't these guys he was getting stopped at the time he fought Shakur. But of course, he's not going to mention that because that would contradict his argument. You know what I'm saying? It'll make him look stupid. So he sounds good for those that don't know better. But he said, oh, you're supposed to knock out Nakatiya. You're supposed to get Artem Hartunian out of there. They're not supposed to go the distance with you. Well, Artem only had one loss to Frank Martin, and he wasn't stopped.
Yeah. Who that? Mike Coventry's words.
Come on, yeah, of course, bro. You know it. And Jeremiah Nakatiya only had one loss. Can't remember who he lost to, but he wasn't stopped. And Shakur, most importantly, is not a knockout puncher. So why would you go in there thinking that he would stop any of these guys? You know what I'm saying? If you're just not what you are. I don't care how bad the defense is. Steph Curry's not going to dunk on him. I don't care how terrible the team that they're playing are. They could be playing the Toronto Raptors or the New Orleans Pelicans or the Los Angeles Lakers. Steph Curry's not going to dunk on them because their opponents are good or bad. That's not his play style. So same with Shakur Stevenson. Just because even if he is fighting a bad opponent, he may not necessarily stop him because that's not his fighting style. But that doesn't mean he didn't dominate them. Steph Curry could still dominate a bad team. That don't mean he's going to dunk on them.
I got something to add to that.
What you talking about, bro?
I'm not defending Mike Coventry. I'm just giving Shakur some free game. They say you never go back and forth with a comedian or an entertainer. Why? Because they mic always in their hand. They're going to have too many rebuttals. They always have an audience to hear them, and you're not really getting heard.
Facts.
So with that being said, you can't get too sensitive and fly off the handle and try to go back and forth with some of these beat writers or little figures that think they have a little bit of clout in boxing. Do you ever, or have you ever heard LeBron go back and forth with Skip Bayless?
Come on now.
He ignores him.
Yep.
I'm not giving you the clicks. I'm not giving you the views, and I'm definitely not giving you the content to use against him.
Yep. Good point.
Mike Coventry, I think their spat started off with a simple quote that a lot of people made, but you singled him out to say something to. He's been trying to cook you ever since.
Yep. Hey, I want y'all to watch this. I'm gonna pull it up. I like this. Now, I'm not saying I agree with everything he said, but I like the way you don't really see people elaborate like this when they are asked these questions. So shout out to him.
Who that?
Alberto Puello.
Un boxeador sumamente inteligente.
Gary Antoine Russell.
Un boxeador sumamente inteligente.
He said an intelligent fighter about Gary Antoine Russell. He asked about Richardson Hitchens. He said a boxer who doesn't like the fire, but is an excellent boxer.
Boxeador que no le gusta mucho el fuego, pero es un excelente boxeador. Un boxeador.
He said Jose Rayo Valenzuela. He said a boxer who doesn't turn down a challenge.
Que no le dice que no.
Mostly positive.
Rolly Romero. Un boxeador.
He asked about Rolly Romero. He said an underestimated boxer who persevered and proved to the world that he can box.
Sumamente perseverante, que ha sido subestimado por muchos fanáticos que
demostrado al mundo.
Say again?
You're not gonna hear nothing wild out of Puello though.
Yeah, facts.
Que es un politically correct. You know?
No, not right here.
How does him as a person though?
Yeah, they asked about Teofimo Lopez. Look what he says.
Un boxeador que
He laughs and he said, a boxer who avoids challenges and does not want to unify titles. The same guy that people try to tell me that Boots is ducking from, Brian Norman's ducking from. Everybody that he wants to fight are ducking him. But then Alberto Puello, who has been pretty much honest. This is what I like about this is what it's so funny because people will say, "Oh yeah, man, this is a great breakdown." If he says something good about a fighter they like, but if he says something about a fighter that he doesn't like, then all of a sudden he's a liar.
que le huye a los retos.
Oh, no, that's right there. There was a lot of like,
Come on.
Un boxeador que en un momento sí pensé.
Puello was lying. He's being too nice.
Facts.
He meant to say he full seat.
Right. Teofimo, Wilson, just like Super Matias. Devin Haney now. He says a boxer who I thought would be big, but has proven me otherwise.
Que era,
so I'm not sure what he means.
Que iba a ser grande, pero me dio a demostrar otra cosa.
Thought he would be better or bigger. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Maybe
it's
like
not positive, but it's not. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he could be achieving more, maybe?
I would agree with that one if he means to, like you just said, achieving more. Because whenever he came out of Loma, we expected Haney to, you know.
Right.
I mean, the ones that watch boxing, not the haters.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like he had potential, and then that Ryan thing happened. Well, actually, before that Ryan thing happened, we were expecting Haney to go through 140.
Mm-hmm.
But then that Ryan thing happened, and it was like to kind of mitigate his pace. I hope he can bounce back, though. I really expect him to go far.
Right, that's what I think he's saying, but I wish he would have elaborated a little more because it's not about me agreeing with what I said. I like these answers, whether I agree or not. But if he's saying proving to me otherwise, and if he's saying that because of the Ryan Garcia, I think that's kind of foul. Because, like I said, I think it's once again we're ignoring PEDs. If we don't acknowledge it, especially the boxers, then I mean it's gonna be harder to police.
Ryan Garcia.
And they asked about Ryan Garcia, of course, after Devin Haney.
Un show más.
He said Ryan Garcia's a show.
Sabril Matias.
That was quick. He just said
Un show más.
A show.
Sabril Matias.
What was it?
Meaning he's just like a, you know, it's just a show, man. You know, glitter and glam, man. Not much substance, man. Except for PED substances. All right, we go Super Matias, he said.
Un boxeador aguerrido, buen boxeador.
A great fighter with a big heart, but who will be dominated. He's referencing his fight with him.
Un gran corazón, pero se puede domar.
I know you got a big heart.
Yeah, I like
yeah, that's your hermano.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good breakdown. One of the more elaborate ones. A lot of them be like one word. Right, good fighter, bad fighter, trash, great fighter.
You wanted that?
No, I'm glad he did. I like this. I like that. I like that he elaborated. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind sometimes when they be like the one word answers, but I like the fact that he elaborated and you know, kind of gave some insight as to why he feels that way.
I don't think he was wrong. I agree with all of them, honestly.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good assessments,
especially the teal one.
Oh yeah, especially the teal one. Facts. But y'all, man, I'm about to go ahead and call it. Unless y'all had something else you want to dive into. I'm about to go ahead. I got to make these videos, man. I got a lot of stuff. I got to make this Francisco Rodriguez video. I got to make this, gosh dang, Imam Kataya video. Yeah, what's up?
I don't think you mentioned it. The Ring 4 announcement.
Thank you so much, Ty. I mean, Oscar. That is so disrespectful. I'm not going to lie, chat. I'm going to be honest. Oh, shout out to Oscar because I forgot. Thank you. Bro, I said this before. Y'all got to follow your boy on Twitter, man. Let me drop my Twitter link, man. Y'all follow me on Twitter, man. We got to get my followers up on Twitter, man. We trying to grow, man. That's free support, chat. Anybody who follows me on Twitter, add to my follow account and add to the amount of times I tweet and get likes and stuff like that. That adds to the content, you know. And a lot of times, that's how you get, what's it called? Interviews. A lot of times, the people that I ask to get interviewed, I usually ask them on Twitter or Instagram, and they look at your, you know, it's superficial, but they do look at your follower account and look at your engagement, and that could be a determining factor, man. So please, I'm asking not just for reasons that are superficial. I'm trying to keep us going and growing, man. It'll help me get interviews and stuff for real. So follow your boy on Twitter if you haven't done so already. I appreciate it. If you are a member, of course, I'll follow you back if you're a member on the YouTube side. But yeah, so he asked me, shout out to Oscar, brought up the Ring 4. What do I think about it? What do I think about the fights? Awesome. Fire. Bomb. Blazing. What do I think about the professionalism? It's trash. That shit is trash.
Know your fucking place.
That shit is bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. You know me. Shout out to I love unification. Shout out to the American WBC champion Bam Rodriguez and the South African Fumuleni Cafu WBO champion. Right. Before I was going for Bam Rodriguez, I'm definitely going for. I'm 1,000% going for Fumuleni Cafu. Do I think that he's gonna win? No, I think he's gonna lose. But do I want the fight with Bam Rodriguez and Puma? Of course. To me, that's the best fight in the 115-pound division, right? Junior bantamweight. However, that is incredibly disrespectful. He's about to have a unification fight with another guy that's undefeated, a current champion in his division that just beat Kosei Tanaka, who could go down as a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you, he should be, right? Multi-division champion that he upset. And you are announcing another fight and they ain't even fight yet? I mean, this is right up Turkey's alley. That's what Turkey does, you know what I'm saying? And to me, this is another thing that he could work on, you know, is one thing with him not being a necessarily boxing guy. Like I said, I'm not knocking it. People may not care, but I just think I think it's weak. I think it's weak and extremely disrespectful. I hope Fumuleni Cafu. I'm not gonna lie. I hope Cafu stops Bam Rodriguez. I ain't gonna lie. And it's not because of Bam. I like Bam. I want to be very clear. I like Bam. I'm rooting for Bam. I was rooting for Bam. You know what I'm saying? But nah, I hope he gets stopped. I ain't gonna lie.
I think Ty is gonna see this coming from me, but it's like, Ty, what happened to the guys that try to make plans before taking care of business?
They usually get beat when they publicly sitting there promoting another fight.
And in what stage of the card do they usually get beat?
Oh, the main event.
Ooh. I know, but if you have a little extra money, I would put $50 on Cafu, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, you're going. You gonna be in the house.
Oh yeah, I'll be in the house, man. I'll be drinking.
Let's go, man.
That's
my
my
boy's
birthday
gonna
gift.
be in the building in el edificio.
Yeah, I won't be there.
I want to say this too.
I'm definitely gonna be rooting for Cafu though, right?
Bro, look at this, bro. The man's fights. What's it? The 19th next week, right? Yeah. This man is right here. He's on the promo of a whole nother card in November. Right here, bro. And he's fighting Fumuleni Cafu next week. Another undefeated unified champion, bro. I mean, it's an undefeated champion that they're gonna be fighting the unification. Like I said, I think Bam is the best down there, so I think he's gonna win. But me, speaking from my heart and what I want to happen, what I think is gonna happen, what I want to happen is two different things. My mind is, of course, going with Bam. My heart, my emotions, I'm going for Fumuleni Cafu. Hope he knocks it smooth out, bro. And like I said, it's not Bam's fault. It's not Bam's fault. But it's Turkey. Yeah, that's extremely disrespectful, bro. Extremely disrespectful.
That being said, Puma versus Bam, man.
Hey, I love that fight. That's why I said selfishly, that's the best fight to be made at 115. Bam and Puma, man. I ain't gonna lie. Bam and Puma, that's the best fight to me. So I know it sounds country like I'm on the fence, but I'm very clear. I want to be very clear. I'm rooting for Fumuleni Cafu based off principle. You know what I'm saying? The principalities of it all. It's disrespectful. But I ain't gonna lie, man. Somebody gotta get sacrificed, man. Hey, Fumuleni Cafu, I'm sorry, bro. You gotta get sacrificed as tribute. Like it's the Hunger Games. You gotta get sacrificed as tribute, man. You know, I need this Jesse Bam Rodriguez versus Fernando Puma Martinez fight. I ain't gonna hold you. That fight.
Now that opens up another can of worms, and I want to ask you. I want to ask you this, Ty.
And then I'm gonna tie grab your question.
Yes. I'm sorry, but it's
go ahead.
Is the main event on the ring card the worst fight on the card?
Say it again?
Are the main events on the ring card probably not the most attractive?
I see what you're saying.
Fights in the whole card.
Yeah, I mean, because Rolly Romero Ryan was a main event. You know, I thought that either Devin and Ramirez should have been, or Tio and Barbosa should have been. This next one is what Berlanga Shiraz, definitely Shakur and Zapata should be, or even Matias and Pueblo. That's a championship fight. Now this one, it looks like Benavidez and Yard's going to be, but I'm not certain yet. I don't have a problem with Benavidez and Yard. Because remember, Benavidez is a champion, so I don't have a problem with that one. But I do think that in an ideal world, I think Devin Haney and Brian Norman should be the main. But I don't have a problem with that. You know, light heavyweight division. Benavidez is a WBC champion, so I don't think that. I think this one is one of the least egregious as far as violating. And Bam Rodriguez, of course, you could say Puma and Bam as well if Bam wins, but you know they're small, so you got to remember they're 115. So.
I agree with that. It's just I see the opportunity for Devin Haney and Norman, and Puma and Bam, or if you want to make those the main event and the co-main.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ty?
As far as like the headliners for these events, for me, I see a pattern of favors being done or just trying to get certain people on the books. The Ryan Garcia being a headliner thing, that was to appease Oscar after him complaining about having all his guys on the card, and he should be the
promoter, the lead promoter,
showrunner. Yeah,
bum.
The Shivas Belonga thing. Hey, I got to put my guy up there in that as a headliner.
Hey, don't forget to smack the like button.
And the Benavidez and Yard being a headliner thing. Look, we tried to get him over here in Riyadh before.
Yep.
He listened to his people.
Yep.
They swayed him away. We got to seal the deal.
That's a strong card to headline too. It's gonna look good for his profile, for real.
The thing I wanted to say earlier, Al Heyman would never. If he was going to bust a move like that, we'd have never heard it.
Come on,
even
now.
if they already signed, still deliver.
Come on,
he's
now.
not publicly putting that out until we're supposed to know.
Talk to him.
Because he's still working on this card.
Yeah.
Talk to him. Shout out to Monique Johnson. Hey, Kadeem in the building. He said his top 5 or 6 it goes. He's top 5 or 6 it goes. Crawford, Usyk, Bivol, Canelo, David Benavidez, Arthur. What kind of top 5 is that? He said, "I'm not. I'm not mad at that though. But no Inoue, bro. Artur Beterbiev. I mean, I'm not mad. I'm not too mad at it, but yeah, I'm not going. He said Yard get KO by 10th. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think Yard's gas tank will be a huge reason for his downfall. Wait, so you're wait. So he's top. Oh, you're talking about Bam? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, we gonna get you up out of here. Yeah, I just realized what you said. Yeah, we gonna get you up out of here. Yeah, we gotta give you the boot. You wildin'. So I think that. I mean, I'm not mad at that list. Mad for real. Benavidez is in my top 10. Boots is in my top. Like I said, I really got to organize it, but I would put them in there. Junto, of course, but for me, it would be Bud, Usyk, Inoue. Today, I'm feeling cinnamon right now. Bivol 5, 6. I'm not sure. But those are my 5. But then the other 5, I'm just gonna throw them out there. Gervonta, Benavidez, Boots. There's no particular order. Gervonta, Benavidez, Boots, Junto, and I say. Sometimes I look for Taraji, sometimes I look for Collazo, but today I'm going with Shakur. I'm going with Shakur today. No. Sometimes I go for Bam, but yeah, no, Bam can't make it. There's too many unified champions for me to put Bam, bro, right now. Go ahead, Oscar.
You have Benavidez before Junto and
Didn't I just say it wasn't gosh dang in the order? Oh, because I didn't put Taraji on there. I put Junto in there. I didn't put Taraji though. The first 5 were in order. The second 5 weren't in order. So I have to put them in order. So the second 5, I'm gonna go with Tank, Junto, Benavidez. Yes, I have Benavidez over Taraji. Yes, right now I would go Junto, Tank, Boots, Junto, Tank, Boots, Beterbiev. I forgot about Beterbiev. Gosh, this is tough. Hey, top 10 is tough right now. I ain't gonna lie. I have to think. We gonna come back. We might do a top 10 at 7:00, bro. Y'all ain't gonna put me on the spot. We'll be here another hour, bro.
There's too many names, bro.
Yeah, there's too many names. Yeah, you're right, Oscar. That was a good question. You're right. There's too many names. Benavidez might be on the outside looking in. You might be right. There's a whole lot. Taraji's unified. Oscar Collazo's unified at minimum weight. Now I got Tank over him too. Okay. Yeah, I just can't put Bam got one belt.
I was gonna say the only thing holding Taraji back is that he's not a ring magazine champion.
True. That's a good point. I mean, I'm not mad at anybody put Kenshiro Taraji on there. I can't be mad at putting the Wonder Boy on there. You know what I'm saying? I can't be mad putting
Yeah,
Oscar
get him off the
Collazo on
list.
there. What'd you say, Todd?
Get that little boy off the list. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
Kendrick
man.
Lamar said, not enough.
Not enough. Fact. Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, man. It's just, you know, I got to look at the talent pool, man. And I think sometimes when you're fighting one guy over and over, I think that's not a bad thing, but it's indicative of the talent pool being a little on the shallow end. You know, we have multiple rematches and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't know, man.
Multiple questionable calls.
Yeah. Yeah, multiple, right. So I'm not once again, Taraji is a beast. You know, I'm not mad at anybody having him in there. I think he could be in there, but sometimes I be feeling him in there, sometimes I don't. Right now, I'm not feeling it right now. But
right now you say fuck.
Yeah, right now, yeah. I mean, because look at Zerto. Zerto, you know what I'm saying? Zerto is not saying he should be in there, not saying Jabatai should be in there, but you know, Zerto's he only has 1 L and Unify right now. It's like
he ain't do shit.
And speaking of one more thing, man, Ty don't pull no punches. One more thing, man. Anthony Kakasi versus Ray Ford has been canceled, chat. I forgot to say that.
Whack.
And
My neck and my back.
What you say, Ty?
My neck, my back.
And I'm not gonna lie, man. You know me, I don't like to delegitimize or say injuries are illegitimate. I don't want to illegitimize his injury, but we got to understand that Kakasi is the same guy that gave up his belt to fight a more lucrative fight against Leigh Wood and not fight Eduardo Sugar Nunez, who's the current IBF champion at 130, right? I'm not saying that he wouldn't unbeat him. I don't know. But it just looks suspicious that you gave up your belt and then turned around and fought and called out somebody with the belt. Yeah, and then you get ordered to fight somebody without a belt who's just as hard or not harder than Nunez. You know what I'm saying? And then you pull out of that fight too. It looks a little suspicious, man. So I got to call for it. I'm not saying he's ducking. I'm not going to commit to that. But it doesn't look good. And if anybody says he's ducking, I'm not mad at them. But I'm going to tell you why that sucks too. Because that was the only good fight on that card. That card is ass. The card is Moses Atama versus Dylan White. David Adelaide versus who's David Adelaide fighting? Philip Hergovich? And I can't remember the other fight. Yeah, all these fights are trash. And then the other fight, I don't remember what that was. You know, so if I don't remember it, you know, that fight was probably trash.
Know your fucking place.
And the only fight that was good on there was Kakasi and Ford. And now that fight's canceled. So
the whole card is trash.
Trash, bro. That jump better be for the free. They better be paying. Forget free. They better pay people to watch that card.
Man, not only that, this is the same guy that was complaining about not getting a title shot after, like you said, like he was calling out guys, but not only was he calling them out, he was complaining that he didn't get title shots.
Come on now.
What do you expect? You dropped the belt. You're not big like that, so.
Right. It looks very suspicious. What'd you say?
Fucking bum.
Fucking bum. Yeah, it just looks it looks suspicious, man. I'm not gonna lie. Looks a little bit suspicious, man. He said Jai and Gilberto would be good. Yeah, I love that fight, man. That's a fight I want.
Oh, yeah.
That's top fights for me. He said Clone versus Oster tonight. We got smoke. Man, they don't want no pressure, man. You know they don't want no pressure. Put him in an 18 by 18 foot ring, man. Forget Benavidez a yard, man. Put Clone and Oster in an 18 by 18, man. They ain't trying to fight, man. Yes, don't forget to smack that like button. We should be able to get 30 likes. We're at 29 right now. Let's get 30. But yeah, man, y'all, I'm about to go ahead and call it, man. Let's get a closing statement from my brother Oscar and my brother Ty, man. Please tell me something good.
Closing statement. Romangan won. Cheaters should be reprimanded. Not only them, the team behind it. Because it's a whole team. Boxing is about a team. And it's incredible that in an era where technology is in every single sport, it always seems like boxing or contact sports is the one that's falling behind on it.
Come on now.
How the hell do you get popped for 1 year before and have 4 fights in between?
Come on now. Come on now.
And I think trainers should get a 1 year suspension.
Talk to him.
Or a year and a half. and fighter should get like a 2-year suspension.
Talk to him.
That's my closing statement.
Thank you, bro. Hey, stick around. I have a question, please. Ty, close us out, please. I have a question for y'all before y'all go.
Two-parter. Turkey Al-Sheikh needs to stop trolling with the ring size things. Most casual fans don't even understand how big or how small a ring is. I'll stop throwing out this 18 by 18 stuff because you're treading in dangerous waters. You got people really thinking you got this contraption of a ring that gets smaller as the rounds go by. The commission would never sign off on that, no matter where you at. The next thing Turkey will be asking for is, hey, I want to see fighter A and fighter B put their foot in the tire and do rock and stocking.
Facts. Them drills ain't no punk though, boy. Gosh dang. Get that body right. And body shots.
Body shots and another one.
Hey.
Oh, another thing. The reason why Buddy didn't get caught right away, promoters, they try to move fighters a certain way when they know they moving dirty. I'm gonna send them to a lesser known commission that really doesn't have no standing power and is not going to talk or get in contact with some of their larger ones. That's the reason why you see some of these weird fights in weird locations.
Man. So you're saying Paro or Matias were there?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Like Paro, Matias, and in Puerto Rico, that was fine. But seeing Hitchens and Paro in Puerto Rico, that was a little sketchy to me.
Uh-oh. Talk to him.
What about Janibek?
Talk to him.
Oh, Janibek had to save all saves. Instead of putting himself on a scale and embarrass himself and potentially causing Bob more money, he fainted. That's probably the best thing that happened to him in that situation.
Come on, man. Yep.
He hold his breath, bro, so he won't get tested.
Oh, Janibek Olimka Newly, man. Don't forget to smack that like button, y'all. We at 30. Appreciate it. Let's get to 31. But I have a question for y'all, man. So there's a lot of topics, man. Which topics, I'm going to try to knock out all of them, but which topics would y'all like to see a video on, or do you have no preference? So the ones that I'm looking for, of course, Francisco Rodriguez testing positive. Shakur and Mike Coppinger. That nonsense talking about him. Of course, Imam Katayev testing positive. So that's 3, and then there's another one. And Shakur saying that Inoue is not top 3.
I think the PD ones.
I think the PD ones are 2, right? I think I should prioritize those as well. I agree.
Yeah, and rather than I don't know what you think. It's just a suggestion.
Oh, and the Keith Thurman one too. And the Keith Thurman one talking about
that
one wants boots.
That one was crazy.
Yeah.
Did you comment on that, Ty? I'm not here.
No, I don't think Ty was in here yet.
No, I said something about Keith. Fuck him.
Oh yeah, you did say that. You did say that.
Oh yeah.
You did say that.
But rather than it's just a suggestion again, instead of saying like just saying, I will put like the one that just popped, Mike Kyle, and probably like Eddie's in the last year, how many fighters he popped? Natural year, Now,
Right. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do those first.
120. It's just 4 in the last year, bro. That's just crazy.
4 in the last year?
Let's see, it was Gonzalez.
Right.
Mejia.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, these guys. Yeah. 4.
Yeah.
Damn. Wait, hold on. Wait, who is it? Who is it again? Can you list them? Munguia, Rodriguez. Who else? Ty and Oscar? Martinez, Julio Cesar Martinez, right?
Yeah.
And then one more. Ryan, I guess. I could have sworn y'all said somebody else, so I thought I missed it. I thought y'all said some
other guy. I'm trying to think of his name. It's not one of like his core 4 guys that we see. It's somebody that he trains that's in the undercard.
Right.
Similar to the Vaughn situation. People don't talk about him. trying to think of his damn name.
Yeah, if you think of it, man, please send it to me, man. Yeah, please tell me if you think about it. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm about to go ahead and call it, work on these videos, man. Get to work again.
All right.
But yeah, man, shout out to Oscar for pulling up. Shout out to Ty for pulling up. Shout out to 2 Cents for pulling up, man. I appreciate y'all, for real. God bless.
See you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shout out to the panel today, man. I always got a dope panel, man. I'm blessed, man. Shout out to 2 Cents, man. 2 Cents went crazy, man. Shout out to Oscar. Oscar went crazy. Shout out to Ty went crazy, man. I love these perspectives. Shout out to the chat. We had a good talk, man. We were turning up today, man. Don't forget to smack that like button for real. Smack the like button. You know, that's free support right there. Follow your boy on Twitter, all the socials, and all the good things and bonbons. You know what I'm saying? Follow me on social media. Keep us going and growing, man. If you want me to get interviews, I definitely be reaching out to some of these fighters and stuff like that. Sometimes I hear back from them, sometimes not so much, you know. Been trying to work on the interviews, so and getting interviews with fighters. So, like I said, follow the social media, follow the Twitter, like this video, turn on notifications for this channel as well, and consider becoming a member. You know what I'm saying? Consider becoming a member, man, for $3 a month. Really helps the channel to keep going and growing. And you get access to all these dope perks, like all these fire emotes. You know what I'm saying? We have the best emotes on this YouTube thing. You know, all these boxing emotes. And you get access to the Discord 24/7. You always have access to the Discord to chat, but to like type and stuff. But you get access to the voice channel, so you can chop it up in the background, whether I'm on live or off live. So there's some other perks too, you know, that you get. So, and most importantly, you get the biggest perk of knowing that you're supporting the channel that you enjoy, to keep going and growing. You feel me? To keep going and growing, ain't that right, Ty?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, we gonna pause that.
No, did he?
But yeah, man, keep us going and growing in this free support, man. So shout out to those that do a little extra by being members and having those memberships and renewing those memberships. I appreciate y'all for real. Definitely got to give them some special love. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, smash that like button as well, man. But most importantly, remember, with God we can do anything. Without God we're nothing. The doctor's out. Peace. Be on the lookout for the new videos dropping today. Yes, sir. Good Lord willing.
From the hood to college, both worlds they had to meet. 6 degrees between us, so cold we're about to freeze. But we're Florida boys, hot takes, we bring the heat. We're moving the culture, the engineers to the streets.
Oh yeah, also too, happy birthday to the big man Oscar Perez, man. Happy birthday to Oscar, man. I'm out.